This novel is called My House of Horrors. By I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 751. Want to call the police? 2 in 1. Do not panic, please calm down. There is no need to worry. Perhaps this is nothing more than a prank. Yes, wasn't there an article earlier about visitors purposely going to haunted house to toy with the workers? Furthermore, there are so many of us. There is no need to be afraid. If there was a competition of blowing hot air, the workers at Nightmare Academy would definitely come out victorious. However, once Su Yin approached, they all moved back in unison like it had been rehearsed many times. Open the door. Chen Ji's expression was filled with anxiety, but the door to the headmaster's office refused to budge. The other workers wanted to stop Chen Ji, but were all forced back by the small actor. Quick, go and get the boss. This is not a joke. Chen Ji was a visitor. No matter how hard he tried, he was not going to persuade the workers, but the same words coming out from the dwarf worker's lips were far more convincing. Brother Zhao, what happened to you? Did something happen at your scenario? The leading man asked. He still had not understood the severity of the situation, and the first thing that he did was push the blame onto Xiao Zhao, insinuating that everything was his fault. Do you still remember Pan Tian, the guy who was responsible for looking over the underground scenario with me? He asked for sick leave and didn't come back to work, so in the end he was fired. The man was very afraid now. His experience that day had awakened all the fearful memories in his mind, and they all connected. I think I remember him. The boss said that he went back home to get married. The leading man seemed to remember something. He did go back home, but not to get married, but to seek doctor. The fear in Xiao Zhao's eyes deepened. Pan Tian has gone mad. No one knows why, but one day at work he suddenly snapped. He kept saying that he saw something underground. How come I didn't hear the boss say anything about this? All the workers gathered. They had no idea that something so scary had occurred at their working place. If the boss told you all this, would you still have come to work? Anyway, have you never considered why there were 3 scenarios underground but now only one is open? Why did he wish to seal up the other 2 scenarios? Haven't you wondered about that? Xiao Zhao was very tiny, and he needed to look up when he spoke, which caused his face to turn red. Chen Ji, who had been busy knocking on the door, perked up his ears to listen. So there is really such a history here. With the danger encroaching, Xiao Zhao screamed. No one knows what Pan Tian saw, but if I am going to guess, he probably saw him. Xiao Zhao pointed at Su Yin. Just earlier, this man covered in blood suddenly appeared. He materialized out of thin air before my eyes. I am not lying to you. Run. The thing hidden underground is coming up to get us. Red specters were much scarier than a normal ghost. The presence was not on the same level. Baleful specters could make people anxious, but red specters could draw out the deepest fear in their heart. Xiao Zhao was already traumatized, but now that he had shared the fear in his heart, he did feel better somewhat. The headmaster's door was still closed shut. The boss refused to show himself. Xiao Zhao, as the only worker who knew the truth, kept making things worse, and finally the fear within the other workers exploded. Blood wave crashed at them. This scene out of a nightmare happened in real life, and the feeling could not be described. The corridor seemed to morph into a python about to swallow them. The lights went off again, and every time that it came back on, the red shadow would be that much closer. The static in the speakers grew louder, and it eventually overwhelmed the original background music. Instead, a new sound appeared. It sounded like whispers and cries for help. No one could tell what it was. All they knew was that even if they closed their ears, they could still hear the sound. Whenever Su Yin took one step forward, the workers took one step back. It was unclear who made the first move, but just as they reached the mouth of the staircase, someone rushed down the stairs. However, once they saw the situation downstairs, they understood the seriousness of the situation. There was a worker lying unconscious at the door of the music classroom. An actor with white foam on his lips was curled up at the corner. People littered the corridor like a war had just happened there. The place was filled with signs of struggling. Just 1 hour earlier, those people had been having lunch with them, and now they were all lying unconscious on the ground. There was no scene more impactful than that. The real ghost has arrived. The demands from the boss, the code of conduct, the salary, the examination, everything was tossed out of their brains. Those employees only had one thing on their mind: get out of there. Because they knew that if they ran 1 step slower, it would be them who were lying on the ground with foam pouring out of their mouths. They did not dare stay even a minute longer. They rushed to the elevator, but no matter how many times they pressed on the button, the elevator refused to come up. It parked itself on the basement floor. The speakers placed in the corners broadcasted the screams of a stranger. The yelling pulled at the listeners' hearts, and chills ran all over their bodies. Damn it, who is hogging the elevator? But why would it stop at the basement? Shouldn't the ghost have left the underground? Wait, does this mean that there is another ghost down there? Now the key question is, since the elevator is the only exit, how are we supposed to get out of here? The remaining workers pushed at the elevator door, and the feeling of despair spread like a disease. You only have one exit here. What if there's an accident? Is this how Nightmare Academy treats its visitors? You view the visitors' safety so lightly. When Chenji said that, it did not cross his mind that his own haunted house did not even provide a single exit for the visitors. But there was one big difference between the two haunted houses. Once something happened at Chenji's haunted house, the employees would show up at the first moment to help the visitors by removing the threat. Being questioned by Chenji, the workers from Nightmare Academy stammered over the answer. Now is not the time to discuss something like that. Yes, I just remembered something. There are other passageways in our haunted house. The leader was struck by an inspiration. Follow me, we'll go up to the second floor. After the red specter appeared, everything in the building started to go wrong. The interior was encased in a thin layer of blood, and creepy noises kept coming out from the speakers. It felt like the spirits within the building had returned. In the emergency, the group did not stop to think about it, and followed the man as he rushed up to one of the scenarios on the second floor. This is it. The leader pulled back the thick curtains, and a weak ray of sunlight cut into the room. Without any hesitation, he kicked away the props on the ground. He grabbed one of the sturdier props and smashed the wooden boards that sealed the window. We can't leave by the door, but we can use the window. The workers at Nightmare Academy worked surprisingly well during the crisis. Without much order, the few employees started to move and began the deconstruction. Puh! The wooden boards started to loosen, and by then, Su Yin's footsteps were coming from the corridor. The sound of feet walking on blood caused everyone to break out in cold sweat. It came closer and closer. Quick, work faster! The thick stench of blood rushed in from the door. The sound of footsteps came closer and closer before finally disappearing. Just as everyone was confused, Su Yin's pale head peered into the room. He was blocking the doorway. He's here, he's coming to get us. The workers gave it their all as they took down the wooden boards, and the window before them became their only hope. Xinhai Central Street was Xinhai's city's most famous shopping avenue. No matter the time of day, the street was always bustling. Big cities are indeed different from small towns. Wu carried the new suitcase that his son had brought him and lugged it rather tiredly on his back while walking down the road. Some of the kinder passers-by told him that he could have dragged the suitcase on the ground, and that would save him some energy. To them, he explained that he was training his body, but in reality, it was because he could not bear to dirty the wheels of his son's present. This is such a beautiful suitcase. I won't allow it to get dirty. He had been poor for his whole life and supported his own son to college using his meager income from rearing crops. Now that his son had settled down, he had invited his old father to visit him in Xinhai. This was Wu's first time going on a long journey, and like a child, he was curious about everything. He looked at the skyscrapers that reached into the sky and could not help gasping continually at how different a big city was. He looked around the city for a long time, and when he was about to move forward, Wu suddenly heard an insistent banging sound that came from the second floor of one of the nearby buildings. Is it undergoing renovation? Before Wu had the chance to turn to look, he heard a loud bang coming from above. The originally sealed window was shattered with brute force. The wood chips floated down the sky. The crowd's attention was pulled toward it, and as they raised their heads, something even more shocking happened. A woman covered in red paint, with half a finger still stuck in her eye, jumped out from the broken window. Someone is committing suicide? Wu was so scared that the precious suitcase slipped from his fingers. He quickly pulled out his phone and tried to call the emergency services, but the woman turned in midair and landed rather safely. Then she climbed up from the ground and ran into the crowd, screaming. Before the crowd could recover, another man covered in blood with half of his face ruined by scars also jumped out of the window. A suicide pact, Wu just pressed 1. He was hesitating between calling the ambulance or the police. However, before he could make a decision, a childlike figure appeared at the window. Be careful! Wu dropped his phone and rushed forward as the small figure jumped out from the second-floor window. Without thinking about it, Wu reached out to catch the falling child. Searing pain came from his arms. He held on and opened his lips to ask, "Child, are you all right?" "Thank you so much." An adult male voice came from the small body. All Wu was so surprised that his arms weakened, and the person that he was carrying crumpled to the ground. The person did not make as much as a whimper when he landed. He held his bruised head and ran as far away from the building as he could. "What is happening? Should I call the police? What should I do?" All Wu stood where he was. Just at that moment, another figure dropped down from the second floor. The person was wearing a doctor's coat, and the tag around his neck pinpointed him as the health teacher. However, the man had 6 arms, and from the back he looked like a mutated spider. One after another, people in various strange outfits dropped down from the second floor of the building. Like a piece of living art, they had successfully attracted the attention of everyone on that boulevard. Chapter 752, Theme Park Care Unit, 2-in-1. Chenji was the last to jump down from the second floor. When he stood at the windowsill, he was shocked by the size of the crowd that had gathered on the street. "I seem to have gone overboard this time." To not allow himself to stand out too much, after a moment's hesitation, Chenji also leaped out from the window. "Another one is jumping. Go and catch him." The screams echoed down Xinhai Central Street, and more people started to rush toward the building. About 10 minutes later, after the police arrived, the scene finally started to calm down. "Do not stay here and block the road. Please refrain from blocking the traffic. Let the ambulance through." The police officers tried their best to move the spectators back. They did not spend too much time to find the few people who jumped out from the building. "The things hidden underground have come alive. Officers, I know this is very hard to understand, but that is the truth." Xiao Zhao kept jumping up and down, trying to get the police's attention. "There are still other visitors trapped inside. Quick, you have to go save them." Few haunted house workers were agitated, still calming down from the trauma. After being briefly interviewed by the police, the officers looked at them strangely. Initially, the police had thought that there was some kind of serial killing. Then they had thought that perhaps the haunted house had been set on fire, and the people inside had been forced to jump out from the window to escape. However, after hearing the explanation from the haunted house workers, the officers felt like they had been made a joke. "The things hidden underground? Do you know what the consequence of making a fake police report is?" The leading police officer warned with a grim expression. After getting a grasp of the situation, he suspected that this was a promotional feature by Nightmare Academy to obtain some traffic online. It was all a fake show. "We're not lying to you. It is real. The thing came out of nowhere. He was wearing a red shirt." The few conscious haunted house workers talked over each other to try to describe the situation to the officer. The eyes frozen in fear, the words that came a bit too quickly, the exaggerated manner in which they spoke. The haunted house workers appeared like they were still in character and were unable to shake their identity loose. Fine, where is your boss? I wish to talk to him, get him out here." The leader felt like he was unable to get through to these people. Communication was impossible. "The boss," the workers looked at each other. They all suddenly realized that their boss was still inside the haunted house. "Oh no, the boss is still inside." "What?" Waving the golf club in his hands, the boss of Nightmare Academy, Shang Guan Qing Hong, frowned slightly. "This is a bit too light. Oh well, I can't find a better weapon in such a short amount of time anyway. This will have to do." He turned to look at the computer screen and inspected the few clips that he had cut out from the surveillance video. Chenji was the main character in all of these videos, and the clips that he had taken all showed Chenji running away in fear while inside his haunted house. With such a weak boss, how is it possible that Jiuzheng Haunted House could ever reach the height of my Nightmare Academy? Their boss is so easily scared. Look, he's crying like a baby at my haunted house. Even though many accidents had happened that day, the boss was still very happy. He felt like he had saved the reputation of his haunted house and heavily damaged the pride and arrogance of his competitor. So what if the real ghost hiding underground has appeared? As long as it appears inside my haunted house, it can be counted as a part of my haunted house. All's fair in love and war. Shang Guan Qing Hong did not think that he had done anything wrong. I have the clips of Chenji being scared until he mentally collapsed. Now all I need is to leave this place safely. After all the clips that he needed were safely transferred to his phone, Shang Guan Qing Hong put his phone away. He put on a safety helmet, knee guards, and gripped the golf club with one hand. It's time to leave. Even though the thing coming from underground is creepy and scary, I have so many workers. As long as we cooperate together, nothing is going to harm us, not even a specter from the beyond. Taking in a deep breath, Shang Guan Qing Hong pulled open the door of the headmaster's office. "Everyone, do not panic. Listen to my instructions, and we will leave this place safely." The door opened, but there were no workers waiting for him outside like he had imagined. There was not a single person in the dark corridor, only the cold wind from the air conditioning. Where is everyone? Standing alone inside the very dark corridor, Shangguan Qinghong could not help his heart from racing. He took out the walkie-talkie and yelled loudly into it. Where are you? Zhao Zhao, All Li, Zhao Jiu. He switched through many channels, but there was no answer. The only response was the echo of his own voice reverberating down the corridor. What is going on? There was no one on the walkie-talkie, and no one answered his phone calls. It was as if he was the only person left in this world. Where has this bunch of slackers run off to? Shangguan Qinghong held the golf club tightly. After a brief panic, he immediately calmed down. When the accident happened, the first thing I did was contact them. The workers on this level should have gathered outside the door. Now that they have disappeared, there are only two explanations. First, the thing from underground is currently chasing after them. They have attracted the thing's attention to give me the chance to escape. Secondly, they have all been taken down already. If that's the case, it's pointless for me to be worried or afraid. I will eventually run into the thing. Blindly panicking will only make me lose my focus. Shangguan Qinghong was not easily fooled. After all, he was the boss of the biggest haunted house at Xinhai. However, probably due to the smooth sailing of his career, there was a clear deficiency in his personality. My goal has already been reached, so I only need to guarantee my own safety. Shangguan Qinghong decided to leave immediately. The safety of his workers, that was something to be worried about only after his own safety had been ensured. He edged carefully to the elevator. It took him a full 2 minutes to cover that short distance. The scenario that looked so familiar suddenly took on a strange and unique sense of horror. Wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead, Shangguan Qinghong pressed for the elevator to come. However, the elevator seemed to have malfunctioned, and it kept getting stuck at the basement. What is going on? He pressed the button several times before the number shown on the panel started to change. The elevator was slowly ascending. Why is it so slow, standing at the elevator door doing nothing? Fear curled itself around Shangguan Qinghong. He looked down the dark, empty corridor and felt like something would appear in the dark. Fear was like a toxin slowly spreading through his body. When the elevator reached the second floor, Shangguan Qinghong heard footsteps coming from the stairs. The background music also changed then. He could hear the voice of a strange man rather clearly. The thing is coming. The footsteps coming from the staircase became more pronounced. Shangguan Qinghong stared at the number on the panel, and both of his hands held the golf club tightly. Quick! When the footsteps appeared on the fourth floor, the elevator also reached the same floor. The elevator doors that were covered in different paints opened to the sides. Shangguan Qinghong hurried into it, but he only took the first step when his whole body froze. There was someone else inside the elevator. The man was cowering in the corner of the elevator booth. His face was pale. When he saw the haunted house boss carrying a golf club, he was given quite a fright. Who are you? Both of them spoke at the same time like they had rehearsed it earlier. They studied each other for about 3 seconds, and the boss was the first to break the silence. Are you one of the visitors? He was paying Chenji his full attention that day, so he had not paid much attention to the other visitors. The middle-aged man with a white face nodded cautiously. He looked at Shangguan Qinghong guardedly. And who are you? I am the boss of this haunted house. There is currently a small accident. Don't ask too many questions. The important thing is that I will now get you out. Before the visitor, the boss acted very professional. After hearing Shangguan Qinghong introduce himself as the boss, the other person inside the elevator sighed conspicuously in relief. Okay. When you're famous, there is bound to be some detractors. The accident today is because a competitor came here to create trouble. Normally, something like this wouldn't happen at my haunted house. Shangguan Qinghong forced a smile and very easily shifted all the blame onto Chenji, which was not that far from the truth. Friend, what is your name? My surname is Zhou. Everyone calls me All Zhou. The footsteps from the corridor came rapidly. They were already turning the corner of the fourth floor. Shangguan Qinghong quickly pressed for the elevator doors to close. The elevator doors that were painted with fake blood slowly closed, and those strange footsteps were drawing closer and closer. Currently trapped inside the elevator, the haunted house boss could not do anything. His heart was filled with anxiety. Close, close, close. Perhaps God heard Shangguan Qinghong's prayers. When the elevator doors closed shut, the footsteps were still several meters away. We're safe now. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, something that he did not expect then happened before his eyes. An arm reached out from inside the elevator to block the closing doors. Shangguan Qinghong swore that he was not mistaken. The pale arm indeed reached out from inside the elevator. The hand touched the elevator door, causing them to open again. Shangguan Qinghong glared at All Zhou, who had moved to the door, and he was so angry that his head was about to explode. His lips were devoid of color, but before he could get any words out, the thick stench of blood rushed into the elevator like a wave. When he raised his head, Shangguan Qinghong saw All Zhou move to the back, and a strange man was standing at the elevator door. The shirt was as red as blood, and black curses crawled all over his body, cutting in and out of his flesh and skin. "Don't come any closer." The haunted house boss squeezed himself into the corner and watched as the bloody figure strode into the elevator. From the corner of his eyes, he saw All Zhou press for the doors to close. The elevator doors slowly closed, and this time no one was there to stop them from closing. "What? Your boss is still inside the haunted house?" The leading officer saw the worry on the workers' faces, but he could not understand what had caused them to react thusly. "Officer, please, you have to save our boss. He's still on the 4th floor. There are other visitors still inside the haunted house." The officers felt like the haunted house workers did not sound like they were joking, so they nodded. They gathered at the front entrance of the haunted house. "This elevator is the only exit in our haunted house, but the elevator is currently being controlled by some unnatural beings. It stopped at the basement and refused to move." Xiao Zhao was jumping all over when he spoke. He led the way and pointed at the panel showing the number. However, when he saw the number of the panel, his whole person froze. The number showing was 2, which meant that the elevator was currently on the 2nd floor. "The elevator moved. This must mean that the thing from the basement has taken the elevator up to the 2nd floor," Xiao Zhao screamed. The number on the panel was still changing, and it soon turned to 1. Several seconds later, the elevator doors opened slowly before the police officers and the haunted house workers. The boss of Nightmare Academy was lying unconscious on the ground, still gripping the golf club. His body was spasming, and the man had already lost his consciousness. "Boss," the workers rushed forward. "Please, someone call the ambulance." If this was a self-made show, it had gone over the line. The boss himself was unconscious. The leading officer soon realized that things were far more serious than he had imagined. He quickly ordered a few men to take the elevator into the building. They scoured the whole building but could not find the unnatural being mentioned by the haunted house workers. Instead, they ran into many fainted haunted house workers and a couple that looked at them strangely. When they saw the police approach, the couple thought that they were actors of the haunted house. They tried their best to trigger the event. About 30 minutes later, the area near the entrance was cleared out. The fainted haunted house workers and boss were sent away in ambulances. The remaining visitors and actors stayed back to give their statements to the police. In the end, everyone was taken to the nearest police station. Sitting inside the police car, Chenji very expertly helped himself put on the seatbelt. He did not expect that his first visit to Xinhai would end up with him sitting inside Xinhai City's police car. "Officer, you have to trust me. I am really innocent. I came from Jiujiang and traveled so far just to visit the haunted house. Actually, I am also one of the victims." "What? Get out the way. Emergency. Get out of the way." Medical carts rolled down the corridor, rushing the unconscious patients into the emergency room. "There's no more space. Send the other patients to the other sick hall. Xiao Zhang, go and call Dr. Liu and Dr. Su, who are on off-duty, to come back to work." A large group of workers at the haunted house on Xinhai's Central Street have fallen unconscious. Current speculation is that they all suffer from food poisoning. They might have ingested food that caused hallucinations. There is nothing wrong on the physical scan. They probably suffered from some kind of trauma, and the fainting is because the body's self-defense mechanism kicking in. When will they wake up? The leading officer was suffering from a headache. Xinhai had always had a good security, and the area under his jurisdiction had never seen something like this before. "No clue. Shortest will be 1 or 2 hours, but it might be days. We cannot tell for sure." The doctor could not give an exact answer. "If you are in a hurry, I suggest you transfer them to Jiujiang Central Hospital. I hear the doctors there specialize in fainting spells. They even have a special care unit that accept patients with this kind of illness." "There's a hospital that specializes in treating fainting patients?" The leading officer hesitated. This had gone beyond something that he could make quick decision about. "Other patients should be fine, but the condition of the patient by the name of Shangguan Qinghong is very serious. He is in a deep coma and does not respond to any external stimuli. It is my professional suggestion that he be transferred to Jiujiang immediately. He should receive treatment from the leading experts." "Okay, I will report that to my superior instantly." The leading officer nodded. "The hospital in Jiujiang is called Jiujiang Central Hospital, yes." Yes, Jiujiang Central Hospital, number 514, Theme Park Care Unit, the doctor said seriously. I do not know why they named their unit that way, but I am certain that they are the best of the best in treating coma and fainting patients. Chapter 753, Who? Say again. I've memorized the name of the care unit. I will relay that to my superior now. You'd better move fast. The patient's condition is very unstable. If he stays in coma for too long, it'll cause damage to his brain. Understood. The leader left an officer behind to manage the scene while he led the other people back to the police station. Pushing open the glass door of the police station, a wave of commotion rushed at the captain. He frowned, looking at his place of work. The place was bustling with people, and they had exaggerated expressions as they unloaded their grievances onto the officers on duty. This has become such a lawless place. Is this how the rules work? The captain yelled at the young officers who were on duty. His voice was stern. Captain Kai, you're finally back. It's not that we're not following the rules, but the situation is very unique. The young officer handed the compiled written record to Captain Kai. Red Spectre, ghost stories, spirits underground, knows how to play the piano. What is all this? Captain Kai slammed the document heavily on the table. Have you all gone insane? Have you lost your basic common sense? No, Captain. We've tried to understand it, and we even used the lie detector. It doesn't look like they're lying. Horsker *P. Toss that broken machine out then. Captain Kai was angered. He took over the investigation personally, but after a long period questioning, he realized that he had spoken too soon. This group of actors that had escaped from the haunted house were so into character that it appeared like they were no longer able to differentiate between ghost stories and the real world. Has that haunted house hired a bunch of asylum patients? Since he could not get anything from the haunted house workers, Captain Kai decided to shift his focus to the visitors. The workers could have lied to protect the haunted house, but the visitors would not. To prevent the workers from being influenced by the actors, Captain Kai purposely moved the 3 visitors to a separate room. Follow me, please. After closing the door, Captain Kai, who maintained a severe expression, finally relaxed. Calm down, you only need to answer honestly. There is no need to be concerned. This was Li Yuan and Zhu Li's first time at the police station, so they were nervous. In comparison, Chen Ji looked as comfortable as if he was at his own home. He even got up to use the water dispenser to fetch himself a glass of water. When the accident happened, there were only the 3 of you inside the haunted house, right? Captain Kai's eyes moved away from Chen Ji to fall on the couple. There were also 3 students and a young woman who didn't like to speak, Li Yuan answered. We verified the identities of these 4. They are all temporary actors hired by the haunted house. Captain Kai had his men send in the written record, and he flipped through the details casually. Give it some more thought. During your tour, did you come across other visitors or people that didn't appear normal? People that didn't appear that normal? Through the window of the room, Li Yuan looked outside. None of them looked normal. He really did not understand what was happening. He merely went for a haunted house visit but ended up at the police station. Sir, me and my girlfriend just went to visit a haunted house, hoping that it would be a memorable date. We had no idea the place was hiding such a big secret. If we knew that, we would have demanded to be let out. Why would we stay there for so long? Understood. In other words, the 2 of you didn't come across the red monster mentioned by the actors during your tour. Captain Kai very quickly caught onto the key. The visitors had no reason to lie, so they should be telling the truth. The monster and spirits at the bottom of the building are probably a show designed by themselves. I suspect that this is their latest promotional method. I guess so. Li Yuan and Zhu Li were still shivering. They had only just realized that the 3 students and young woman were all actors. To have actors play visitors to get their trust before betraying them, that was a cruel tactic. Captain Kai asked a few more questions, and they answered honestly. In the end, Captain Kai could not get anything new, so he moved his attention back to Chen Ji. What's your name? Chen Ji. I hear you're from Jiujiang, and you came here today to visit this haunted house. Yes, I operate a haunted house myself, and I came to visit the biggest haunted house in Xinhai to study. Chen Ji did not hide this information because he knew that the police could find it out easily. In other words, you are in the same business as the actors outside. Captain Kai narrowed his eyes. Years of experience told him this young man was more than he seemed. My business is incomparable to theirs. I have a small budget business. They are much better than I am. Chen Ji pouted sadly. According to witness accounts, you jumped down from the 2nd floor window alongside the actors. So did you see the red monster that they mentioned? Honestly, I was made confused by them. At the time, everyone was screaming and the speakers were broadcasting this strange noise. Everyone was running, so I was following them. No matter what Captain Kai asked, Chenji's answers were perfect. Okay, the three of you, please follow this officer. After we complete some paperwork, you can leave. After they left, Captain Kai stared at the chair that Chenji had vacated. This young man's mind is very sharp and his answers were perfect. It was if before I asked the question, he already had the answer. He doesn't appear that old but has a calmness beyond his age. During our conversation, there was not a ripple of emotion in his eyes. That is too scary. No, I need to look further into this. Perfection is a form of imperfection. Captain Kai used the computer to log into the law enforcement server. In the modern age, looking for criminal data was very simple. After he keyed in Chen Ji's information, he was stunned when he saw the page that popped up. The man was not only not a criminal, he had even been given a medal for his numerous contributions to the city of Jiujiang. He had received medal and award from the inspector of Jiujiang Station personally. He had also been a helpful aid in many police cases. Just the information of his commendation was enough to fill up a whole page. With his lips twitching, Captain Kai suspected that Chen Ji was an undercover police officer sent over by Jiujiang law enforcement. This kind of background was rare even in Xinhai. There is short interval of time between each entry. Does this guy spend most of his time doing nothing but wandering about the various crime scenes? Captain Kai found that very hard to accept. After reading through everything, he took out his phone and called a number. It rang a few times before being answered. An impatient voice came from the other end. "All Kai, speak quickly. I don't have time to waste." "Li Zheng, after you got transferred to Jiujiang's heavy crime unit, even your tone has changed. We're working on a homicide case, so I don't have time to chat. I'm hanging up. After this case is over, I'll treat you to a meal." "Wait, this won't take up too much of your time." Captain Kai looked at the computer screen. "I'm calling you because I want to ask you about someone." "Who?" "Chen Ji." "Who, say again?" "He's the boss of a haunted house in Jiujiang. His name is Chen Ji. I saw the page that you had on him inside the shared server." "He has gone to Xinhai." Li Zheng sounded worried. "Yes, we got an emergency call this afternoon. People were jumping out from a haunted house, and we found him there." "Was he the one who made the call?" "No, he was one of the jumpers." Chapter 754, Pleasant Surprise. "Chenji jumped out of the building. That shouldn't be. Is he all right?" Li Zheng sounded confused. "That kid is very well trained. Quite a number of people jumped out of the second-floor window, and he is the only one that walked away unscathed." Captain Kai was confused as well. He had checked the surveillance footage from the building opposite. Of all the jumpers, Chen Ji was the one with the most experience. The slowing down, the landing pose, everything was right out from the textbook like he had done it many times before. "That does sound suspicious, but I don't think you should worry that much. As long as it was not him who made the call, it probably isn't anything big." Li Zheng shared his experience. "We have a few injured individuals and some still unconscious. That is nothing serious. I don't know why he is in Xinhai. If you have the misfortune of receiving his emergency call in the future, you will understand what I mean. All Kai, enjoy the temporary peace now. I still have something else to do. I gotta run." Li Zheng then prepared to hang up. "Wait a minute, what do you mean by that? If you don't explain yourself, there is no way I am going to let you hang up." Captain Kai could be quite stubborn. Fine, you win. What else do you want to know? Ask quickly." Li Zheng was really busy. He had just gotten discharged from the hospital, and the work had been piling up. He had more than a few cases that he needed follow-up on. "I've looked through his information, and the time between each entry of his police work involvement is very short. In fact, there's a period where he provided 2 vital pieces of information for 2 different cases within 1 week. Captain Kai sounded serious. Can a normal person run into 2 serious crime cases within 1 week? Can so many killings happen so consistently around a normal person? Unless he's the killer, the possibility of this is very, very low. Your suspicion is very valid, but did I say that he is a normal person? Li Zheng knew the man had misunderstood something. So he really is one of your people. I wish that was the case. The kid has a natural talent for law enforcement, but unfortunately he wastes that talent on running a haunted house. Li Zheng sighed regretfully. When we first received the call from him, we ran a thorough background check on him. He might look easygoing and very not serious normally, but he carries a pain that he doesn't share with others. Oh, what's his story? About 1 year ago, both of his parents practically disappeared off the face of the earth. There were no bodies or any news about them. Even now, the case is still open. Based on the report from a local senior, the child was devastated. He lived a purposeless life for a very long time and finally found his footing several months ago. It was probably then that he started to take it upon himself to find his parents. The surveillance near his home showed him leaving home late at night. He was probably compiling his own clues. He went to those dangerous places to look for his family. After hearing what Li Zheng had to say, Captain Kai did not respond instantly. His memory of Chen Ji appeared in his mind, and that pair of calm eyes struck him the most. His actions are very dangerous. Haven't you tried to advise him against doing so? We've done that more times than I can count, but it's pointless. Actually, I can understand why. Place yourself in his shoes, his family is still missing, and all the memories in the past have become a haunting memory. A person like that will definitely hate criminals with a passion. Li Zheng had a lot of respect for Chen Ji. He admired him a lot. He had survived a complicated and troubled past to grow into a man with a great, unshakable sense of justice. Captain Kai started to see it that way as well. Okay, I get it now. I won't disturb you anymore. Captain Kai hung up. He looked at the long page of Chen Ji's heroics and spaced out. Who knew what he was thinking? After a long time, he took out his phone to call his superior to ask them for permission to send the boss of Nightmare Academy to Jiujiang for treatment. After getting the permission, Captain Kai departed for the hospital immediately. Chen Ji left Xinhai Police Station at around 5 p.m. Compared to Jiujiang Police Station, the procedure undertaken at Xinhai Station was much more complicated, but that was probably because the officers in Jiujiang knew Chen Ji and skipped most of the steps. I thought that I could leave around noon, but ended up spending a whole day here. After leaving the station, Chen Ji got a cab and headed back to Nightmare Academy. After all, he needed to meet up with Su Yin and Al Zhou. Xinhai Central Street was filled with busy people as usual. The incident that afternoon did not slow down the traffic there. With his head lowered, Chen Ji mixed in with the crowd and glanced at the haunted house. The door was closed and there was police tape at the door. I can't use the front door. I'll need to cut through the shops. Chen Ji entered the shopping lot through the building's other entrance. He activated the recorder to try to contact Su Yin. He walked around the building for several minutes, and suddenly the recorder gave out a static sound. Chen Ji realized that Su Yin had sensed him. He turned into the toilet and found an unoccupied cubicle and started to call Su Yin's name in his heart. The lights in the toilet flickered and the doors creaked. Suddenly, the light went out. The faucet dripped noisily, and a faded scent of blood permeated the air. Then a row of bloody letter appeared on the cubicle door. The toilet of the underground parking lot. Su Yin wants me to go there. Chen Ji did not think too much of it and headed to the basement parking lot. He searched for a long time but could not find a toilet. All he found was an abandoned storeroom that had a no-entry sign on it. This should be the place, right? Opening the door, Chen Ji entered it. This place had indeed formerly been a toilet, but it had been abandoned a long time ago and was used to store various trash. He called Su Yin again, and this time the red Su Yin and the honestly smiling Al Zhou appeared at the same time. Boss, we found something inside this haunted house. Al Zhou led the way. They opened the door of the last cubicle. The wall was broken down, and behind it was a dim, dark passageway. After moving all the wooden boards that blocked the way away, Chen Ji and his 2 employees walked into it. This place is connected to the haunted house's basement. It leads to a sealed scenario. With Al Zhou leading the way, Chen Ji came to a scenario that was completely sealed up using wooden boards. After removing the boards, Chen Ji looked into it. The whole scenario was empty. Most of the props had been removed, leaving behind a desk in the middle of the room. It was a normal desk, nothing special about it. Chen Ji looked inside the drawer and found a diary sitting inside. Is this what you found? Chen Ji took the diary out and flipped through it. He thought that the content looked very familiar. He took out the diary that he had obtained during Nightmare Academy's new student welcoming ceremony. After comparison, the 2 diaries were about 90% similar. The only difference was that the diary inside the drawer had all of its words sewn on the pages using red threads. It looked rather scary. Boss, this diary is written using blood vessels from behind the door, so it came from one of the doors. Chapter 755. This hospital has fast Wi-Fi 2-in-1. This diary came from behind the door? Chen Ji knew that Al Zhou would not say something like that to trick him. He placed both of the diaries that he had found at Nightmare Academy on the table. Boss, I suspect that the success behind Nightmare Academy is because the boss took a lot of inspiration from this diary when he was designing the haunted house. The content of the diary records the scenarios behind the door very clearly, and the boss practically recreated the whole scenario behind the door in real life. All Joe gave his own opinion. Could it be that the boss of the Nightmare Academy has entered the world behind the door? Those who managed to survive a trip to the world behind the door were definitely not normal. We've interacted with the boss of Nightmare Academy already. He's just a normal person with a heart weaker than normal, so I sincerely doubt that he has been to the world behind the door. He probably found this diary by accident. After All Joe gave his analysis, he turned the diary to the last page. The handwriting in this diary is all different. It is written by different individuals, and some of the pages have been torn apart. However, that is not that important. The important thing is that Su Yin and I found this inside the diary. All Joe pointed at the bottom of the diary's last page, where several words were written. I die 1-3, School of the Afterlife, run. The phrases did not seem connected, and it was hard to tell what the writer was trying to convey. All Joe and Su Yin saw the term School of the Afterlife, and they knew that their boss had been trying to find information on this school. When he saw the term School of Afterlife, even the glow in Chen Ji's eyes changed. School of the Afterlife? Could it be that this diary was taken out of the door at this phantom school? That is highly probable, but I think that we should ask the haunted house's boss in person to find out the truth. All Joe scratched his head. The man is probably still at the hospital. Since he was the last person left inside the haunted house, Su Yin and I decided to play with him for a while. There's no need to worry. The police did brief me a bit about the boss situation. They told me that he is not in mortal danger, so we should get moving to the hospital to find him. School of the Afterlife was the first 4-star trial mission given by the Black Phone. The time limit to unlock the mission was almost up, but Chen Ji was not confident that he could complete it. Su Yin was injured, and Zhang Ye was hibernating. It was very dangerous to commit to a 4-star trial mission in his current state. However, Chen Ji was unwilling to give up on this mission. The futuristic theme park was about to open for business, so if he stopped working on his haunted house, the customers that he had gathered over the few months prior would most likely abandon him. This was why he had been researching the School of the Afterlife so much. Be it to attempt the trial mission or to abandon it, he would require plenty of information before he came to a decision. You've been here the whole afternoon. Did you find anything else? There was another purpose that Chen Ji had asked All Joe and Su Yin to stay back. He wanted them to examine this location. All Joe shook his head. Even though this building is situated at a strong yin location and shields itself from the sunlight no matter the time of the year, which means that the yin energy is heavily pooled here. Since it is situated on Xinhai Central Street where people come and go much too often, there are no ghosts or monsters that linger here. It has been built in the middle of a busy city, but it is also a place where lingering spirits can stay for a long time. The location of this haunted house is perfect. The more Chen Ji stayed there, the more he fell in love with it. When I return, I seriously need to talk to Director Luo about this. Chen Ji shoved both of diaries into his backpack. He summoned back Su Yin and All Joe and silently sneaked out of Nightmare Academy. I need to find a way to wake up the boss of Nightmare Academy as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Dr. Wei is busy manning the fort at the haunted house, or else this could easily be solved. When he was at the police station, Chen Ji had overheard the name of the hospital where the haunted house workers had been admitted. After he left the underground parking lot, he hailed a cab to rush to that hospital. This hospital in Xinhai was huge. There were a lot of patients. Chen Ji walked around for a long time before he found an officer standing on duty outside one of the sick rooms. The actors from Nightmare Academy are inside the sick room. Chen Ji pretended to walk past the sick room, but when he passed the glass window in the door, his pupils narrowed as he used yin-yang vision. Almost everyone is in there, but how come the boss is nowhere to be seen? Is he still in the emergency room? That's impossible. All Joe and Su Yin are both so kind, so they wouldn't have harmed him so seriously. Chen Ji knew his employees well, and he placed his trust in them. Before arousing the officer's suspicion, Chen Ji went to accost the officer. He asked with a face filled with worry and anxiety, "Sir, is my big brother all right?" Hearing that breath that was catching in Chen Ji's throat and seeing the worry on Chen Ji's face, even though the officer was confused, he did not turn Chen Ji away. "Who is your big brother?" "He's the boss of Nightmare Academy. I heard that something bad happened to him. How's he doing?" "You are Shang Guan Qinghong's younger brother." The officer tried to calm Chen Ji down. "Your brother's condition is not looking so good. He is in deep coma. Following his doctor's suggestion, we transferred him to Jiujiang City to seek better treatment." "You've sent him to Jiujiang?" The shock on Chen Ji's face could not be hidden, but he reacted very quickly. He swiftly added, You refused to let him seek treatment at the biggest hospital in Xinhai, but transferred him to a hospital at a small town. Based on my knowledge, the medical standard there is much lower than Xinhai. Are you treating my brother's life as some kind of joke? Please calm down. Yes, the overall medical standard of Jiujiang is not as good as Xinhai, but in treatment of trauma and coma, they are the experts. You aren't lying to me, are you? You can look it up online if you want. The hospital's name is Jiujiang Central Hospital. They have a care unit that specializes in fainting cases. After obtaining the information that he wanted, Chen Ji excused himself from the officer, and he was ready to leave. Wait a moment. Seeing Chen Ji's back, the officer suddenly felt that this young man looked familiar. He seemed to have met him that afternoon. Without turning around, Chen Ji rushed into the crowd and escaped into the stairwell when the officer was not looking. This officer has such a good memory, I was almost recognized by him. To prevent another encounter with the officer, Chen Ji headed to the second floor. He wished to take a detour around the first floor before leaving, but he only took a few steps, and something caused him to stop. There was someone sitting on the bench outside of a private sick room, and the man was looking at him with a strange look on his face. Boss, didn't you go to visit a haunted house? Why are you at the hospital? The man who was sitting outside the private sick room is none other than Zhang Jingju. That morning, he had asked Chen Ji for a day off because his father was ill, and he wished to return to Xinhai to visit him. Since Chen Ji wanted to visit Nightmare Academy, the two had taken the same train to Xinhai. Chen Ji did not dawdle on this question for long. He could not possibly tell him that the hospital was actually his third stop, because he had taken a detour to the police station before going there. How's your father doing? Chen Ji sat down next to Zhang Jingju and glanced through the window into the sick room. He's fine, Zhang Jingju sighed. Sometimes I feel so useless. I should have returned earlier to see him. Earlier we had a very long talk. Even though decades of conflicts could not be resolved just like that, at least both of us have taken that first step. Staring through the window, Zhang Jingju looked at the old man in bed who was asleep. When I was young, I saw him as an unreasonable B***starred with a horrible temper. He had meetings to attend every day and disliked coming home. Now that he's fallen, seeing him lying in bed, I suddenly realized that even for someone as strong as him, they will eventually grow old. Silently turning his head away, Zhang Jingju took a deep breath before continuing in his usual tone. I'm sorry, I haven't seen him for so long so. It's okay, I understand. Chen Ji patted Zhang Jingju's shoulder lightly, but he did not say anything. He just quietly stayed by his side. After Zhang Jingju reached adulthood, he had lived in Jiujiang alone. Other than the father inside the sick room, he did not have any other family, so Chen Ji was the only other person that he could unload on at that moment. When it was almost 6 p.m., Zhang Jingju called a nurse over and handed her a letter. He asked for her help to hand it to his father, and then he left with Chen Ji. Boss, when we were coming down earlier, why did the police officer keep looking at you? Shouldn't you care more about the fact that there is police presence at the hospital? Oh yeah, why are there police officers in the hospital? Was there a big case? Perhaps. The two took the last train back to Jiujiang. Once they left the train station, Chen Ji and Zhang Jingju took a cab to go back to western Jiujiang's new Century Park. Chen Ji had been away for the whole day, so he was worried that something might have happened at the haunted house. Zhang Jingju went along to offer help. After all, he had missed work for the whole day, and when he went to visit his father, Chen Ji had even given him a large sum of money, telling him to buy something for his father. To be honest, Zhang Jingju was very touched. When they arrived at the park and entered the haunted house, Chen Ji realized that his worry was unnecessary. The operation in the day did not have any problems. Xiao Gu and Su Wan had left work after cleaning the bathroom. Scissors had followed Uncle Su around the theme park to help whenever he could, and Uncle Su had used the opportunity to introduce him to the other workers. This was Uncle Su's kindness towards Scissors. Scissors did not like to speak and preferred to be alone. Unlike Xiao Gu, if no one guided him, he would probably not interact with the other workers at the theme park for the rest of his life. Uncle Su, was everything fine this morning? Chen Ji did not expect to see so many workers at the theme park even though it was already so late. They were hurrying with the decoration to prepare for the imminent holiday. Without you around, the place could not have been calmer. It is much better than before. Uncle Su looked like he was in a good mood. Big fish can only survive in tumultuous weather. We can't be satisfied with a calm environment. Chen Ji had Zhang Jingju go and help the workers. He entered the haunted house and returned the specters in his backpack back to their posts. It had been a very interesting outing. It proved that he could go on in the morning to do his own thing without worrying about the haunted house. My workers have already familiarized themselves with the rules, so I can leave this place to them. After walking around all the scenarios and ensuring that everything was fine, Chenji summoned the doctors into his comic and left New Century Park again to head to Jiujiang Central Hospital. What? Slowly opening his eyes, the hospital's white glow landed on his face. Nightmare Academy's boss, Shangguan Qinghong, pursed his dry lips, and several seconds later his consciousness slowly returned. His head felt very heavy, and the world was spinning slightly. He tried to raise his hand and finally managed it after a few attempts. Where am I? He turned his neck with some effort. Shangguan Qinghong realized that he was lying on a hospital bed and two doctors were standing next to him. This is Jiujiang Central Hospital's Special Care Unit. You have been unconscious for a whole afternoon. We attempted many methods to resuscitate you, the lead doctor told Shangguan Qinghong to stay quick. Take a good rest. We've contacted the police from Xinhai City. They will probably arrive tomorrow. The police? Why did you contact the police? Shangguan Qinghong held his own head. He felt like he had just experienced a particularly realistic nightmare. We do not know the exact details. We are doctors, and our responsibility is merely to help people. Stay here and rest. Based on our previous experience, long-term comas like yours usually include some aftereffects, and you'll need some time to get used to it. The doctors explained a little bit more before leaving. Yet Shangguan Qinghong had no idea why he was at Jiujiang Hospital. Boss, did you also go to visit his haunted house? A familiar voice came from the adjacent bed. Shangguan Qinghong turned to his side and saw a man with a feminine face looking at him with a bitter smile. Li Changyin, why are you here as well? Shangguan Qinghong had not expected to find one of his own workers at the hospital. This room is specially designed to treat the visitors from New Century Park. Not only me, everyone here is a victim of that haunted house. Li Changyin pointed at the other beds, and only then did Shangguan Qinghong realize how big the room was. It was a combination of 3 sick rooms. Shangguan Qinghong felt rather embarrassed that his weakness had been exposed to the others, but he soon realized that there was no mocking in these people's eyes. Instead, there was plenty of pity and understanding. What is this sense of camaraderie? With a dry cough, Shangguan Qinghong struggled to sit up. All of you fainted in Western Jiujiang's haunted house. The other patients all nodded. Changyin, you got here earlier than me. Can you give me an introduction? Shangguan Qinghong winked at Li Changyin. The patient in bed 1, the one nearest to the window, is Fei Yuliang. He was this unit's first patient. By now, he has almost fully recovered, but do not mention anything related to relationships around him, or he will act up instantly. The uncle in the second bed is an engineer from the futuristic theme park, and he suffers from night terrors. In the third bed, Li Changyin introduced them one by one, and his voice was laced with pity. It almost caused Shangguan Qinghong to shed tears. This whole room was filled with victims, and their experiences kept getting worse and worse. All right, that's enough. Shangguan Qinghong looked at all the patients in the room, and his fists slowly tightened. After a long time, he finally said, We have undergone the same experience. We are all the victims of that haunted house, so we cannot allow this to go unpunished. Shangguan Qinghong was a boss. He had experienced many big events, and he would not surrender so easily. What do you plan to do? The engineer from the futuristic theme park asked. He felt like Shangguan Qinghong was different from other patients. I think that we should cooperate together. We are all victims. We can write down our separate experiences and then find some flaws or weakness in them. Shangguan Qinghong's eyes slowly narrowed and sharpened. His words attracted the interest of all the patients. Brother, what is your name? Fei Yuliang was the one who had basically recovered. Normally, he looked and acted no different from a normal person. Shangguan Qinghong. Even from your name, I know you're meant for great things. Fei Yuliang wanted to say something else, but his eyes suddenly caught sight of the window outside the room. His body shivered involuntarily, and he could barely believe his own eyes. Chapter 756, 2 of us left. Many unsightly memories flashed through his mind. Fei Yuliang rubbed his eyes before moving his head away. That should be my imagination. My condition has worsened again. He wouldn't show up here. Before coming here, I had no idea that the haunted house has victimized so many people. I feel so sorry for all of us. Shangguan Qinghong then connected the dots. He knew that ghosts had appeared at his haunted house, but he had no idea that it was related to Chen Ji. The confusion in his eyes disappeared. Shang Guan Qinghong heard the resentment buried in Feng Yuliang's words. When he suggested that they should gang up to ruin Chen Ji's haunted house, he had seen lights shining in his fellow patient's eyes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Shang Guan Qinghong knew how to make use of resource to achieve his own goal. Chang Yin, you should form a group and get everyone to join. After I've recovered, we will start discussing how to deal with that haunted house. Don't get your hopes up. The engineer from the futuristic theme park was someone who had been through many things, and he was not used to getting orders from others. If we could launch a counterattack, we would have done that already, so do you think things are that simple? He scoffed at Shang Guan Qinghong's suggestion. In the industry, the futuristic theme park was the largest force, and they had done plenty of things openly and in the dark against Chen Ji's haunted house, but they had all failed. Now, a patient who had also fainted promised to succeed where they failed. The engineer thought that it was unrealistic. If you've lost the urge to resist, you are destined to live in the haunted house's shadow, and you will never recover from your illness. Shang Guan Qinghong was calm. Holding his dizzy head, he wished to sit up because that would make him appear more in control. What do you mean by that? Didn't you faint in the haunted house as well? Have you heard of pot calling the kettle black? The engineer picked up the teacup from the table. When he looked around, he caught sight of Fei Yuliang's body shaking. I am different from you. Even though Shang Guan Qinghong's face was pale, there was a victorious smile on his face. I did not faint in his haunted house. I fainted in my own haunted house. Your haunted house? The engineer was confused. This was nothing to boast about, so why the pride on the man's face? Yes, I own a haunted house myself, but my haunted house is definitely scarier than Jiujiang's haunted house. Shang Guan Qinghong maintained his mysterious smile. I have a secret weapon, one that is not available at any other haunted houses on the market. What secret weapon? The patients turned to him with curiosity. If I tell you, will it be a secret? Shang Guan Qinghong was very confident because he had personally experienced that fear before. Shang Guan Qinghong's acting made Li Changyan next to him feel something. He whispered to ask, Boss, the thing downstairs has returned. Yes, the thing from before that scared Xiao Tan insane. Boss, are you sure about that? This is not a joke. If that thing really appears in the haunted house, not only the visitors, even our workers won't be able to stay inside the haunted house. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Shang Guan Qinghong lay in bed. His face was white and his limbs weak, but he had the confidence of a general who knew that the war ahead was his to be won. What are you two talking about? The engineer looked at Shang Guan Qinghong. You fainted at your own haunted house, so you have no right to speak at all. I suggest you go and take a spin around New Century Park's haunted house before you come to talk to us about cooperation. I know you won't believe me. Shang Guan Qinghong nudged his tight neck. Changyan, get me my phone. Open the third video file for him to see. Li Changyan took out the phone and found the video. It was the video that Shang Guan Qinghong had cut from his haunted house's surveillance cameras. Chen Ji was inside the underground corridor, and suddenly he saw something scary. His body lost balance, and he jumped from fright. See this? The man that you're afraid of was defeated by me in my haunted house. In terms of fear level, my haunted house and his are not even on the same level. Shang Guan Qinghong omitted the part where his place was really haunted. This is really the boss from New Century Park. The engineer watched it multiple times to ensure it was not a tempered video. Finally, he believed Shang Guan Qinghong. He was about to discuss the revenge against Chen Ji when he raised his head and saw that familiar face outside the door. Wait a minute. The engineer's arm was shaking. Before he could put the phone down, he saw the room door being pushed open. Silence fell over the room, and the patients did not dare to even breathe too loudly. I'm not lying to you, am I? Since his body had not recovered, Shang Guan Qinghong titled his head to look at the engineer. Join the group first. I will slowly teach this B***starred who does not know his limit a lesson. Cough, cough. Li Changyan held his lips and started to cough violently. As he did so, he blinked continuously at his boss. Are you okay? I'm sorry to have put you through this, Changyan, but don't you worry. It won't be long before the day you see that man being admitted into this very room. Then we will have gotten our revenge. Since they were competitors, Shang Guan Qinghong had been meaning to deal with Chen Ji for a long time. A haunted house in a small town dares to trick people with words and fake videos online. It is time for the man to face the music. Shang Guan Qinghong realized that no one was reacting to his words. He frowned. Changyan, why do you keep coughing? Should I call the doctor for you? No, I think it's time for my meds. Li Changyin turned to the shelves to look for his things, but the shelves were mainly used to store clothes. What about the rest of you? Why aren't you sleeping? Shang Guan Qinghong turned to Fei Yuliang. Little brother, you were the first one to come here, so we will start with you. We will go around sharing our experiences and see if we can find any weakness or leverage in your stories. Fei Yuliang, who had initially admired Shang Guan Qinghong, suddenly acted like he could not hear the man. He leaned next to the window and took out his phone while looking at the moon outside. Mom, I don't think I'll be coming home this new year. Work is very busy. It's only June. It's nothing, I'm just calling to wish you an early new year. What is going on? Shang Guan Qinghong felt that something was wrong, and he turned to the engineer. The latter instantly avoided his gaze like he did not know this person at all. He held the phone in his palms and looked at the video with deep interest. This hospital's Wi-Fi sure is fast. There's no lagging at all. These videos published by Western Jiujiang's haunted house are very interesting. Videos? Aren't you holding my phone? Shang Guan Qinghong soon realized the problem. He turned his neck around as far as he could, and when he did, he almost fainted again. The sickroom door was open, and Chen Ji was standing next to his bed holding his backpack. You've awakened already. This is such a waste. I went far and wide to find a professional doctor for you. A warm smile hung on his face. It was as if Chen Ji did not hear what the man had said earlier. When did you arrive? Shang Guan Qinghong became quite a fright. He probably would not dare to sleep on his side ever again. I just arrived. I have some questions for you, and I hope you will answer them honestly. Chen Ji first took out the fake diary from Nightmare Academy and showed it to Shang Guan Qinghong. Where did you get this diary? I wrote it myself. Why? The man was still trying to argue. Then what about this? Chen Ji then took out the diary that he had found in Nightmare Academy's basement. When he saw the blood-like handwriting inside the diary, Shang Guan Qinghong's face turned paler. You don't want to tell me? Chen Ji did not force the man. Instead, he turned to the other patients. I wish to talk to this man alone. Christ, I left my glasses in the bathroom. I need to go get them. The doctor told us to go for more walks. It's good for our health, so I think I'll go for a stroll. Wait, we'll go with you. The patients had been waiting for the cue to leave. With a speed that surprised Chen Ji, they cleared out of the room. Great, now there are only two of us. Chen Ji pulled over a chair and sat down next to Shang Guan Qinghong. Chapter 757, Night Before 2-in-1. There are no outsiders now, so there's no reason to worry. Tell me everything you know. Chen Ji placed both diaries before Shang Guan Qinghong. Where did you find this? Shang Guan Qinghong had not recovered from the shock. From what he saw at Nightmare Academy, even though Chen Ji might not have been scarred permanently from his experience, he should have fainted at least. However, the Chen Ji before him was not only very well, he radiated a very dangerous presence around him. Your haunted house is truly haunted, and the origin of all the tragedies began with this diary. Chen Ji pulled open the zipper of his bag. If Shang Guan Qinghong wished to play dumb any longer, he would summon the few doctors to give the man a thorough examination. After a moment's silence, Shang Guan Qinghong suddenly laughed. He moved his neck around with difficulty to look at Chen Ji. Even if I tell you now, it is useless because the thing inside this diary has already left. Now, it's nothing more than an empty shell. Empty shell? That only piqued Chen Ji's interest even more. Looks like you know many things. I will not lie to you. I bought this diary from a mother. Her child unfortunately fell into a coma after a car accident. She took care of her child for 5 whole years, and one midnight, her child suddenly awoke. However, the world around the child seemed to fall into a very deep terror, and he seemed to be living inside a long, long nightmare. Shang Guan Qinghong's words deeply aroused Chen Ji's interest. A coma patient waking up? Where is the child now? Chen Ji did not think that Shang Guan Qinghong was lying. He wished to find the child himself. He's dead now, happened not long after he woke up. Shang Guan Qinghong's voice was strange. It sounded like he had to hesitate before he decided to say the words. During the period when the boy was awake, he kept rambling about strange things, and he was afraid of everyone around him, including his mother. After about 2 days, the boy finally put his guard down around his mother. He told his mother that he had hidden a diary inside the room and wished that his mother would take good care of it. The mother naturally promised to fulfill her son's wish, but that night the boy passed away, and the cause of death for the boy was sudden cardiac arrest. The boy passed away after telling his mother the secret. Chen Ji felt that there was something bigger hidden in this story. The mother refused to accept the truth. The boy that she had looked over for 5 long years finally awakened, but left her forever on the midnight of the 2nd day of his resuscitation. She was severely traumatized, and her mental health deteriorated. Even after a long period of treatment, she still had trouble walking out from the trauma. Finally, at the suggestion of her doctor, she sold everything that was related to the boy. This was an effort to act like the boy had never been in her life. Shang Guan Qinghong knew a surprising amount of the details. He had clearly done his research on the diary. I met the mother and her attending physician at a second-hand market, and it was around then that I made the purchase of this old diary. How is the boy's mother now? What is her current address? Is she still in treatment? Chen Ji's brain was already spinning. He could sniff out the unnaturalness surrounding this whole story. Unfortunately, the treatment was not that successful. Selling the items did not mean that she could forget about the past. Due to extreme sadness, the mother eventually collapsed under the mental pressure and left this world one quiet night. Shang Guan Qinghong tried his best to sit upright. That is all that I know. Then what about this empty shell that you mentioned? When the diary was first taken back to the haunted house, every night at midnight, there would be the sound of children laughing and crying. This is one of the main reasons that our night tour were so popular and scary at the beginning. But later, the diary suddenly turned back to normal, so I suspect that it is just an empty shell. Shang Guan Qinghong acted very normal. Chen Ji was not sure whether Shang Guan Qinghong was lying to him or not, but one thing he was certain. There was indeed no longer any spirit lingering inside the diary, which had been confirmed by Al Zhou and Su Yin. Everything that I told you is the truth. Shang Guan Qinghong's voice softened. I know that Jiujiang is your territory. Since you have the power to transfer me from Xin Hai to your territory, I have no choice but to admit defeat. Shang Guan Qinghong had just woken up from his coma, and he still had not caught up to speed. When he first opened his eyes, he found himself inside a strange sick room in a hospital of an unfamiliar town, and his nemesis was just outside the door. A normal person would have filled in the blanks, much less someone who was as paranoid as Shang Guan Qinghong. Thus, naturally, he had come to some misunderstandings. Stay here and recuperate. It was the police who made your transfer. It had nothing to do with me. Chenji felt like there was nothing else to be gained from staying there. He shoved both of the diaries inside his backpack and stood up to leave. The police, Shang Guan Qinghong was left alone inside the room. He was still trying to digest what Chenji had said. Once he stepped through the gate of New Century Park, Chenji noticed the difference to the decoration around the park. There were many new things. The holidays are coming. All the workers had left the park, so Chenji sat inside the haunted house's staff break room alone. He locked the door from the inside, closed the window, and pulled down the curtain. Then he placed the black phone on his desk. Scrolling down the screen, Chenji turned to the page with the mission details. He looked at the words written in blood on the screen. The 4-star trial mission School of the Afterlife will expire in 27 hours. Warning: after the mission expires, said scenario will be locked forever. After 27 hours, I will not be able to obtain this 4-star mission anymore, and School of Afterlife will never be unlocked. Chenji raised his head to look at the clock on the wall. In 27 hours, in other words, tomorrow night, the mission will disappear. His finger dangled over the screen, but Chenji did not have the confidence to press accept. After experiencing the 3.5-star Liwan City, Chenji could only imagine how dangerous and scary 4-star scenario would be. That kind of terror would be far beyond his current imagination. Jiangyu is hibernating. No matter how much I call her name, there is not even a single response. Even though Su Yin is now a red specter, the curse on his body hasn't been cleansed, and that seriously dampens his strength. The remaining employees are not good in a fight, so they won't be of much help in dangerous situations. Chenji scanned through all the employees in his mind, and he felt a heaviness in his heart. When he went to challenge the 3.5-star scenario, the cooperation of all the haunted house workers barely managed to help him survive the scenario. And now, he was going to challenge a 4-star mission while the best of his employees were damaged and unavailable. So, how was he going to clear this mission? Whenever the timer on the black phone dropped down, the conflict in Chenji's heart deepened. His finger floated above the phone. He tried it several times, but in the end, he did not press the accept button. For the sake of security, perhaps I should ask the pen spirit first. Chenji took out the ballpoint pen covered with cellophane tape and used the pen spirit's fortune-telling power. Pen spirit, will I walk out of the School of Afterlife alive? Chenji was merely referring to the pen spirit for a sense of internal consolation. He did not even dare ask whether he would be able to clear the scenario successfully. Several minutes later, the ballpoint pen that Chenji was holding started to move on its own, and it wrote its response on the piece of white paper. If you want to bring me to the school of afterlife, I would choose to kill myself. Compared to going to that place, suicide is a much happier ending. Did you understand the meaning of the word happiness? Plus, is the place really that scary? He frowned while he read the words on the white paper. Chen Ji was surprised by the pen spirit's determination of destroying herself rather than being dragged into this mess with the school of afterlife. My prediction only gives me a vague understanding of the situation, and the feeling I got from that prediction led me to this conclusion. After leaving behind that second passage, the pen spirit did not respond to Chen Ji anymore. If Chen Ji did not know that a normal specter could not leave their object of possession for long, he would probably have believed that the pen spirit had escaped. The pen spirit has a 50% chance of getting her prediction wrong. This is probably the instance where she got it wrong. Chen Ji picked up the black phone and rushed hurriedly down into the underground parking lot. He went to find the crying statue. I have a question to ask you. Standing inside the dim bedroom, before Chen Ji even asked his question, with just the mention of the term school of afterlife, the eyes of the statue started to cry endless tears of blood like it had seen something incredibly scary. The standard of level is too different. Chen Ji had 2 employees with prediction powers in his haunted house, but they were both normal specters, so they were not that powerful. If the pen spirit can evolve into a red specter, she will become another central core of power at my haunted house. Looking at the broken old ballpoint pen, Chen Ji shared his idea with the pen spirit, but he did not get a reply. Is giving up my only choice? The mission was due to expire the following night. Seeing such an important 4-star mission disappear just like that, Chen Ji's heart was practically bleeding. Actually, there had been instances before when Chen Ji would ask Pen Spirit for her opinion when he had no idea how dangerous a trial mission would be. She would most often say things like there was a 10% chance he would survive, or it would be very dangerous. But this was the first time that Chen Ji had seen the Pen Spirit write something like she would rather commit suicide than go on the mission. I mustn't act too recklessly. He repeated that to himself and eventually moved his finger away from the phone screen. He slid the page down further, and Chen Ji chanced upon an ongoing mission, the story of the left oculus. I've only completed the first part of the mission related to Changgu, the private viewing theater of the dead. The remaining 2 parts still have not been completed. Before going to Xinhai to help Zhang Wenyu fulfill the wishes of the suicide victims, Chen Ji had gone in search of a film crew. He had run into Changgu in a total accident and obtained a valuable piece of information from him. Changgu's young sister had once been a student at School of the Afterlife, but she had managed to escape. Unfortunately, it was where Changgu's sister's soul currently was. Her left eye was now transplanted into Changgu's skull, but due to complications during the surgery, Changgu's normal eye had been affected, and he was practically blind. Chang Wenyu went inside the School of Afterlife before, and she had a student pass from that school. I should be able to find more information from her. Chen Ji found a new opening, and he decided to deal with this mission first. There are only 20 or so hours left. I must not waste time anymore. Chen Ji packed his backpack. He did not rest for long before leaving the haunted house again. After climbing into the taxi, Chen Ji took out his phone to call Changgu's number, but strangely enough, even though he called multiple times, there was no answer. Did something happen to the man? Chapter 758, They. Staring at the number on his phone, Chen Ji fell into deep contemplation. Kiyume, the red specter who can phase freely between the real world and the movie world, is still inside the comic. Changgu wouldn't have abandoned her and run away, would he? Even though Chen Ji had not spent a long time with Changgu, he could sense from the man that he was not the type who was cowardly. A man who was willing to transplant a ghost eye into himself for the sake of saving his little sister. How could someone like that drop his friend and escape on his own? Did he run into a problem that he can't resolve, or has my appearance alerted him? He took the cab to Yonglin Mount Holiday Villa. With his previous experience, Chen Ji very expertly jumped over the walls into the compound. The clothes that were drying outside last time I was here are still there. The surroundings haven't changed. Did Changgu escape the night right after I left? Chen Ji activated the recorder to summon Su Yin. With Su Yin's accompaniment, he entered the dead's private viewing theater for the second time. The door was left open, and there was a dusty smell in the air. The place appeared ransacked, like someone had been there to turn the place upside down before Chen Ji arrived. There are no footprints on the ground, the stage is free from any dirt, the recordings have been messed with, and all the movies backstage have been deleted. Chen Ji's observation was thorough. He did not miss any details and inspected every inch of theater. Someone has been here since I left yesterday. The other person was looking for something inside theater but probably left with nothing. Chenji strode into the broadcasting room. This place has been ransacked as well. This proves that the search hasn't stopped. They probably haven't found what they need. He opened the projector. It needed a password to log in, and only Chang-gu knew this password. If they have captured Chang-gu, then they wouldn't need to ransack the place and mess everything up. Chenji had no idea who had come after him. However, he felt like they had been watching Chang-gu for a long time, but had not made their move for some reason. His appearance that night had probably ruined their plan, so they had decided to push their plan forward right after he left. Chang-gu's biggest secret is the left eye that he got from Wenyu, and the left eye was taken out of the School of the Afterlife by Chang Wenyu. Is the sudden visit of these people related to the School of the Afterlife? To solve this puzzle, the simplest way was to find Chang-gu and ask him in person. Chenji opened the comic and released Kiyume. This unique red specter looked around in confusion just like when she had first been conscripted by Chenji. Chang-gu has gone missing. Can you locate him? Chenji asked directly. There were only 20 hours or so until the expiration of the mission for School of the Afterlife, so every second was precious. Hearing that Chang-gu had gone missing, Kiyume's expression instantly changed. Strands of blood appeared on her face, and her empty eyes locked onto Chenji. Calm down, I'm trying to help you. Before Kiyume could get any closer, Su-yin blocked Chenji. Viscous blood dripped to the ground, and the whole theater was covered in this thin layer of blood. Fear and anger mixed together. Kiyume's lips fell over, and a shrill scream escaped from them. Please don't panic. If my guess is not wrong, your object of possession should be the left eye or the movie recording of the left oculus. No matter which it is, they should be with Chang-gu. Try to sense them, and through that we should be able to locate Chang-gu. Chenji repeated that many times before Kiyume finally understood him. She closed her eyes, and her body started to fade as the blood vessels withered. This process lasted for a whole minute. When Kiyume opened her eyes again, she dashed out of theater. Quick, follow her. Unable to communicate, Chenji could only use this method to find Chang-gu. Kiyume soon left Yangling Mount Holiday Villa. She deserted the road and rushed deeper into the mountain. This lasted a whole hour before Kiyume stopped moving. Before her was a small house that appeared to be used by Forest Ranger. Is Chang-gu hiding here? Chenji knocked on the door lightly and whispered, Chang-gu, this is Chenji, the person who accompanied you to the movies last night. I came back with Kiyume. To prove that he was not lying, Chenji allowed Kiyume to enter first. Moments later, the door opened, and the thin, harried Chang-gu in a shredded shirt appeared at the door. Quick, come in. He was armed with a wooden knife, and there were many wounds on his arms and legs. Those appeared to be cuts from briars and branches when he was running through the forest. Why are you hiding here? Did someone come to the villa after I left? Chenji examined the interior of the house. It was furnished with various everyday items and filtered whey. This appeared to be a hideout that Chang-gu had prepared beforehand. He nodded slightly. Chang-gu stood at the door, brandishing the knife. He looked very tired, but he did not show any trace of fear. Who were those people? What did they want with you? Chenji was more curious about that. In the whole of Jiujiang, no one should be interested in the door other than him. They are victims, too, Chang-gu sighed. The case with my little sister is not an isolated incident, but she is the only one who has recovered. The other children are still unconscious, while others have already perished. The ones in theater are the students' parents? What is going on? The School of the Afterlife admitted more than one student, but the only student who managed to survive the ordeal, according to my knowledge, is Wenyu. So the parents of the other students wish to get more information about her from me. Chang-gu dragged his tired body back to the chair. They came from a good place, but their methods are wrong. If they follow the route that I'm on, they will only fall down deeper into the abyss. He took a sip of the water on the table. The incidents in my movies are all real. About 10 years ago, I noticed the peculiarities surrounding my little sister. There seemed to be a different soul living inside her. That was when I started the investigation, and I realized that she often talked to herself like she was conversing with someone that only she could see. Then, Chang-gu's fists tightened. The soul in her body, to prevent this secret from being leaked, turned to the rest of the family and... At this point, Chang-gu could not push himself forward anymore. Veins popped on his forehead, and he needed some time to calm down. I was lucky to escape, but I didn't dare return to that home. One day, I ran into Kiyume in a total accident. After I approached her, I realized that the evil spirit inside Wenyu had found a replacement, and the scariest thing was that the replacements themselves would continue to find other replacements. That eye is like a recurring nightmare. With a shaking voice, Chang-gu paused for a long time before continuing. Kiyume was the only exception. Even though she was killed by the replacement and she possessed a deep hatred toward these things, she retained her basic humanity. She was not corrupted by the left eye and resisted the devil's temptation. The recurring nightmare stopped with her, and she lived inside my little sister's body for years. Her kindness planted a seed inside my mind, tried to transfer the left eye from her body to mine, and use that eye to find my sister's soul. But the operation failed. Both of my eyes now have problems. Other than the occasional strange visions, I cannot see anything. That is my story. Chapter 759, Last 4 hours 3 in 1. Chang-gu's whole life was a tragedy, but this was because of the appearance of the school of the afterlife. This school not only took his little sister away from him, but also indirectly caused the death of his parents. However, in comparison, the school of the afterlife was merely a mission to Chen-ji. For Chang-gu, though, this school was akin to a cage that had entrapped his whole life. He was more desperate than Chen-ji to know the secrets of the school of the afterlife, and that was one of the reasons that Chen-ji had chosen to cooperate with him. After hearing Chang-gu's story, there was still a question in Chen-ji's heart. But what does that have to do with the other parents? Why would they target you? Initially, I had no idea that Wenyu's incident was an isolated story. Through my investigation in the dark, I paid visits to many families who went through the same experience as me. I asked about their stories and tried to find clues from them. This was to help them and to provide salvation for myself. Unfortunately, I greatly underestimated the complexity of human thought. Human beings can easily abandon their hearts due to hatred and can do anything for the sake of love. They started to refuse to cooperate with my investigation and turned on me. They interrogated me, hoping to find out everything that I know. In fact, some of them tried to gouge out my left eye. Chang-ji did not go into the details, but it was definitely not a happy memory, or else he would not have gone into hiding even though he had the protection of a red specter. If I have some residual strength after locating my little sister, then of course, I will not hesitate to help them. But in reality, I am now almost blind in both eyes. With this fragile body, I can barely manage to look after myself. I simply do not have the capability to spare any more energy to help them. Chang-gu's voice slowly rose. He dared to vent like this because he was hiding in this old house deep inside the mountain. What you did wasn't wrong. Chen-ji leaned against the door. He still wanted to say something else, but he was cut off by Chang-gu. Actually, there is something that I have been hesitating about. I wish to come to a decision before both of my eyes are completely ruined. Chang-gu turned to face Chen-ji and opened both of his eyes. His right eye was completely white, while his left eye looked on the surface to be no different from a normal eye. However, once one looked closer, one would realize that the spot where the pupil was connected to the rest of the eye was covered in clusters of blood vessels. The hesitation has stayed with me for a very long time, but your appearance has given me the determination I needed. I cannot allow this to drag on anymore. This is somehow related to me. Did I trigger something? Chen-ji had no idea what he did wrong. But I need you to calm down first. We are now partners. No matter what this is, we can sit down and discuss it first. You won't be able to help me with this. How can you know that if you refuse to tell me anything about it? Even if I cannot help you, I have a bunch of friends and buddies. You met them that night. The mention of the incident that night caused Chang-gu's expression to turn green. He was silent for a very long time before he opened his lips once more. Since the eye transplant surgery, the eyesight of my right eye has continued to deteriorate. I cannot see anything out of my left eye, and all it gives me is day after day of torment. I have been suffering it quietly, but one day the pain became so intense that I was woken from my sleep. In the blurriness of the night, I seemed to catch a glimpse of a door. To allow myself a better look at it, I subconsciously closed my left eye and only looked out from my right eye, but to my surprise, when I closed my left eye, the blurry door completely disappeared. Chang-gu's emotions were raging. He turned to exclaim at Chen-ji, "Do you know what that means?" "That door was only visible out of your left eye." "That's right, I saw a door using my sister's eye." When Chang-gu said those things, green veins popped up on his face. The eye protruded, and it looked like it could fall out of the man's face at any moment. It honestly looked quite scary. "What does the door that you saw look like? Was it completely blood-red with pulsing blood vessels on it?" When Chang-gu mentioned the term door, he had Chen-ji's complete focus. Door carried a very special meaning for Chen-ji. "Blood red?" Chang-gu shook his head. "The door that I saw was a very normal door, but when I woke up fully, the door had already disappeared." "A very normal door? Did you come across that door again?" Chen-ji had no idea why the door that Chang-gu saw would be different from other blood doors. I did, but every time it was when I was half asleep. I tried to get close to it, but once I was conscious enough to do that, the door would immediately disappear. Based on what you've said, seeing the door does not seem to have any use. That's what I thought initially, but later I discovered something very weird. The distance between me and the door was slowly drawing close. It felt like it was trying to draw me into it. Chang Gu's voice took on a creepy undertone. A few months ago, the door was already next to my bedside. Once I woke up from my dream, my left eye would see the door standing next to my bed. I only needed to lift my hand to push on it and possibly enter it. Chang Gu gasped greedily for air. This should be the secret hidden at the deepest part of his heart. I have no idea where the door leads to and know even less about the possible existence living behind the door. I have been afraid, but I don't want to run anymore. Since this door is only visible through the left eye, it is very likely that it leads to the school of the afterlife. Chang Gu's supposition surprised and shocked Chenji, but he quickly calmed down. He had entered the world behind the door before, and he had done so more than once. He had seen many doors, and every single one of them was painted blood red. Your analysis is very logical, but I feel like that door might not lead to school of the afterlife. We need to investigate this further. Chenji had not attempted a 4-star mission before. He had no idea what the difference between a 3-star scenario and a 4-star scenario was. So he could not say sure that the door for a 4-star scenario would definitely be blood red in color. I don't have much time left. Chang Gu left his finger to point at his left eye. He moved his eyes around. The muscles connected the eye socket and the eye had all atrophied, and only a single dark red thread was holding the two together. Okay, if you insist on trying that, then I won't stand in your way. I only hope that you will fulfill a small favor that I have. Chenji himself did not have much time left. There were only 20 hours or so left until the expiry of the 4-star scenario. What favor? When you push open the door tonight, I wish to stay by your side to prevent any accidents from occurring. Think about it before you reject me. This is the last thing that I can do for you. Chenji's attitude was sincere, and his eyes were shining with authenticity. Tonight, Chang Gu was stunned, but he soon agreed. No problem, tonight it is. When Chang Gu gave him the promise, the black phone in Chenji's pocket suddenly vibrated. He turned around to take out the phone and click on the new message. Congratulations, Spectres favored, for obtaining Chang Gu's trust. The third part of the left Oculus mission has been unlocked. Warning, this mission is filled with uncertainty, and it might lead to serious consequences. Please consider it fully before making your choice. Reading the content of the new message, Chenji's heart raced. He read the message again and again. This mission detail is so strange. The description of the mission is just question marks, and the warning states that the mission itself will be filled with many uncertainties. The biggest confusion is that it warns me to make a careful choice, but it didn't give me any options to pick. Putting the black phone away, an indescribable worry spread through Chenji's heart, and for once he was feeling apprehensive. Are you all right? You don't look so good. Chang Gu poured a glass of water for Chenji. I'm fine, you should get to bed. I will guard beside you. Chenji summoned Su Yin back into the recorder. He pulled over a chair and sat blocking the entrance. Thank you. Chang Gu crawled into bed and pulled on the thin cover. Time moved slowly. Even though 2 hours had passed, Chang Gu was still wide awake. Perhaps I'm being too nervous. I don't feel sleepy at all. Then again, almost anyone would have trouble falling asleep being directly stared at by someone else in the room. How about I go back into town to buy some sleeping pills for you? Don't bother. The trip going up and down the mountain will take more than 3 hours. Furthermore, the pharmacies will be closed at this hour. The thought that he was going to open the door that night caused the drowsiness to abandon Chang Gu immediately. Probably it's because there is a stranger in the room with you. I will go stand guard outside so you try your best to relax. Chenji stood up, opened the door, and walked out. The insects flitted about in the dark, and Chang Gu tossed and turned, but he was no closer to falling asleep. He kept glancing at the clock, and soon Tuum arrived. The body is very tired, but I simply cannot fall asleep. This is so strange. This continued until the sun rose, and Chang Gu was still awake. He exited the wooden hut with an embarrassed smile, and he realized that Chenji had been guarding outside the door throughout the night. I'm so sorry. I have no idea why I cannot fall asleep tonight. It's fine. Chenji was not doing so well mentally either, because he was worried that he might miss the moment that Chang Gu would push open the door. His nerves had been taut. Looks like we will have to wait for the coming night. Chang Gu, try not to fall asleep in the day, and I will come back again later at night. Okay. Chang Gu felt quite guilty for having Chenji wait outside his door the whole night. They decided the time that they should meet later that night, and then Chenji left with Kiyume in tow. It was not that he needed Kiyume as a hostage. It was simply that Chenji did not know the way back. He trekked through the mountain for 40 minutes before he finally left Yongling Mountain. He pulled Kiyume back into the comic and caught a cab to get back to New Century Park. Chenji arrived at theme park at around 8:30 a.m. All of his employees had already arrived, and they could not wait to start a new day of work. "Come, I'll help all of you with your makeup." Chenji did not have even a second to rest. After helping his workers with their makeup, Chenji went to inspect all of the scenarios one by one. He busied himself until the theme park opened for business. Finally, he thought he could get some rest. However, once he stepped into the staff break room before he could even touch his bed, he was pulled away by Uncle Sue. The theme park was readying up for a busy holiday. Chenji's haunted house was the major promotional point, so Director Luo had many things to discuss with him. From the simplest promotional slogan to the channels that they should use to promote the haunted house, and finally, the plan regarding Xinhai's haunted house. The discussion between the two lasted the whole morning. Director Luo hoped that Chenji's haunted house would open a new scenario to the public in conjunction with the promotion and advertisement. That was exactly what Chenji was hoping, but due to the uniqueness of the School of the Afterlife's mission, Chenji did not give the promise easily, but instead told Director Luo that he would need some more time to think about it. They finally came up with two concrete plans by around lunchtime. One was the projected plan, and the other was a backup plan. After a tense night up in the mountain, and then a whole morning of discussing the promotional plan and future direction of the haunted house with Direction Luo, Chenji was understandably very tired. He decided to skip lunch because the desire to sleep was far greater than hunger. He rushed back to the staff break room, hoping to take a quick nap, but before he even arrived at the haunted house, he was interrupted by yet another incident. "Boss Chen," a rather familiar voice appeared behind Chenji. He turned back to look, and surprise was plainly written on his face. Changlin, this genius mannequin designer who worked at Nightmare Academy, had appeared at New Century Park, apparently to meet Chenji. "After our previous encounter, I asked for your information from my colleagues, and then I went online to look up your story." Chi Changlin's facial expression was hard to read. This caused Chenji to be quite worried. He realized that the man was not as easily fooled as he had previously thought. "So what did your colleagues say?" "In only a few months, you managed to turn a haunted house facing bankrupt into the haunted house with the highest daily visitor count and the highest number of positive reviews online. You have single-handedly created a miracle. Undeniably, you are the best haunted house operator that I have ever met. To have my design complimented by you is truly an honor. I am glad and thankful. Everything I said was the truth. Your overall ability is far beyond that of a normal haunted house worker, and you have a genius-like talent when it comes to designing mannequins. You deserve a better stage to show off your talent." Since the man had come to find him naturally, Chenji was not going to let him go so easily. "Compared to the information that I found online, you are kinder and more understanding in person. The things that you told me that day, I will forever remember in my heart. You gave me the ability to regain the trust in myself, to push myself further, to wish for a better version of my life." Changlin did not see Chenji as his enemy. No matter which perspective he viewed him from, Chenji had been helping him, and everything that he had said was out of a kind consideration toward him. "You came all this way to tell me thank you." The sunlight fell on Chenji's face, and his smile was radiating warmth and energy. Changlin hesitated for a very long time before uttering the words in his heart. "Boss Chen, I wish to interview to work at Haunted House. I wish to learn more things from you. A man will be faced with many decisions in his life, and today you have made a correct decision that will be instrumental in changing your life." Chenji led Changlin into the haunted house and handed him the employee's manual. "Do I need to memorize everything?" "You only need to understand the rules. After all, you have years of working experience and you have the necessary talent. What you lack is a stage for you to shine." Chenji led Changlin to the entrance to the scenario for Night of the Living Dead. This scenario was on the first floor of the haunted house. It had been abandoned. Since there were more than enough scenarios underground, Chenji had allowed it to go unattended. "Your task is to redesign this entire scenario. You will be managing everything. I wish to see the limit of your talent." Chenji and Changlin stood at the entrance to the Night of the Living Dead. This scenario was far larger than the toilet that Changlin had been responsible for. The environment was also far nicer than a toilet. "What? I can't do it. I just arrived here. I don't even know anything, and you wish to hand such a large scenario over to me. Boss Chen, I have no experience dealing with such a large scenario, and this scenario is on the first floor. This is the first scenario that the visitors will encounter when they enter the haunted house. If I fail you, it will leave a negative impression on your visitors, and it might even ruin the reputation you've built for your haunted house. Changlin was really panicking. Before he arrived, he had run through many possibilities in his mind, but this one was definitely something that he had not imagined would ever happen. It's fine if you don't trust that you are capable. It's enough that I believe in you. Chenji patted Changlin's shoulder. Be bold and don't hold back. This is my test for you. Actually, Chenji had a very clear plan in his mind. There were too many secrets in his haunted house, and certain things were too early to reveal to Changlin, so he decided to allow the man to redesign this abandoned scenario. Your expertise is mannequin design. I have the phone number of a mannequin workshop. If you need anything, you can contact him directly. Just tell him that it was me who sent you. The scenarios opened by the black phone were usually empty, and he would need plenty of mannequins to hold them up in the future. He was incapable of coming up with so many mannequins alone. So, he needed a worker to share the burden with, and Changlin was just the person that he was looking for. By the way, how much money do you think you will need to redesign a scenario of this size? How much money? Redesigning naturally would cost money. Changlin was very cautious. He walked around the scenario for almost half an hour before returning to Chenji. He opened his lips and uttered cautiously, "This scenario originally had a zombie theme. The current props and mannequins are already severely damaged. I wish to update all of them and redo them with a whole new design." At this point, he sneakily lifted his head to steal a glance at Chenji. Seeing that Chenji had not tutted in impatience or annoyance, he dared himself to continue. "I have made a quick calculation in my mind, and even the smallest budget will require 3,000 RMB. When he gave this number, Changlin was worried that Chenji would reject him instantly, so he sneaked another glance at the man. After all, when he was working at Nightmare Academy, he had only asked for 100 to upgrade the mannequin, and the boss had rejected him outright. "I am going to give you a budget of 13,000, but you can always come to me to ask for more," Chenji said casually. "I only have one request. I need you to do your best and revive this scenario." 13,000? Changlin was stunned in disbelief. Actually, Chenji also wanted to see what the limit of a normal person was, and what the difference the scenario designed by a normal person compared to that unlocked by the black phone was. Changlin started to busy himself inside the scenario. He threw himself fully into work. He was completely different from the Changlin whom Chenji had met at Nightmare Academy. He has the talent and is probably the most professional worker in my haunted house other than Su Yin. However, I cannot place my trust in him fully yet. To become a full member of the haunted house, he has to pass a few more trials. Chenji did not wander off that afternoon. He listened to Changlin's design direction and project framework inside the scenario for Night of the Living Dead. He also filled the man in on things that were not listed in the rulebook, hoping that Changlin would mix into his new working environment as soon as possible. At 6 p.m., the haunted house closed for the day. After sending out the last batch of visitors, Chenji did not introduce Changlin to his other existing workers, but told him to leave work earlier. After he left, Chenji called for a simple meeting. He told his workers some stuff and then told them to go home. He was the only living person left inside the haunted house. He used the broom to clean the toilet. He took a spin around all the scenarios before sitting on the steps outside the haunted house entrance. The sky was darkening, and the theme park was quiet. Chenji took out the black phone and fell into a silent thought while staring at the countdown for the mission for School of the Afterlife. There are only 4.5 hours left. Chenji was unwilling to give up just like that, but to force himself to attempt the mission, he might not even return alive. He teetered between the two choices until it was about 8 p.m. when he received a call from Chang-gu. "Chenji, I am currently at Jiujiang Psychological Illness Treatment Center. I need you to get over here now." Chapter 760, Night Falls 2 in 1. Chang-gu sounded incredibly urgent but did not give a reason for that. Before Chenji could ask for more information, the call had already ended. Why would Chang-gu be at a psychological illness recovery institute? Also, isn't he almost completely blind? How did he get there in the first place? Was he kidnapped? Putting the phone away, Chenji grabbed the backpack that he had packed earlier and slowly stood up. For now, I think I should put the mission regarding the School of the Afterlife aside. I will make a decision on what to do after meeting up with Chang-gu in person. He left the theme park and hailed a cab to get to Jiujiang Psychological Illness Treatment Center. There were 3 currently operating mental asylums in Jiujiang, and incidentally, Chenji had been to all 3 of them already. After entering the lobby, Chenji found a deserted corner and summoned Kiyume out from the comic. "Hey, what are you doing over there?" Before Chenji could communicate with Kiyume, he was spotted by one of the doctors. "The visiting time is already over. If you wish to visit someone, please come earlier tomorrow." "But I'm not here to visit a patient." Chenji slowly turned around while his brain turned quickly trying to come up with an excuse. To Chenji's surprise, he managed to recognize the doctor. When he was there in Li Zheng's name to investigate Jiang Xiaohu, he had encountered this doctor. Even though he had forgotten the doctor's name, Chenji could still remember the doctor's face. "Did Inspector Li tell you to come here again?" The doctor was also surprised to see that it was Chenji. After nodding, Chenji added in a soft whisper, "I wish to ask about someone from you." "Who?" "His name is Chang-gu." "There are no patients here with that name." "Then could he be one of the visitors that came today? He has weak eyesight, and one of his eyes is missing a pupil." If such an easily recognizable person showed up today, the nurses on duty would have talked about it. "Wait a minute, I'll go ask them for you." In the break room, when the doctor listed Chang-gu's physical characteristics, it struck a bell with one member of staff immediately. "I think they arrived around dusk. They were visiting a patient in a deep coma." "They?" "Yes, other than that blind man, there were 2 men and a woman with him. I have no idea what their relationship is, but they acted strangely around each other. It felt like they did not know each other at all." Since the doctor was there, and Chenji looked like he was part of the law enforcement, the employee answered truthfully. "Where are they now?" "They left after visiting the patient, but now that you mention it, there was something weird." The employee thought about it before explaining further. "The 2 men and woman returned about half an hour after they left. They asked me if I'd seen the blind man. They seemed to have been separated, and I even helped them look around the grounds for him." Chenji had a basic grasp of the situation. Chang-gu had been found by the parents and dragged there for some reason. After visiting this mysterious patient, Chang-gu had made use of the chaos and slipped away. "Brother, who is the patient that they visited today? Do you mind showing me this patient as well?" The employee turned to the doctor with difficulty. After the doctor nodded at him, the employee stood up and said, "Okay, I'll take you there." The group walked out of the building and headed toward the quarantine zone at the back of the institute. Chenji had visited this kind of quarantine zone before. They were normally used to treat and accommodate highly dangerous and hostile patients. The patient that they visited is Chang Wenyu. She is in a coma. She has been with us for many years now. She does not have much family left, but every month someone comes to deal with her hospital bills. The employee had a deep impression of Chang Wenyu. "Why would you place a coma patient in a quarantine zone? I don't think she'll be able to harm anyone else, will she?" Chenji asked out of curiosity. "Even though she is in a coma and shows no sign of resuscitation so far, those who went too close to this female patient had some strange things happening to them." The employee still wanted to say some more, but the doctor next to him suddenly coughed, interrupting the employee. "I have heard of this patient, Chang Wenyu, before. After her physician examined her body, they realized that her mental nerves and nervous system are working perfectly. She does not have the symptoms of a coma patient. Instead, it is more fitting to say that she is in a deep sleep," the doctor explained to Chenji. "What do you mean by deep sleep?" "To put it simply, you can understand it as the patient is in a dream that she cannot wake up from." The doctor appeared to be reluctant to continue this topic with Chenji, so he walked faster. "We're here. This is it." Jiujiang Psychological Illness Treatment Center's quarantine zone was different from the 3rd Sick Hall's quarantine zone. It was more humane in appearance. There was no sign of wires and walls. There was merely a no-entry sign that hung on the door to pose as a warning. After entering the quarantine zone, Chenji felt a conspicuous drop in the surrounding temperature. The temperature inside the building was much lower than outside, and it was much quieter. There were no other sounds. It was as if they were the only living people in the area. As he was led down the corridor, the curiosity in Chenji's heart grew. Normally, the more dangerous the patient, the deeper their room would be assigned. Chang Wenyu was merely a coma patient, but her room was in the deepest part of the building. "Can I enter the room to take a look?" The room door was not locked. Before the doctor even gave him the permission, Chenji pushed the door open and entered it. The room was surprisingly big. There were 3 beds in the room, but only the bed in the middle was occupied. Walking to the bedside, a face that could only be described as uniquely beautiful entered Chenji's eyes. The patient's information hanging at the end of the bed showed that the woman was supposed to be almost 30, but the woman lying in bed could easily pass as an 18-year-old girl. Time seemed to have left her untouched. Maturity and sweetness mixed into a deep, scented cocktail or a milk tea with ice. The only flaw was that the woman's left eye was missing, and only a hollow eye socket remained. It ruined the overall beauty of the face. However, in another way, it also made her stand out from the rest. So she is Chang Wenyu. The patient lying in bed was completely different from the Chang Wenyu in Chen Ji's imagination. He definitely did not imagine a mature woman trapped inside a young woman's body. His gaze moved downward, and Chen Ji noticed that part of the cover was pulled aside. It just so happened to show the detaining straps that were underneath. "What are these?" Before the doctor could stop him, Chen Ji pulled the cover back. Under the thin cover specially used by the patients, Chang Wenyu's hands and legs were all strapped to the bed. "Why would you do this to a coma patient? Don't tell me you expect her to wake up at any moment." The confusion in Chen Ji's mind continued to grow. He stared right at the doctor, demanding an explanation. Knowing that he was not going to slip out of this one, the doctor sighed and finally admitted the truth. "Actually, it is nothing serious. Some of the staff once saw her appear in the corridor when they were on night duty, and they thought that they had run into a ghost." "Your staff once saw her walking in the corridor on her own?" "Yes, and it happened more than once, yet curiously enough that never showed up once on the surveillance footage, and it only happened after midnight. The strangest thing is that whenever we tried to place surveillance on her, she would not move. Only when people were not purposely paying attention to her would this happen." The doctor pushed the employee that was next to him slightly forward. He saw her once before. There was quite a number of male nurses at the hospital, and most of them worked the night shift. "Yes, I saw her once. It was near the door of the bathroom. I was washing my hands when I noticed a second reflection in the mirror. She walked past just behind me. At the time, I was scared *T-less. I screamed for help. After I calmed down and rushed out to chase after her, she was already missing. I ran back to this room, and I found her still sleeping soundly in bed." The employee shivered involuntarily, remembering that night in his mind. "Could it have been a different person? Are you sure the person you saw was her?" Chen Ji started to dissect the employee's memory from different perspective. Perhaps it was other mental patients disguising themselves as her, or maybe something else showed up that night. "Cough, cough," the doctor kept coughing. He felt like if he did not stop Chen Ji from speaking, their institute would not have any nurses willing to work the night shift in the future. "From our perspective, the most possible reason to explain this situation is sleepwalking, but the unique point about this patient is that she is a coma patient. No one knows what she sees when she is in a deep sleep, or rather, we cannot tell what she is experiencing at the moment, so we cannot apply traditional method to cure her. Our only solution is to detain her like this." "Then after you detained her, did any staff on night shift encounter her again?" Chen Ji had a feeling that things were not that simple. However, no matter how hard he pressed, the nurse and doctor maintained the same story. After they strapped Chang Wenyu into the bed, she stopped appearing after midnight. The staff should have corrected their internal version already, and they decided to push everything onto the symptom of sleepwalking. After all, Chang Wenyu was in deep coma. She could not feel anything and could not resist. In the end, it was naturally the hospital that decided what to do with her. Knowing that he would not get anything more from the staff, Chen Ji prepared to leave. The most urgent mission for him was to find Chang Gu. Just as he was about to place the cover back on the woman, he suddenly caught sight of a hand poking out from underneath the bed. 5 fingers poked out from underneath the bed, and the hand appeared to be trying to catch Chen Ji's attention. There was dirt stuck under the fingernails, and there were scratches caused by tree branches on the back of the hands. When Chen Ji saw this hand, he was instantly reminded of Chang Gu. The most dangerous place was most often the safest place. The parents who kidnapped Chang Gu would never imagine that he had not actually left the hospital. When a normal person saw a strange hand poking out from underneath a bed, even if they did not yelp in shock, there would at least be a slight shift in their expression, but Chen Ji maintained the same calmness throughout. He used his own leg to shield Chang Gu's hand from view. He took one step forward and used the heel of his shoe to kick Chang Gu's hand back under the bed. "Gentlemen, I am here today to investigate a homicide, and the situation that you described is very similar to the condition at the crime scene." When he heard the term homicide, the male nurse's face turned pale. He often worked the night shift, and that had probably implanted many scary memories and images in his mind. "This doctor should know my relationship with Jiujiang's law enforcement. I am not going to talk in circles. Tonight, I wish to stay guard outside this room for a whole night. There is something very important that I need to check." If it was someone else who said something like that, they would be sent packing by the doctor, but Chen Ji was a different case. The doctor often heard about Chen Ji from Li Zheng because he was good friends with the latter. "It is too dangerous for you to stay in the quarantine zone alone." The doctor shook his head. "The doctor is right. Even us nurses on night shift rarely come here at night." The nurse thought that Chen Ji was mad. What kind of person would go to a mental asylum to spend the night there? Something had to be wrong with him. "How about this?" The doctor gave it some thought, and he turned to whisper to the male nurse next to him. "Zhao Zhu, tonight you will stay back to stay guard in the quarantine zone. Also, give Huang Wei a call. Get him to come report for work as well." I need to stay back to accompany him." The male nurse could not believe his ears. "Make sure you keep a close eye on him. If anything arises where you cannot make the decision, call me immediately. I will be in my office." Doctors at mental asylums actually had a very hard job. Many people might think, would such a doctor have many patients? But once one took a stroll around an established mental asylum, one would realize that the rooms there were always full, and some patients with light cases had to sleep in the corridor. Normally, a single doctor had to deal with multiple cases, so working overtime was considered normal. After the doctor left, Chen Ji felt much more relieved. Perhaps because Dr. Gao had left too deep an impression on him, when he was dealing with these doctors, psychologists, or psychiatrists, he would be that bit uncomfortable. "Do you mind waiting outside? I have some words to speak to this woman." "She is in deep coma. No matter what you say, she is not going to hear you," the male nurse, Zhao Zhu, reminded Chen Ji. "I know." Chen Ji entered the room and stood next to the bed. Studying the unconscious Chang Wenyu, he said softly, "Hopefully you will be able to fall asleep tonight. I will stay guard next to you. If that door appears again tonight, I will try my best to help you." In Zhao Zhu's eyes, Chen Ji was definitely not a normal person. At the thought of spending a night with such a person, his scalp went numb. Chen Ji felt a tug on the edge of his pants. He knew that this was Chang Gu's response. He did not leave the room but went to lie on to the other bed. The left eye was brought out of that school, so it should be able to see the things inside the school. The reason that Chen Ji was helping Chang Gu was very simple. He merely wished to take a look at the school of the afterlife, to gauge how difficult it was. If the danger level was far beyond the level that he could handle, then he would not hesitate to abandon the mission. Chen Ji lowered his head to look at the time on his phone. It was 10 p.m. There were still a full 2 hours until the expiry of the mission for the school of the afterlife. His eyes staring at the bed where Wenyu was, Chen Ji trained his focus. Several minutes passed like that, and drowsiness swept at him like waves. He had spent more than 36 hours awake. Holding the phone, the sight before Chen Ji's eyes slowly blurred. What? It suddenly became very quiet inside the room. Zhao Zhu, who stood at the door, saw Chen Ji lying motionless in one of the beds, but he could not imagine what the man was doing. Such a strange fella. He sat on the bench by the corridor. Leaning against the wall, sleep also caught up to him. Chapter 761, Night School. A strange sound came from somewhere of the room. It sounded like a small bug crawling past one's ear. Chen Ji blinked. Drifting in and out of sleep, he saw a white glow coming from the screen of the black phone. He had received a new message. He did not click it open because he could only see the beginning of the message. Warning, an unexpected change has been triggered in the left Oculus mission. 4-star scenario school of the afterlife. His brain was heavy like something heavy was pressing on him. Chen Ji wished to move his body to touch his phone, but when he lifted his head, he saw a door standing between the 2 sick beds. 5 fingers were dangling on the doorknob. As the fingers closed with force, the door that looked so normal started to open. A figure crawled out from underneath the bed. He merely did a forward-leaning motion, and his whole body was pulled inside the door. Chang Gu, Chen Ji's body could not move like some invisible force was pressing him into place. He could hear unfamiliar voices coming from inside the door. Someone was calling his name again and again. At the same time, he could hear different voices from his shadow calling his name. It sounded like they were trying to wake him. Am I dreaming? Waking up in the middle of the night to realize that a door was situated next to the bed and that it was slowly moving closer, anyone would have panicked in that situation. Chen Ji wanted to scream for help, but he soon realized that he was powerless to do anything. He could not even bite his own tongue. He lay there and watched the door approach. Several hands reached out from inside the door to grab his head and neck. At the last minute, a scream elicited from Chen Ji's shadow, and his body regained some strength. Chen Ji, who was too weak to do anything, pressed his fingers over the black phone. Then, he was dragged into the world behind the door that he could see clearly even with the yin-yang vision. The door slowly closed. The last thing that Chen Ji saw was the backpack, which he had placed next to himself in bed, and Chang Wenyu, who was standing next to his bedside. She reached her hand into Chen Ji's backpack and pulled out the diary that Chen Ji had taken from Nightmare Academy's basement. The pale fingers turned to the last page, and the pair of hollow eyes stared at the empty pages blankly. There was no expression on her face. She was like a mannequin who had lost her soul. The last shred of light disappeared as the door fully closed. "Wait, Zio Lin, Sissy, stop sleeping, the teacher is coming." Someone patted his shoulders. Chen Ji slowly opened his eyes. He was currently lying on top of a table. Without saying anything, the first thing that Chen Ji did was bite his tongue. The iron taste of blood circulated in his mouth and the pain shocked his brain awake. Am I really not dreaming? Maintaining his current posture, Chen Ji moved his head slowly. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. He was inside a rather old-looking classroom. It was slightly smaller than a normal classroom. The paint on the tables and chairs was peeling, and various words were carving into the furniture. The fan above his head turned, and it creaked noisily like it could fall at any moment. The deep blue curtains were thick, and when they were pulled shut, one could not see the scenery beyond the window at all. More than 10 students were seated in the room, but it was worth noting that the students came from various age groups. Some of them looked so young like they had just begun primary school, but some looked like they were already over 30. "Zio Lin, have you still not woken up?" The voice came from the seat next to Chen Ji. It was a normal-looking boy who spoke. His voice was thin like he was in a perpetually panicked state. After some time, Chen Ji finally turned to his deskmate. His dark pupils were darting inside his eyes, and his gaze was scary. "What did you call me earlier?" "Zio Lin, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say, since Lin Sissy sounds too much like a girl's name, I should call you Zio Lin?" Zio Lin, Chen Ji had recently encountered this name somewhere else. Inside the toilet at Nightmare Academy, the poor class prankster who was ganged up on by the rest of his friends was also called Zio Lin. Every scenario at Nightmare Academy was a replication of a scenario in the diary. Chen Ji had not got a chance to go through the diary taken from the basement thoroughly. Perhaps the name Zio Lin was already present, and Changlin merely made use of it. Could it be the same person? Many possibilities appeared in Chen Ji's mind. Shangguan Qinghong bought the diary from a mother. Her son is the real owner of the diary. Now that I think about the fact that her son woke up from a deep coma and died mysteriously after mentioning the diary is rather similar to Chang Wenyu's situation. They were both probably students at the School of the Afterlife, but while Chang Wenyu brought out a left eye, he brought out a diary. The School of the Afterlife was definitely not a good place. After the male student brought out the diary, he had soon died. Chang Wenyu's story was even sadder. Her body had been taken over by the left eye, and her soul had gone missing. The deskmate is calling me Zio Lin. Have I taken over the role of the diary's main character? There were too few clues to go around. Chen Ji could only run over the various possibilities in his mind to provide himself with some direction. Leaning on the table, Chen Ji did not act strangely and did not ask further questions to arouse suspicion. Now everything around him was an unknown. It was best not to attract unnecessary attention. This does not appear to be a dream. Chen Ji clearly remembered staying overnight inside Chang Wenyu's room. He wanted to help Chang Gu explore the door that only the left eye could see, but some kind of accident had probably happened. The door that the left eye could see did appear, but after the man under the bed pushed the door open, everything went out of control. He could not fully regain his consciousness, and his ears had picked up 2 voices simultaneously. One had come from inside the door and the other from his shadow. One had wanted to pull him into the door, and the other had wanted to wake him. Now I understand why the black phone gave a warning about the left oculus mission. There are way too many unforeseeable changes. As the thought of the black phone crossed his mind, Chen Ji quickly looked through his pockets, but to his surprise, the black phone that he had been holding in his palm had disappeared. He only found an old flip phone in his pocket, and this phone had a password lock. Before he knew the password, the phone was useless. A bucket of cold water was splashed over him. Chen Ji lay down on the table. Throughout the whole process, he did not show any anomalies, but his heart was already raging with emotions. The things inside my backpack and the diary are all outside the door, and the black phone is now missing. What should I do next? There were too many uncertainties. Chen Ji could not even tell whether he was inside Chang Wenyu's dream or the 4-star scenario, School of the Afterlife. Chapter 762, Zio Lin. Was it Chang Gu who pushed open the door from under the bed? Why didn't the door bleed like the rest? There were too many questions in Chen Ji's mind. He had not attempted a 4-star trial mission before, and thus had not seen a door to a 4-star scenario before. He had too little information, and all he could do was keep a low profile and try not to garner other people's attention. All my workers are inside the backpack. Su Yin, Yan Danian, and all the preparation I've done. Without any backup, it would be impossible to say that Chen Ji was not worried, but he had been through too much to be defeated just like that. Currently, things haven't reached the worst state. At least I know what this identity I've assumed is Lin Sissy. Chen Ji parsed through the information in his mind, and then settled on a bone-chilling reality. In the diary, Xiao Lin died from his classmates' prank. Since he liked to prank others so much, in the end, the other students all worked together to play a prank on him. Now my deskmate calls me Xiao Lin, but could the name itself be a code? Like all the targets that everyone gangs up on are called Xiao Lin. That was a scary thought, but it did not show on Chen Ji's face. Without being exposed, the rest would not directly threaten his safety. The slow process of being led to the inevitable might be the safest moment for Xiao Lin. Once a prey is cornered to defend oneself against the predator, one has to be more vicious than the predator. Even though Chen Ji had no backup, he still tried his best to appear in control. Calm down, the black phone would not give a mission that you'll only fail. Even though I'm inside a 4-star scenario, there must still be hope. Chen Ji turned around subconsciously to look at his shadow. His last hope was hiding in there. Under the reflection of the pale light, there was no change to Chen Ji's shadow. My shadow and appearance haven't changed, even my outfit remains the same, but the deskmate referred to me as Xiao Lin. That is a strange thing. How did he recognize me? Memorizing this question in his heart, Chen Ji slowly arranged his thoughts. The most urgent task now is to identify this place, and see what dangers are lurking and try my best to fit into the surroundings. Chen Ji's idea was maddeningly brave. Any other person would have tried to escape first, but he was different. He wished to mix into the world and find himself a way out through it. Asking random questions might cause suspicion, and I cannot confirm that they will not lie to me. So, to understand everything, I need to do my own investigation. Chen Ji ceremoniously placed the old flip phone back into his pocket. Some important information is probably hidden inside this phone, but finding out the password is rather difficult at the moment. I should take a look through Lin Sissy's daily objects and various books. I might stumble across some clues. To get to know this scenario, one had to know oneself first. Rationality and calmness were Chen Ji's only weapons. He leaned on the table for a while. Then he straightened himself and stretched lazily as if tired from maintaining the same posture for too long. He sat on the last row, nearest to the window. This was a feng shui location because, be it teachers or other classmates, no one paid him any attention during class. Chen Ji nudged his hand toward the curtain. He used his pinky finger to lift up a corner and turned his head slightly to look out the window. His pupils narrowed. Beyond the window was an abandoned school shrouded in darkness. Chen Ji called it an abandoned school because there was no light inside the school. This place is so big. It is even bigger than Muyang High School, Western Jiujiang Private Academy, and Jiujiang Medical University combined. Even with yin-yang vision, Chen Ji could not see to the edge of the school compound. I'm most likely at the school of the afterlife, but why aren't there any blood vessels? Shouldn't the world behind the door be a despairing world covered in red? The incident at Liwan City had left a deep impression on Chen Ji. However, even though the door was almost out of control and practically consumed half of the small town, the scenario was merely a 3.5-star scenario. What kind of secret was hidden at the school of the afterlife for the black phone to have judged it a 4-star scenario? Staring at the school compound in the dark, Chen Ji's palms started to get wet with cold sweat. He had no idea why, but he felt like, when he was looking into the darkness, the school in the dark was looking back at him. I need to get to the bottom of this. Chen Ji took out the notes and books from the drawer and tried to find some clues from them. There was a black bag inside the drawer, and it was stuffed with many books related to market research and marketing. How to manage a sales teams, confidence, the source of your success, creativity, and the market. Those titles had been popular a few years back, and most of the content had been made obsolete by time. Why would the school teach such things? Chen Ji took out the notes and flipped through them. Slowly, the picture started to manifest in his mind. This school's full name was Jiujiang University, and it was split into 2 campuses, Eastern and Western. The Western campus recruited normal students. It was a normal university. The Eastern Campus, where Chenji was a night school. It was open specifically for adults who wished to further their studies. The programs were mainly on subjects and courses that might help the students find a better job opportunity, like marketing, transportation, real estate, management, and so on. Zio Lin studied marketing, and from his notes, one would realize that he was really a hardworking student. Chenji found a study schedule at the back of one of the notebooks. This schedule provided Chenji with some useful information. Wake up at 7 a.m., breakfast, work at the factory from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. The break can be used for revision and studying. School from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., co-curricular activity from 9:30 p.m. to 10:10 p.m., deal with minor tasks from 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m., go back to the bedroom at 11 p.m. If the schedule had ended there, it would not have surprised Chenji, but the main problem was that the schedule was only beginning. There were still other tasks after that. Prepare the tools from 11 p.m. to 11:20 p.m. Inspect locations like the elevators, corridors, toilets, libraries from 11:20 p.m. to 12 a.m. Finish homework from 12 a.m. to 2 a.m., go to bed at 2 a.m. The first part of the schedule was normal, but the latter part was very strange. Why would he go to these locations in the middle of the night? Did it have to be after midnight? Doing homework at 12 to 2 a.m. is also very strange. Chenji knew that in other people's eyes, he was currently Zio Lin. So in other words, to mix into this class, he had to play the role of Zio Lin well. This is going to be difficult. The man does not appear to be normal. Chapter 763, Not one too many, not one too less. Other than the books and schedule, Chenji found a ring of keys and sharpened scissors inside the bag. The teeth of the keys are completely different. They should correspond to different doors. Chenji had no idea why Zio Lin was in possession of those keys, but he had a feeling that they should be related to Zio Lin's homework. The bedroom was mentioned in the schedule, so I should find more clues there. I need to head over there to look. I have a feeling as time moves on, more bad things will happen. Without his employees and with the black phone missing, Chenji's every nerve was shaking. He needed to try his best to survive. He pulled the curtain back. No matter what he was thinking on the surface, Chenji always appeared calm and collected. After he stretched, he lay back down on the table and studied the rest of his classmates out of the corner of his eyes. With his trained focus, he memorized the faces of all those students in his mind. This is the first time I've seen these people. There is no sense of familiarity from them. They look just like a normal person. But how could someone that existed behind the door be a normal person? Chenji memorized their faces to prevent himself being backstabbed in the future. The person from under the bed came in before me. If he was Chang-gu, why isn't he here? Has he moved to another classroom, or was he not the door pusher at all? Initially, Chenji had really thought that it was Chang-gu who pushed the door open in Chang Wenyu's room because that door could only be seen by the left eye, and the left eye was in Chang-gu. However, Chang-gu had been missing for some time, taken by the parents, so an accident might have happened then. I should be more careful. There are no real friends in the world behind the door. There is no trust. Chenji was coming up with the next step of his plan. He knew that he could not afford even a chance of making a mistake. Once he made the wrong choice, death itself might become a luxury. Footsteps came from the front door. Then the door was pushed open, and a man with hair parted down the middle walked up to the podium. He was wearing a black suit and holding a white file under his armpit. He looked like he had just come from a funeral. The man's face was strangely pale. With a nervous look, he placed the file on the table. The first thing he did was to count the number of students under his breath. When he was almost done, his expression relaxed greatly. He glanced at the number on the file. Not one too many, not one too less. His gaze scanned the room and a smile appeared on his face. All right, class is over. Try not to run around at night. Recently, things have been a bit chaotic around the school. Mr. Bai, has the thief still not been caught? Do you need our help? A muscular boy who sat at the front row said. He was wearing a basketball jersey, most likely the jock type. That has nothing to do with any of you. Just don't wander off after class. Mr. Bai left in a hurry, and he accidentally left the white file inside the room. Zio Lin, let's go. We'll return to the bedroom. Chenji's deskmate packed up, put his bag on, and prepared to leave. It looked like he was a good friend of Zio Lin's. Wait a minute. Chenji packed his bag slowly, and he kept his eyes on the white file on the podium. Using his yin-yang vision, he saw that the cover of the file was a form, and it had the student numbers of various classes. Each teacher was responsible for a class, and the overall number inside one classroom seemed to include the teacher as well. Class D, 17 people? The code of the classroom was written on the door. Chenji was in Class D, and from his earlier calculation, there were indeed 17 people in this class. Right, there is not one too many or one too less, but that hasn't included the teacher. Chenji had no idea what had happened at this school, and could not guess what Mr. Bai was worried about, but he knew that the classroom that he was in was very dangerous. I can't stay with them, I need to leave first. After realizing that there was one extra person in the classroom, Chenji did not stay. He took his bag and left. The lights in the corridor were sound-controlled, so whenever someone stepped into it, they would light up. This place doesn't look that different from a normal school, but why is it that I'm so anxious? Without a map or Zio Lin's memory, Chenji had no idea where the bedroom was. He purposely slowed down. When his deskmate caught up to him, he followed next to him and headed down the corridor. Zio Lin, I'm a bit hungry. How about we take a detour to the canteen first? Zio Lin's deskmate scratched his head, looking rather cute. Earlier in the classroom, Chenji had seen his name on his textbook. This shy young man's name was Wang Xiaming. He came from a similar family background to Zio Lin. They were not particularly wealthy. I left something at the bedroom. Let's go back first. Before getting to know Zio Lin's identity, Chenji was not going to wander around the school. Every second was crucial to him, so he needed to find some ways to defend himself before the scenario showed its claws. Okay. Wang Xiaming and Chenji walked down the corridor, and there were many pictures of doctors on the walls. Normally, only those who had contributed a lot to the school or the school's famous alums would have their pictures hanging on the wall, but all the pictures there were not-so-famous doctors. Chenji could not identify even one of them. Why are there so many pictures of doctors here? Chenji did not voice his question. He felt weirdly pressured when walking down the corridor, like he was being watched by many eyes. The two soon left the education block. The student dormitory was not far from the education block. Looking around, Chenji realized that there were a few more tall buildings on the western side of the school. Human shadows could be seen moving about. It was much busier there. Without stopping, Chenji and Wang Xiaming entered the student dormitory. There were several ads with red lines on them pasted on the bulletin board near the entrance. Before Chenji had a chance to examine them, Wang Xiaming rushed past the entrance. He did not seem to be willing to stay at the entrance for long. They ran all the way up to the 4th floor. Wang Xiaming moved very quickly. Chenji had to run fast to not get abandoned. Every time I come here, I feel strangely worried. Wang Xiaming sighed in relief when they reached their bedroom door. He smiled at Chenji as he took out the keys to open the door. Chenji was about to follow him when Wang Xiaming suddenly blocked his way. What are you doing? Getting something, didn't I tell you? But you live over there. Did you leave something here at my place? Have you been into my bedroom? Wang Xiaming looked at Chenji with suspicion while stealthily kicking a black trash bag near the door deeper into the room with his left leg. Chapter 764, Knocking 2 in 1. You are overthinking things. Chenji saw the black trash bag out of the corner of his eyes, but he did not place much attention on it at all. Regardless of whether it was a dead body part or everyday trash inside the trash bag, what did that have to do with him? Chenji had not lost his mind. The first thing that he needed to figure out was his own identity. He needed to find out what kind of person this Lin Sissy was. From his perspective, there had supposedly not been any changes to his physique and appearance, but he had no idea why Wang Xiaming and the people around him had been treating him as Lin Sissy. Perhaps this Lin Sissy is not even a person's name, but a code name, a type of identity. If you wish to go to the canteen later, you can come and get me. I'll go with you, but now I shall go and rest. Chenji's expression did not change much. It was as if he did not see the trash bag at all. Okay. Wang Xiaming was about to slither inside the darkened bedroom when he was suddenly reminded of something, and he turned around to yell at Chenji. Zio Lin, you slept in class again today. Did you hear the few crucial things that Mr. Bai specifically told us about? What things? Do not leave your bedroom at night, and we should stay quietly inside our room. Other than that, the time for lights out has been moved earlier from the previous 11 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. There will be people patrolling the corridors after the lights go off, so it is wise for us to pay more attention to these details. That's all. Chenji had thought that Wang Xiaming wanted to tell him something very important. He had been inside the door for quite some time already, but the things, incidents, and people that he had encountered could not have been normal, or at least they could not have been more normal on the surface. This school appeared no different from a normal night school, and there was nothing worth investigating about it. Wang Xiaming bit on his lips. He seemed to have more to say, but due to uncertainties, he eventually revealed nothing. The door closed, and Chen Ji was left alone in the dormitory corridor. The surroundings were extremely quiet. There was no sound at all. It still hasn't reached the time for lights out, so why is the corridor so quiet? Could it be that all the bedrooms here are actually unoccupied? Chen Ji took out the keys from his bag and then turned to look at the door of the bedroom opposite from Wang Xiaming's. There was a number on the door, 413. Is this Lin Sissy's room? Staring at that number, Chen Ji suddenly felt it looked so familiar. The 4 probably represents the 4th floor, but what about the number 13, the 13th room? Chen Ji had once seen this number 13 inside the diary in the basement of Nightmare Academy, and he remembered it very clearly. On the last page of the diary, the following phrases was written: I die 13, School of the Afterlife, run. Does the 13 mentioned in the diary refer to this bedroom? I sincerely doubt it is that simple. Inside the eerily quiet corridor, the only sound was the keys turning the lock. Chen Ji tried multiple keys before he found the correct one. After he got the door open and strode into the bedroom, Chen Ji's brows creased heavily when he saw what was inside the bedroom. The bedroom was not big by any means, but there were 6 beds in total. They were all bunk beds. The beds were placed on the top bunk, and underneath were a table, shelves, and storage for various objects. If that was everything, Chen Ji would not have thought anything was a problem, but what attracted Chen Ji's attention were the walls of the bedroom. There were many human shadows on the bedroom's ceiling and walls. They had the same height as a normal person, and it was hard to tell whether they had been pasted there or drawn there. 1, 2, 3, Chen Ji made a rough count, and there were 5 shadows inside the bedroom. These things were so eye-catching that it was hard to pretend that they did not exist. For his own safety, Chen Ji first climbed up the bunk bed's ladders to study the human shadows at a closer distance. His fingers touched the shadow closest to him. Chen Ji used his fingers to lightly peel at the wall. This is painted by some kind of paint, but who would do this kind of thing inside their bedroom? Those shadows that had the same size of a normal person were so scary in broad daylight. But once the lights were off, how scary would it be to open one's eyes and realize that there were human shadows everywhere? After scanning all the shadows with his eyes, Chen Ji jumped down from bed. After losing the aid from his employees, Chen Ji had become more careful than ever before. There are 6 beds in total, but there is only 1 water bottle in the room, and there is only 1 pair of slippers on the ground. Xiao Lin is probably the only person who lives in this bedroom. Chen Ji looked through the tables and shelves of the other bunk beds. Even though they were filled with junk, they were not everyday items. Instead, they were strange objects like a painting palette, paint cans, the broken arm of a statue, a ruined electrical wire, and so on. This bedroom was like a storage where Xiao Lin was the only living occupant, and the rest was not occupied. There are few students who stay at the night school's dormitory. Xiao Lin does not come from a rich family, and it is impossible to think that he would spend more money to live at school, so the only explanation is that staying here cost less than renting a house outside the campus. Normally, the price of a dormitory apartment would be far higher than the rental of nearby houses. However, since Xiao Lin could afford to stay there, there was only one explanation. There had to be something wrong with the room. Chen Ji had no idea what had happened in Xiao Lin's bedroom in the past, but there was a strange sense of urgency inside his heart. Chen Ji walked to the bed number 4, which was furthest from the door. This bed had a new mattress and cover. Even though the other beds also had mattresses and covers, most of them were covered in dust, and they had long outlived their usefulness. Since no one is staying here, why would they prepare the mattress and covers? Would even someone sleep in such a dirty bed? Chen Ji climbed up the ladder and sat down on the 4th bed. He looked around the bedroom from this perspective, and it felt completely different. It no longer felt so cramped. I must be right. This is Xiao Lin's bed. There were words of encouragement and a schedule pasted next to the pillow. If this was not inside a strange school, Chen Ji would have had no doubt that Xiao Lin was a hardworking ace student. The cover has been recently cleaned. There is still a lingering smell of the detergent. The blanket is carefully folded. When I was at school, I rarely saw such organization in a male dorm. Xiao Lin should be an extremely self-disciplined student who cannot stand messiness. Chen Ji started to draft up an image of Xiao Lin in his mind. Other than the blanket and pillow, a book and a pencil were in the bed. Chen Ji thought that this was because Xiao Lin was reading in bed, but once he read through a few pages, he realized that things were not that simple. Most of the books related to the subject in schools were clean and untouched. There were no mark on them at all. It was like they were brand new. But Zio Lin's own notebooks were dog-eared and folded at many pages, which was a sign that they were heavily used. Chenji took out the 3 notebooks that were hidden among the textbooks. They were filled with paper scraps. Some were directly cut out from newspapers. Some came from the notices pasted on the bulletin board downstairs, and there were also small notes with different handwriting. Chenji just had a casual glance through them, but he was quickly drawn into them. The man entered the student dormitory when it was a holiday, but he did not expect that there would still be students who had not left. He hid inside the closet and was discovered by a student when he tried to escape in the middle of the night. The student's body was found inside the closet at dawn the next morning. The murderer has still not been found. All the students and staff must be on full alert. The newspaper cuttings were all about some mysterious cases. There was no detailed address to any of them, and the names had all been removed. The articles merely spoke of killing cases that people should be conscious about. The people's names look like they have been purposely removed. Where did Zio Lin find these newspaper articles? The paper itself is yellowing, so they should be from some time back. The notebook recorded more than one case, and the crime scenes were all over the place. They included the library, a bedroom, laboratories, and inside the elevator booth. Could these cases have all been real? Chenji looked through the notebook. The further he read, the more nervous he became. This notebook is extremely important. As he read through the notebooks, Chenji's curiosity in Zio Lin only continued to grow. Who was this person? Why would he keep tabs on those strange, curious cases? Chenji placed all of Zio Lin's notebooks that he had found on the bed. The one that he had been carrying inside the bed, and the 3 found on the bed, so now Chenji had 4 notebooks in total. The notebook inside the bed should be used for some kind of distraction. It does not contain any real important information. These 3 notebooks found here should be Zio Lin's biggest secret. Chenji read through them carefully and tried to memorize everything that he saw. Chenji paid his full focus and did not allow himself to be disturbed, but at that moment, knocking came from the door. The silence was broken, and out of habit, Chenji quickly held his breath. The door knocking continued a few times before it stopped completely. Is it Wang Xiaming outside the door? Does he wish to ask me to go with him to the canteen for dinner? Chenji did not want to presume too much about this Wang Xiaming, but he did not wish to have much more interaction with him either. After about 1 whole minute, that annoying knocking sound returned again. It was as sudden as the one before it. However, this time the knocking appeared to be more forceful. Chenji did not make a sound. He did not move to open the door either. The knocking continued for several seconds, and then the sound of a key being pushed into the lock, the spring of the lock moving, and the door unlocking came. Creak! The door was pushed open. The pale-faced teacher, Mr. Bai, appeared at the door, holding the key and a flashlight. Why didn't you come answer the door? Mr. Bai glared at Chenji. His forehead was breaking in cold sweat, and his Adam's apple was shuddering. He appeared to be deeply fearful. I fell asleep. As Chenji pulled himself straighter, he very naturally yanked the blanket to cover himself and to shield the 3 notebooks from view. Mr. Bai did not enter the room. He merely stood at the door and looked around the room. Do not wander off at night. Stay inside your room after the lights are switched off. Do you understand? Yes, Chenji nodded. Mr. Bai closed the door and left straight after. What a strange man. He was being so urgent when he was trying to open the door. It was as if he was trying to see whether I am still alive or not. With the blanket over him, Chenji was about to continue reading the notebooks when the lights in the bedroom were switched off. It's already time for lights out. It is already 10:30 p.m. Lying in the darkness, Chenji suddenly came to a realization. Ever since I entered the world behind the door, I don't think I've encountered any object that can tell time. There hasn't been a clock, watch, or phone in sight. Time should be a very important clue. It might prove useful to my investigation. Ever since the lights went off, Chenji had been dividing his focus into 2. One part was to count his heartbeat silently, and the other was to use his yin-yang vision to read the notebooks in the dark. After I've studied everything in the notebooks, I should go look for other clues. If nothing is found, I should go to another location. Mr. Bai had the bedroom key, and he could enter the bedroom freely, which gave Chenji a very weak sense of security. The curtain inside the bedroom was very thick, and only a very thin sheath of light was able to pass into the room through the gap. There were 5 human shadows in the room, and as time passed, the atmosphere inside the room became more pressured. Bang, bang, bang. In the dark, Chenji suddenly heard someone knock on the bedroom door. but it was very soft. Why do I have so many visitors? This new knocking was completely different from Mr. Bai's, so it should be a different person beyond the door. Could it be Wang Xiaming? No, he looks so easily scared, and he is too afraid to stay in the dormitory corridor alone. This shouldn't be him. Chen Ji stayed in bed with the blanket over him. He was reminded of what Mr. Bai and Wang Xiaming had said that night. Do not leave your bedroom after dark. Chen Ji was still hesitating over whether he should go take a look when the knocking stopped. The person only knocked 3 or 4 times. The knocking stopped, but I don't hear any footsteps, so the person is probably still outside the door. Chen Ji was quite experienced when it came to sleuthing and deduction. He did not make any sound. He did not even move his body. He wanted to create the impression that the bedroom was completely empty. After 10 minutes, there was still an enveloping silence outside in the corridor. Has the person left? Chen Ji sighed slightly in relief. He moved his hand inside Xiao Lin's bag and found the sharpened scissors. Whether it is useful or not, having this at least provides some security. Chen Ji was not a passive person. No matter how deep his despair, he was not going to give up so easily. However, before he even pulled the scissors out of the bag, the knocking began again. It was not very hard, and it had a constant rhythm to it like it was made by a machine. Has the monster outside the door caught onto my presence? Chen Ji tightened his grip around the scissors as he kept his eyes glued to the door. This time, the knocking did not stop, but instead became more erratic. The thing outside sounds like he's being chased by something. Don't tell me, he's coming in here to hide. Chen Ji himself was in deep water, so obviously he was not going to go open the door. The frequency of the knocking became more intense, but the force was weakening. It felt like the thing's life force was draining. Could this be a prank? It's merely trying to lure me to open the door. As the knocking changed from urgent knocking to a weak, dwindling knocking, his eyes narrowed. The knocking appeared out of thin air. There was no other sound in the corridor. Something is not right. Perhaps I've missed an alternative possibility. Chen Ji flipped through the notebook next to him. One of the pages recorded the case of a murderer hiding inside the dormitory's bedroom closet. When the murderer attempted to escape around midnight, he was spotted by the student, and then the student's body was eventually found inside the closet. Regardless of whether it was the murderer or the student, they were both inside the bedroom that night. So, if that incident happened inside this room, the knocking that I'm hearing right now isn't coming from outside, but a cry for help coming from inside the room. The ghost is probably inside the room with me. A chill ran up Chen Ji's spine, and the position of the human shadows on the walls appeared to have shifted slightly. To make matters worse, Chen Ji suddenly felt something moving under the cover. Chapter 765, Chen Ji's School Life. The weak light outside filtered through the curtain to land on the walls. The black human shadows seemed to have come alive. If one moved one's eyes from them, they would disappear from their spot and run to another spot. Chen Ji maintained his posture and ensured that he did not move. His whole body was tensed as his fist tightened over the scissors. Something moved earlier under the cover. This bedroom was less safe than he thought. Chen Ji's heart was gripped by anxiety. He did not pull the cover back to take a look. After all, if there was really a ghost under the cover, pulling the cover back or not would not change that reality. The ghost would not leave because it had been seen. If anything, that might only pressure it to turn aggressive. The knocking sound weakened. Something that felt like a bug crawled past his feet, and that unsteady feeling grew. Goosebumps rose all over Chen Ji's body. He could feel something moving up his leg. Cold sweat slid down his face, and the atmosphere inside the bedroom became more intense. About 10 seconds later, the knocking on the door suddenly disappeared. Chen Ji turned his head back to look. The door was still closed, but the 5 shadows on the walls had all disappeared. His eyes moved to other places inside the room, and Chen Ji noticed that the other 5 beds were bulging like there was someone lying under the cover of each bed. They've returned. The strange feeling moved from his feet to his upper calf. Chen Ji was certain that something had indeed crawled under his cover. Even though the image of a decapitated head appeared in his mind, Chen Ji managed to maintain a superhuman calmness. This was because being afraid was not going to solve the problem. If the knocking sound really came from inside the door, then their goal was to make him leave the room. His legs were growing numb. Chen Ji knew that if he hesitated much longer, he would slowly lose control of his body, and he would even lose the right to resist. He stopped hesitating and did a mad action. He bent his body slightly, arcing both of his legs, and he pushed his hands against the mattress and stood up. He did not stop to take a look at the stuff under the cover. He grabbed the scissors and his bag as he jumped off the bed. He rushed to the bedroom door and opened it. The whole series of action was smooth and fast like it had occurred many times in his mind already. After getting the door open, Chen-ji did not stay inside the room and ran directly out into the corridor. Jumping out of bed, opening the door, running down the corridor, Chen-ji made a big commotion, and the sound traveled quite a distance. "I've opened the door, but will the thing follow me?" It was not Chen-ji's aim to find trouble with these things. He merely wished to know more about Lin Sissy's identity and where he was. Holding the scissors with his left hand and the bag with his right, Chen-ji stood in the corridor for several minutes. Everywhere was quiet. There was nothing strange inside the door. "Didn't chase after me?" Chen-ji sighed in relief and rubbed his hands together. Assuming the articles in the notebook happened inside room 413, then the knocking was done by the student who died horribly inside the bedroom. It wanted to get out, and I helped him by opening the door so he did not come after me. That means that he can still be reasoned with. He is in my debt, and he has maintained a certain semblance of rationality, which should be enough to form the basis of communication. I am sure that we can get to know each other further. Chen-ji's mind was sharp. He started to move and slowly returned to room 413, where he had just escaped from. Yes, there is validity behind my thoughts. I've just arrived at a new place and I need some guidance. It will be for the best if I can form a good relationship with them. There were good and bad people, and the same could be said for ghosts. However, ultimately, Chen-ji was making a bet. Chen-ji used 1 minute to finish walking a distance of several meters. To prove his sincerity, he even put the scissors away. No matter how sharp these things are, they're useless against spirits and ghosts. Might as well put them away to show my willingness to cooperate. 3 meters, 2 meters. Chen-ji kept his body stuck to the wall opposite from room 413, and he was in a highly strung state. He was afraid that once he got close enough, a head or several shadows might rush out from inside the bedroom to pull him back into it. Taking a deep breath, Chen-ji finally reached the door of room 413. He was about to peer into the room when the door behind him suddenly opened. The door creaked open, and Chen-ji almost swung his bag in defense. "Zio Lin, why are you still wandering about after dark? If Mr. Bai sees you, he will definitely punish you." Wang Xiaming lowered his voice to an urgent whisper. It looked like he was worried about Chen-ji. "I don't want to be out here either." Chen-ji glanced into room 413. The situation inside had returned to normal. The trash littered the ground and the covers of the beds were now flat, but one of the human shadows on the walls was missing. His eyes widening, Chen-ji counted again, and he confirmed that the shadow closest to the door had already disappeared. "Only 4 are left. Has it run out of the bedroom?" The corridor was dim, and the school compound was also dark. Even with his yin-yang vision, Chen-ji would have a hard time locating the missing shadow. "It seems like it was desperate to escape. I have the same wish. This brother shares the same goal with me, so perhaps we can work together, one working in the shadows, the other in the open." A plan was forming in Chen-ji's mind, but this plan was too hard to put into action. He needed to be extremely careful. One wrong step and he might die. If only this was a recurring nightmare where I would revive after every death, I would have a wealth of choices to tackle this mission. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I only have one chance. Dying here will end everything. "What are you grumbling about?" Wang Xiaming sensed a strangeness from Zio Lin. It felt scary, like he was not the person that he usually was. "Just now it was you who was running down the corridor, right? People are preparing to rest. If you wake them up, you are going to be in big trouble." "There are other people staying here." "Of course." Chen-ji nodded and quickly moved away from this topic. He carried the bag with one hand and gripped Wang Xiaming's shoulder with his other hand. "Brother, my room feels a bit strange. I feel like there's something moving under the cover whenever I try to fall asleep. Perhaps it's a rat or something. Come help me find it." It was Chen-ji's impromptu plan to invite Wang Xiaming into room 413. He wanted to see if Wang Xiaming knew about the room's history or not. Of course, this was only part of the reason. If he was really trapped by a ghost inside the room with Wang Xiaming around, at least there was a partner. The school rules forbid students from bunking. Everyone has their own designated bed. Wang Xiaming sounded more unwilling to share a bed with a man than being actually afraid. "What are you so scared of? They're not going to expel you for bunking, right?" Chen-ji ignored him and practically dragged Wang Xiaming into room 413. Chapter 766, I Need Tools 2 in 1. This was Chen-ji's second time entering room 413, but this time, with Wang Xiaming's accompaniment, Chen-ji did not feel that panicked. Zio-Lin, don't you ever clean your room? You are supposed to be the only one living here, but somehow, it feels like there are several people living here. This appeared to be Wang Xiaming's first visit to room 413, and this attracted Chen-ji's curiosity. After all, the two friends stayed literally just across from the corridor. Even though they might not have a sleepover, normally, when they came across each other in the corridor, they should be able to look into each other's bedroom, unless Zio-Lin had been purposely trying to keep that a secret. My eyesight is not so good. Can you help me see what those things on the walls are? Chen-ji had not fully placed his trust in Wang Xiaming yet. He did not dare to leave the man unattended near the door. What if the young man suddenly decided to turn back and lock Chen-ji in the room? That would be horrendous. Okay, it did not look like Wang Xiaming knew anything about the horrors inside room 413. In his eyes, this was probably a student bedroom that could not have been more normal. Using the ladder of the bunk bed, Wang Xiaming climbed up bed number 1. He used his hands to touch the walls. I don't see any posters inside your room, so why are there so many nails here? Nails? When Wang Xiaming climbed up the bed, Chen-ji quickly hurried to bed number 4. He was planning to grab all the information and notebooks. He was not going to return to this bedroom ever again. That's right, and what is with the dark spots on the wall? It looks like a human crawling on the wall. Aren't you afraid staring at them at night? Just looking at them, Wang Xiaming was already feeling uncomfortable. Chen-ji did not give a direct response. He was still going over Wang Xiaming's words in his mind. The spot of the wall that Wang Xiaming was touching originally had a human shadow, but it had just escaped from the room earlier. It had disappeared. Let me see. Chen-ji grabbed the bag and climbed up the bed. He reached out to touch the wall, and under the coat of white paint, the wall was punctured with many nails. All the nails were on the human shadow that was once on the wall. Then, could it be that it was those nails that had pinned the human shadow onto the wall? Was it because of those nails that the shadows were unable to escape? Chen-ji was thinking when he felt a sharp pain coming from his stomach. There's a bug. Chen-ji lifted up his shirt. He noticed a small cut on his stomach, but since the cut was so small, it was not severe enough to cause bleeding. Did some kind of bug crawl into my shirt earlier? He took out his jacket to inspect his clothes closer. He did not come across any bugs, but he found an incredibly sharp nail inside his shirt pocket. Zio-Lin, why are you carrying something like that with you? Aren't you afraid of accidentally scratching yourself? Wang Xiaming asked out of curiosity, but one could not say that he was surprised. From his reaction, Chen-ji suspected that even in his class, Zio-Lin was considered a unique specimen. No matter what he did, his classmates would normalize it on the account of him being Zio-Lin. It's fine. Chen-ji might have said that, but internally his heart was raging. The nail that was used to pin the ghost shadow on the wall suddenly appeared inside his pocket, and it was used to prick his skin. That was definitely not a simple coincidence. Is the shadow looking for a scapegoat? Chen-ji was thankful that he did return to the bedroom, or else he probably would not have known what went wrong. Only when he died and was pinned on the wall would he have realized the mistake that he had made. I was kind enough to help him open the door, but he repaid my kindness with vengeance and wished to use me as a scapegoat. Chen-ji compared the nail in his pocket and the ones hidden underneath the paint coat, confirming that they were one and the same. It is understandable that he wants to find a scapegoat, but at least gives me a warning. To do something like this behind my back is such a rude thing to do. After slowly calming down, he took out the scissors, wishing to use them to yank out the rest of the nails from the wall, but the nails were in too deep. Chen-ji needed a more heavy-duty tool. There is danger at every corner. If I am not careful, I will not even know how I died. In just these few minutes, Chen-ji felt like he was pinned again, but this time the pain came from his calf. He shook his pant legs and a short nail fell out. For now, they appear very far between each other, and they honestly are not that painful. But as time moves forward, will these nails appear closer to each other and then become more and more painful? Chen-ji did not mind being pricked once in a while, but the thing was, he did not know when the nail would show up or where they would show up. If they happened to show up inside his shoes when he was running away from a threat, then it would over. Other than that, Chen-ji was worried about another situation. If he just ignored this, one of the future nails might appear inside his body, and that would be more than just a bleeding matter. No wonder I've been feeling so pressured since I've arrived at this place. This place is so dangerous. Before even knowing his identity or even the overall image of the location he was in, Chen-ji had already triggered some kind of slow death. However, even in those circumstances, he managed to maintain his cool. I woke up inside the classroom, and after Mr. Bai showed up, he kept on repeating for us to stay inside our bedrooms and not wander out of the bedrooms at night. Is this some kind of psychological trick? The findings at the desk and the content of the notebooks also all pointed toward the bedroom. To better understand my identity, the best option was to visit the bedroom. It was a place that I had to go see no matter what. Chenji had no choice, but now that he was thinking about it, two details popped up at him. The first was when Chenji said that he needed to go back to the bedroom. Wang Xiaming had suggested they take a detour to the canteen first. Whether he meant something by it, or it was just a pure coincidence, if Chenji had agreed to follow Wang Xiaming to the canteen, he would have been able to temporarily prevent this from happening. This explained that at least in this incident, Wang Xiaming had no intention of harming him. Of course, that did not go far in proving that Wang Xiaming was an ally. After all, there might be a deeper trap waiting for him at the canteen, and Wang Xiaming was merely luring Chenji there to be killed. The second thing was that before the lights went out, Mr. Bai personally checked up on him to confirm if Chenji was inside his bedroom. The expression that Mr. Bai had back then was one of pure terror. He did not move an inch inside room 413, which proved that he knew about the danger residing and lurking inside room 413. He had told Chenji to sleep there while knowing there were dangers at room 413. There had to be something wrong with that man. After summarizing everything that had happened so far, Chenji came to such a conclusion in his heart. Wang Xiaming might not be a good person, but Mr. Bai definitely had an ulterior motive and was a bad guy. Chenji memorized that the people he had met, the words that they had said, and the expressions on their faces. It was not because he had such a good memory, but this was his way of surviving. Room 413 is very dangerous, but I was not killed instantly after entering it. I was merely made a scapegoat, and the enemy used a very slow method to kill me. Looks like the mission is not really a dead end. Turning his attention back to the room, Chenji studied the other human shadows, beneath which should be a large group of nails hidden. The ghost has made me his scapegoat, so that is why I have been constantly pricked by these nails. If I remove all the nails inside the bedroom and use them to poke another person, what will happen? Chenji had already been poked twice by those nails that had appeared out of nowhere. If this was a normal person, they would have tossed away the cursed nails or buried them deep in the ground already. However, Chenji did not do that. Instead, he kept the nails and intended to find a few characters that he was annoyed by and try to use them as experiments. These nails can pin ghost shadows into place, so they should be able to damage lingering spirits or baleful specters to a certain degree. They're valuable items, but will I cause some kind of panic going around poking people with nails in the middle of the night? In any case, Chenji thought that this idea was workable. I should try to keep some nails on me. The focus will then be to find the ghost who is attacking me and try my best to persuade them to attack another person with me. If they refuse, I will just use the nails to pin them back onto the wall. Studying the nails on the wall, Chenji tried to use the scissors to pry them out, but it was to no avail. I will need a hammer or pliers for this. There should be a maintenance room at the school. I believe I will be able to get some tools there. Chenji's mind moved very fast. He was not one to dawdle on one issue for a very long time. I should carry more usable tools with me. That way, I will have more choices when dealing with complicated situations. Zio Lin, Wang Xiaming extended his hand and waved it before Chenji's face. What are you thinking about? You even started to laugh for some reason. Xiaming, do you know where our school's maintenance room is? Chenji asked in a casual tone. Why do you want to know that? Wang Xiaming had no idea what was going through Chenji's mind. The two of them were not on the same wavelength at all. There is a problem with my bedroom door. It creaks noisily at night, so I wish to get some tools to fix it. Chenji jumped off the bed and stood at the door. It should be around the staff dormitory, but students rarely go there. I think you should wait until tomorrow morning and tell the dormitory management about this. Although our dormitory management, Wang Xiaming shivered involuntarily and did not continue the conversation. There is no need to trouble the dormitory management. After all, this is just a small problem. I will be able to deal with it myself. Chenji found out that the maintenance room was near the staff dormitory, but the problem was that Chenji had no clue where the staff dormitory was situated. If you wander around like this after the lights have been switched off and are discovered by the staff, you will be severely punished. Zio Lin, you have to seriously consider what you're planning to do. It's one thing if you want to sneak to some other location, but the maintenance room is right inside the building where the staff dormitory is. I know there is a certain risk to this, but I cannot sleep at night if I do not do anything with this door. It keeps making this creaking noise, and it is too noisy for me to even try to fall asleep. Chenji looked at Wang Xiaming with sincerity. Brother, how about this? I will sleep over at your place for one night. After all, you are the only occupant of your bedroom, and the other beds are empty. You want to sleep over at my place? Wang Xiaming's face twitched conspicuously. After giving it some thought, he said, I think you should go take a look around the maintenance room. Even if you run into the staff, I am sure they will understand if you just explain and communicate the problem that you are facing. Okay then, how about you lead me to the area around the staff dormitory? Chenji grabbed hold of Wang Xiaming's arm, and he was not going to let go no matter what. After some back and forth inside the bedroom, Wang Xiaming finally relented. Fine, but I will be leaving after we arrive. I will not step into the staff dormitory no matter what. Thank you. You're welcome. There's no choice because you are my only friend. Wang Xiaming returned to his bedroom to change his shoes. Chenji closed the door to room 413. When he was waiting for Wang Xiaming, he took out his notebook to study closer the information of the student who had perished inside the bedroom. A student studying the art of oil painting. He is normally very cowardly and does not like to speak, but he is a kind person and prefers to stay alone inside the oil painting room and come up with many strange paintings. Xiao Lin's notebooks contained some snippets of information, and Chenji had to compile them together to form the bigger picture. The most urgent goal right now is to find the tools. If there is not enough time, I will try to poke Mr. Bai with the nails. If there is enough time, I should try to take a spin around the oil painting room. After Wang Xiaming changed his shoes, the two walked down the corridor together. Xiao Lin, try not to make any noise. If you attract the dormitory management's attention, it will be over for the both of us. Wang Xiaming was clearly very afraid of the management, and this caused Chenji to start to wonder about the manager's real identity. Just what kind of person would be able to instill such a fear in Wang Xiaming? If not for the danger and urgency of the situation, Chenji would have made a detour to go and see them. The two eventually arrived at the first floor. The door of the dormitory block was not locked. Quick, Wang Xiaming waved at Chenji, and the two rushed toward the entrance. However, just as they were about to reach the entrance, the curtain inside the dormitory manager's room was pulled open, and a gray face leaned against the window. Next to this face was the notice that forbade students from leaving the compound after the lights were switched off. The glass window was slowly pushed open, and a cold draft poured out from inside the room. Run, the dormitory manager is coming. Chenji had no idea whether the dormitory manager had seen them or not. He grabbed Wang Xiaming and raced out of the student dormitory. The two of them ran for a long time in the dark school compound. They only dared to slow down after a peacefulness returned to their surroundings. They found a corner to hide and catch their breath. Oh my God, Xiao Lin, this is all your fault. We've been discovered by the manager. Are you panicking? He didn't even see our faces. Chenji thought back to that pale face, and a small chill spread through his body. That face definitely did not belong to a living human. Be it Wang Xiaming, Mr. Bai, or the other students in the class, they looked on the surface to be no different from a normal person. In fact, they even possessed warm flesh. But that dormitory manager was completely different. The face that he had seen earlier in the window had no life or expression to it. The dormitory manager is different from others. This can be considered a valuable piece of information. If there's a chance, I should try to poke him with these nails or try to get him to take my place as the scapegoat. Chenji's plan was continually changing based on the information that he obtained, but the general direction had remained the same. The school compound at night was very scary. Chenji had no idea why, but he felt like the buildings that were so crowded in the morning had the same crowdedness to them even though he could not see any people inside them at night. After walking for a few minutes in the dark, Wang Xiaming, who had been very silent, suddenly stopped moving. We're there, this is the staff dormitory. Chenji saw the outline of a squat building in the dark. Not yet, I merely realized that, since we've been discovered, there is no reason to stay in the hiding and mind those details anymore. Wang Xiaming seemed to have thought things through. Why have you decided to go to the maintenance room with me? Chenji felt that something was wrong with Wang Xiaming. Shaking his head, Wang Xiaming turned around to look at Chenji. He was breathing heavily through his nostrils, he was chewing something hard in his mouth, and his lips were dyed red. After a long time, he managed to say, "This is the canteen." The canteen? They were supposed to go to the maintenance room, but Wang Xiaming had suddenly had a change of heart and led Chenji to the entrance to the canteen without informing him. Chapter 767, Partners in crime. Wang Xiaming was acting very strangely. Both of his eyes were bloodshot like a gambler who had nothing else to lose. This was completely different from how he had been when they had been at the male dormitory. We should head to the maintenance room first. After getting the tools I need, I'll come back to the canteen with you. Chenji knew that the change in Wang Xiaming had occurred after they had been spotted by the dormitory manager. It felt like since his plan had been exposed, he was not going to keep up the facade. Carrying his bag, Chenji gripped the nails in one hand while patting Wang Xiaming's shoulder with another. You are my only friend, trust me. Wang Xiaming's body temperature came through his palm. Chenji's deskmate was a strange fella, but he was really not much different from a normal person. Compared to a ghost, he was more like a problem child with a mental issue. Facing this kind of child, one should not deny their request. Instead, one should give them more love and care. But I am really hungry now. A crunching and chewing noise came from Wang Xiaming's mouth. His lips were dyed red from the blood that leaked out. Is he munching on his own teeth? Chenji had met someone similar in Liwan City, the female boss who was trapped behind the hotel's fridge. The woman had suffered from an eating disorder. She was in a constant state of hunger and would consume everything within her mouth, including her teeth and tongue. Only through constant chewing and consuming could the psychological hunger be appeased. Brother, if you really are that hungry, why don't we split up now? You can go to the canteen and I'll head on over to the maintenance room. Through the few minutes' worth of experience inside the bedroom, Chenji understood how dangerous this scenario was. There was danger at every step, and he would be dead if he let his guard down. Under those circumstances, he would definitely not follow Wang Xiaming to a strange place. Chenji stated his intention. They were going to separate peacefully. As long as you don't come after me, then I won't harm you. Based on Chenji's own prediction, Wang Xiaming would leave on his own and would not attack Chenji so soon. The two stood in the darkness. The cold wind that came from who knew where crawled into their collars. With a strange expression, Wang Xiaming lowered his head to think, and he slowly awakened to his old self. He made a choice that confused Chenji. Oh well, I guess I will stay with you. After we get the tools, we'll come back to the canteen. Wang Xiaming rubbed his taut muscles on his face like what had happened earlier was just an illusion. You're such a good friend. Chenji hugged Wang Xiaming's shoulders. One of them silently raised his hand to wipe away the blood on the lips while the other quietly put away the nail in his hand. This way, the two nursed each of their plots. Wang Xiaming led the way and Chenji followed behind him. His brain never stopped moving. Every person at that school was very strange. It seemed like their goal was not to simply kill Chenji, they each had their own agendas. What are they trying to do? Chenji felt like an invisible net was expanding around him, and each of the knots represented a character at the school. Leaving the squat building, Wang Xiaming led Chenji in another direction. The staff dormitory is near the field at the back of the school. It is a very deserted place and people rarely go there. Wang Xiaming had returned to normal, and he seemed to have abandoned the hold of terror that the dormitory had on him. Actually, if you think about it, the school really doesn't treat us well. The normal students have their own private sport auditorium, and the best resources are given to them. Those of us from the night school are like the children of the stepmother. Our goal here is to learn. The rest is merely the process. Chenji was able to say that because he had gone through the trials given by the black phone. Even when he was walking close to death's door, he was able to provide others with some good energy. Walking past a small copse, they came across a row of very old-looking fence. The top part was curled with steel netting. There was a small field just beyond the fence. It was about a quarter of the size of a normal field. There was no goal post or sport equipment. It was completely deserted. If not for the lanes that were drawn on the ground, Chenji would not have expected this to be a sport field. Do you see that small building over there? That is the staff dormitory, but it is quite strange. Even though this place is called the staff dormitory, I rarely see any teachers there. Wang Xiaming used his finger to point at the building on the other side. We'll be discovered instantly if we use the front door. We should take a detour around the trees. Wang Xiaming was very familiar with the surroundings, and this roused Chenji's suspicion. Would a normal student know the layout of the staff dormitory so well? With this in mind, his curiosity toward his deskmate grew. On my own, the possibility of me escaping here is null. I need someone who has the same goal as me to act as my partner. Everyone at this school had a story, and Chenji was curious how they ended up there. Normally, the world behind the door was weaved from the door pusher's despairing memory. Everything surrounded the door pusher, and all the clues pointed toward the door pusher. The situation there seemed to be different. Everyone had their own backstory, and each one had their own goal. School of the Afterlife, students, graduation? A few phrases appeared in Chen Ji's mind, and he tried to link them together. Oh well, I have too little information. This school is split into 2 campuses. After I find the ghost that used me as a scapegoat, perhaps I can get over to the other campus. I might be able to find more clues there. He had woken up right behind the door, and he did not even know who he was, but even so, Chen Ji had managed to carve a road for himself. He bent over as he trekked through the copse, and a thick layer of leaves was gathered under his feet. Stepping on them felt like he was stepping on human flesh. The feeling was very strange, but he could tell what the problem was. We're here. The two took a large detour to reach the staff dormitory. This place was completely different from the student dormitory. Chen Ji discovered this after he got closer. The building before him was split into 2 rows. The front row had lights on like there were people living there, but the back row was completely dark. It appeared to have been abandoned a long time ago. The front row is for the staff, and the back row consists of the apartments meant for international students. The school had a good idea, but according to my knowledge, our school hasn't accepted any international students. Wang Xiaming and Chen Ji sneaked into the building at the front. The corridor was tiled, and the walls had wallpaper. The design was more luxurious than the student dormitory. I think the maintenance room is at the deepest part of the corridor. Be careful when you go over. Do not let any teachers spot you. Wang Xiaming stopped at the corridor. I'll be your lookout. I think we should go together. Since they were already at that point, there was no chance of returning. Chen Ji dragged Wang Xiaming down the corridor. Wait a moment. Wang Xiaming wanted to resist, but he did not dare be too loud about it, afraid that it might attract a teacher's attention. In the end, he had no choice but to allow Chen Ji to drag him down the corridor. Chapter 768, The Real Nightmare Mission. Xiao Lin, after walking into the corridor, Wang Xiaming's face suddenly paled. His bulging eyes looked around as if he could not believe that he had physically entered the staff dormitory. It is too dangerous for you to stay at the entrance alone. I'm the one who wanted to come here to find the key, so how could I put you in such danger? Chen Ji made it sound like it was all for Wang Xiaming's own good. No matter how hard the latter tried to shake him off, Chen Ji refused to let go. Shush, the door in front appears to have been left ajar. Chen Ji walked while sticking to the wall. When he reached the middle of the corridor, he noticed that one of the doors was slightly open. The lights inside the room were on, and pale white light filtered out. Afraid of attracting the attention of the people inside the room, Wang Xiaming stopped resisting and allowed Chen Ji to drag him to the side of the door. What do you plan to do? When Wang Xiaming saw Chen Ji lean against the wall next to the door to peer inside it, he felt like his scalp was about to explode. This man before him had no idea what the meaning of fear was, and he insisted on bringing him to experiment with stuff at the edge of danger. SHH, the light in the room is on, and I believe I see a shadow projected onto the wall. There is someone inside the room. Chen Ji waved at Wang Xiaming. The two silently slid past the door. Being dragged by Chen Ji, Wang Xiaming stopped resisting. He had surrendered to his fate. The maintenance room was at the end of the corridor. It took them a very long time just to locate it. The door is locked. Chen Ji wiggled the doorknob but failed to get the door open. You have to be gentler. You are going to wake the entire building. Wang Xiaming cowered with fear, his face anxious. The door is locked. Do you know who has the key? They could not stay there long, so Chen Ji tried to move things forward. It should be with the maintenance worker, but he will have gotten off work by now. Wang Xiaming tugged on Chen Ji's sleeve. How about we leave this place now and go to the canteen? I promise to treat you to a good meal. I guarantee that you will definitely ask for more. You mind piping down? I need some quiet to think about this. Chen Ji's eyes scanned the corridor and the many doors. When a person hears a strange sound, the brain will need about 2 seconds to react, and they will need several seconds to come down the corridor from the rooms. In other words, if I break down the door, I will have to crack the door, find the tools, and escape the scene in under half a minute. No, that's impossible. There's not enough time. Xiao Lin, what did you say, break down the door? This building only has one exit and a staircase. The staircase is situated next to the exit. Even if I successfully find the tools I need, there is nowhere to hide. Chen Ji very rationally abandoned the idea of breaking down the door. The maintenance room is on the first floor. I already know the location of this place. Compared to breaking down the door, slipping in through the window might be a better solution. Without anything to arm himself with, Chen Ji was greatly unsettled. Other than that, he had a different plan in mind. The nails in room 413 pinned the human shadows onto the wall. Chen Ji planned to make a deal with these human shadows. He would remove all the nails from the walls to help them escape, but in return, he would ask a favor from them. If everything went well, this would be a win-win situation, but the plan was easier said than done. He would need to be careful at every step, and on top of that, he needed to ensure that the shadows would not betray him. Chenji actually did not wish to do so, but unfortunately, he did not have much of a choice. This world behind the door did not give him much chance at survival, so he would have to work hard to create the chance for himself. Suddenly, an intense shot of pain came from his stomach. It felt like he had been stung by a bee. Chenji pulled up his shirt, and a short nail fell to the ground. This time the wound is deeper, but how come there is still no blood? Normally, when one was hurt by a nail, the wound would definitely be bleeding when pressure was applied. But no matter how aggressively Chenji dealt with the wound, there was no blood. The sound that the nail made when falling to the ground was not loud, but since the corridor was so quiet, both Chenji and Wang Xiaming heard it very clearly. "What are you doing?" Wang Xiaming was understandably spooked. "Nothing." Chenji picked up the nail, and when he was lowering his head, he saw a bright light coming from the building's entrance. Someone had just entered the staff dormitory with a flashlight. "We've been discovered." Wang Xiaming clamped his mouth with his hands as he leaned his body against the wall. It was the sound of the nail that alerted him to our presence. "This corridor is about 20 to 30 meters long. Do you think the person can hear the sound of a nail dropping from so far away?" Chenji maintained his rationality. He was very calm. "It is a coincidence that this person is showing up. Trust me." "Then what do you suggest we do now? They are coming here." "Stick close to the wall. They are relying on a flashlight. It means that their eyes won't have the time to get used to the darkness. As long as we hide in the shadows and the flashlight doesn't hit us, we won't be discovered." Chenji was making a bet. Normally, people use the flashlight to light the immediate path before them. They would not shine it into the distance. "What if the flashlight catches us?" Cold puffs of air came out of Wang Xiaming's lips, and his eyes were filled with terror. "I will repeat myself. They are holding a flashlight, and their eyes are not used to the darkness. If the flashlight happens to catch us, the first thing we need to do is to charge at this person, grab the flashlight, and run out through the exit." "What kind of lousy plan is that?" "Shush, take your spot in the corner. Be prepared to make a run if the situation calls for it." Chenji narrowed his eyes and used the bag to cover the lower half of his face. In the darkened corridor, the light teetered left and right. It slowly approached. Both Chenji and Wang Xiaming held their breath. After a few difficult seconds, the light stopped before one of the rooms. The room door was pushed open, and the light soon disappeared. "The person has entered the room." Wang Xiaming's voice was shuddering from the overwhelming relief. "Stop wasting time. We need to go." Chenji had a feeling that things were not that simple. The person was not led here by the sound of the nail falling. Could it really be a coincidence? No, I must have missed something very important, but what is it? Running ahead, Chenji thought back to what had happened to him after he entered the door. "The first time I ran into mortal danger was inside room 413. With the degree of fear Wang Xiaming showed toward the teacher and the dormitory manager, something terrible will happen if you run across them after dark." Chenji concluded that from the two incidents that he had encountered, and his brows slowly creased. "It appears that the moment I stay in a specific place for too long, something bad will happen." He had no way of affirming his speculation. He knew that things were not looking up. The difficulty and danger level of this school was far beyond the danger level of the normal nightmare missions given by the Black Phone. "I am being too passive. What can I do to turn things around? The Black Phone will not give me a mission that I cannot pass. Where or what is this crucial item or incident that will help me survive?" While Chenji used all the energy in his brain to think, the door not that far away from him suddenly opened again. That was the room where the light disappeared inside earlier. Has the person been waiting for us? They had nowhere else to run. Chenji and Wang Xiaming were currently trapped in the middle of the corridor. Chapter 769, Big Dog. This way, there was a room door that was left ajar. Wang Xiaming started to panic from the scare. When he saw the reappearance of the light, he dragged Chenji into the room in the middle of the corridor. As they did so, the light cut down the corridor. "That was so close, we were almost caught." Wang Xiaming gasped greedily for air as he hid behind the door. "Even though it is temporarily safe, it might have put us into deeper trouble. After all, the lights in this room were left on. If there is someone inside, we might need to deal with 2 or more people instead of just the one outside." Chenji did not get into an argument with Wang Xiaming simply because he made a decision without consulting him. This was because he knew that arguing was not going to solve any problem. It would only waste the valuable time that should be spent on escaping. We will only wait here for a while. Once the person outside leaves, we will immediately escape. First, you cannot confirm whether the teacher outside the door has seen us or not. If they have discovered us, then they will be waiting for us to come out. Secondly, I believe that there is someone with us inside the room. It is truly unknown if we will be able to survive until the teacher outside leaves. Chenji would never leave his life in the hands of fate. He carried the bag and headed into the kitchen. What are you doing? Looking for a window. The room was curiously spacious. There were 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 1 kitchen. It did not look like a normal apartment. After Chenji rushed into the kitchen, he made a beeline to the door, but to his disappointment, an anti-burglary net was installed on the window. Without stopping to nurse his disappointment, Chenji rushed to the kitchen counter. He pulled out all the drawers but could not find any sharp instruments like a knife. This feels less like an apartment and more like a prison cell. Zio Lin, someone's coming. Wang Xiaming leaned on the ground. He kept his voice to a whisper. His face was scrunched together from intense fear. Lock the door to stop them from getting in. Chenji could not tell for sure whether the person outside had seen them or not. After all, he and Wang Xiaming had been moving in the dark. Okay, Wang Xiaming was so scared that he lost his ability to think. He merely did what he was told. It's now locked. Even though he knew that the door was locked, Wang Xiaming was still so nervous. He had his hands over the doorknob and his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Chenji did not expect Wang Xiaming to be so afraid of the teachers. He grabbed Wang Xiaming's hand lightly. Don't panic. The more you are afraid of it, the more likely the thing will happen. Zio Lin, this is not the issue of panicking. Have you forgotten that after dark, the teachers? Wang Xiaming's words were cut short because footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Chenji and Wang Xiaming's faces paled immediately. The 2 of them shared a look and raised their index fingers to their lips simultaneously. Come here. Chenji used his finger to point at the empty space on the opposite side of the door. He gestured to explain his plan. He wanted Wang Xiaming to hide at the other side so that they could ambush the person who opened the door. Chenji's plan was good, but unfortunately it was hard to put into motion. Wang Xiaming was not as brave as he was. He did not listen to Chenji's order and escaped into the bathroom that was furthest from the door. Hey, Chenji refused to stay in the living room alone, so he turned and followed Wang Xiaming. What are you doing hiding inside the bathroom? If you only know how to escape, you're eventually going to get cornered. If you do not learn to resist, you will never be able to fight for the right to choose. I know, but I am unable to control myself. Wang Xiaming pouted with tears in his eyes, and he silently closed the bathroom door. The 2 held their breath and waited. 10 seconds passed, but there was no sound coming from outside. Has the person left? How would I know? He might be hiding just beyond the door, waiting for us to come out. Chenji rolled his eyes. Go out and take a look. Okay. Wang Xiaming gathered his courage and pushed open the bathroom door. It was dark outside, and he went to open the light in the living room. It's clear. Realizing that there was no problem, Wang Xiaming urged Chenji to come out. But once he turned back and saw Chenji's expression, he was confused. What's wrong? The lights in the living room were on before, but now the lights are off. Chenji lowered his voice. Do not move. The people inside the room have already discovered us. Once Chenji said that, a little girl's laughter echoed across the room. A head with tousled black hair floated above the back of the sofa. A girl with a creepy smile turned to look at Chenji and Wang Xiaming. We do not mean any harm. We merely happened to slip into this place. Realizing that it was not a teacher inside the room, Wang Xiaming sighed in relief and came up with a horrible lie. The girl tilted her head to the side as she studied Wang Xiaming and Chenji. Her gaze was strange. There was a mentally unstable emotion behind it. It was hard to describe, but it felt as if she was not looking at living humans. Are you the daughter of one of the teachers at our school? Chenji did not dare get close to this girl who looked positively harmless. Yes, the girl nodded. Her eyes were glued to Chenji. Compared to Wang Xiaming, she seemed to be more attracted to Chenji. My dad is a substitute teacher at the night school. His name is Bai. You're Mr. Bai's daughter? Then we came to the right place. Please don't be afraid, we are Mr. Bai's students. He told us to come here because he had something to discuss with us, but since he's not here, we're not going to disturb you anymore. Chenji signaled for Wang Xiaming to stay away from this girl. My dad told you to come here. When the girl heard that, her eyes glistened brightly. Looks like he still remembers his promise to me. Promise? Wang Xiaming had a bad feeling in his heart. It's getting late. I think we should come back tomorrow. Wang Xiaming was finding an excuse to leave, but the girl ignored him. She kept her eyes on Chen Ji and ran out from behind the sofa. "Little brother, what's your name?" She grabbed Chen Ji's arm and spoke with a sweet voice and cute smile, but her eyes made Chen Ji very uncomfortable. "Lin Sissy." That is such a cute name. Whenever the girl smiled, her canine teeth would show, and it made her look very cute. "My name is not as cute as you, little girl. I still have something to do tonight. How about I come back to play with you tomorrow?" With the girl holding his hand, the hair on the back of Chen Ji's neck was standing. "Tomorrow," the girl pouted. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoes to whisper into Chen Ji's ear. "You are following a person who died a long time ago, little brother. I'm afraid you won't live until tomorrow." The girl used an innocent voice to reveal a scary secret. "Don't leave me. Why don't you stay with me tonight?" On one side, there was the deskmate who appeared to have died a long time ago, while on the other, there was the teacher's daughter who was definitely not what she appeared. This was the first choice that Chen Ji had to make after he entered the door. Bang, bang, bang. When Chen Ji was hesitating, a loud noise came from inside the bedroom. It sounded like someone was using his head to knock against the door. "What is that sound?" Chen Ji turned to look at the bedroom. "It's nothing. My dad gifted me a large dog for my last birthday. It is very naughty, so I collared it." The girl's smile grew bigger, like she was reminded of a very happy incident. Chapter 770, Mr. Bai. "Your dad gave you a dog, and he allows you to keep it inside the staff dormitory." Wang Xiaming's disbelief was plain on his face. "The school forbids the rearing of pets, and the teachers wouldn't go against the rules, setting a bad example. My dad gifted me this large dog because he was afraid that I would be too lonely. I never let it leave this room. That way, no one will discover it." The girl's tone was cute and innocent, but listening to her, chills ran through Chen Ji's body. "In other words, after you got the dog, it has never left this house." Chen Ji's brows lifted. "What's wrong? The dog was originally very feral. Me and my dad used a long time and effort to train it, to make it obedient." The corners of the girl's lips curled upward into a bright smile. "It's just that animals will get sick after being left inside a house for a long time. Occasionally, you have to take it out for a stroll." Chen Ji turned to the bedroom where the strange sound had come from earlier. The bedroom door was closed, so he could not see anything. Even the strange sound had disappeared. "Zio Lin, don't listen to her. Our school has strict rules against keeping a pet. Be it the staff or students, if they are discovered to have broken the rules, they receive a severe punishment. A pet like a dog is different from a snake or lizard. It will make noise. Once the neighbors hear that, they will report this to the authority. The secret can't have been kept." Wang Xiaming did not believe the girl's words at all. "After all, you are not the only person who stays here. Me and my dad considered that before, so we gave the dog a special training." The girl had a cute smile. She was so cute that one would have to urge to hug her and pinch her cheeks. When the dog first arrived, it was very unruly. Whenever someone passed by the door, it would scratch on the door or knock into the furniture. Later, me and my dad came up with a solution. We purposely left home and pretended to be passers-by walking down the corridor. Whenever the dog made a sound, we would return to take something away from it. After repeating this about 10 times, the dog slowly learned its lesson. Now, even if there really is someone who passes by, it will be very obedient. "You sure are experienced at training dogs." The girl was very happy to have been given some praise. "There is not much experience to be said. Once you deal with more than enough dogs, you'll eventually come across the solution." "Have you reared many dogs in the past?" Chen Ji asked in shock. "Yes, initially I kept them in secret. After I was discovered by my dad, he was very angry." The girl sounded wounded. "Without asking for my permission, he took care of the dog. I was so mad. I refused to speak to him for a very long time until he later gifted me a large dog." "How come I feel like none of the dogs you kept survived for long? A dog has quite a long lifespan. From the looks of it, you are at most 12 years old, and if you took care of them, one dog should have been enough to accompany you until now." Chen Ji squatted down before the girl. His pupils narrowed as he looked into the girl's eyes. "It's mainly because they are so disobedient. If they were obedient, they wouldn't have been punished." The girl looked at Chen Ji, and her voice slowly dropped. "I don't know why, but they are all very afraid of me. If only they were all as friendly as you are around me, little brother." "Friendly?" A little girl was not only not afraid when 2 strange men showed up in her room, she was very happy. It was obvious that there was something wrong. "What are you talking about?" Chen Ji pretended like he did not hear the girl's last sentence. He carried a warm smile on his face and hugged the girl lightly. "This is the first time I've met a girl as cute as you. What is your name?" Chen Ji sat on the sofa and placed the girl on his lap. My name is Bai Ling. Chenji was stunned when he heard that name. Sankai Bai Ling 1 traditionally represented suicide by hanging. Good name, it's classical, pure, and rolls out the tongue. Chenji paused before asking, Bai Ling, your surname is Bai, so is your father Mr. Bai who teaches the night school? With a wink, the girl slowly nodded, yes. You're Mr. Bai's daughter. Before Chenji said anything, Wang Xiaming was the first to yelp. It appeared as if he had suddenly been reminded of something scary. His face was white, and he kept making nonverbal hints to Chenji. Even though we are students from another campus, we've heard of Mr. Bai. He's a hard-working, responsible teacher. Chenji maintained the friendly smile. Bai Ling, we still have something else to do, so we won't stay to disturb you anymore. You're leaving already? The girl's expression changed instantly. The innocence on her face disappeared. Green veins surfaced on her neck, and her large eyes stared fiendishly at Chenji. It's over now. Wang Xiaming silently moved to stand behind the girl. He gestured at Chenji by placing his palm over his lips. He wanted to detain the girl and then run as fast as they could. Since their faces had been seen, what was the point of running? Chenji used his hands to caress Bai Ling's head lovingly. Since there were no escape, he was going to try to get more benefits and information before leaving. Never give up, never surrender, that was Chenji's motto. Bai Ling, we're not leaving. We just want to go look for something inside the maintenance room at the end of the corridor. Since you stay here, do you know how to open that door? Chenji said calmly, like he did not notice the scary transformation of the girl's face when she was angry. He continued to lovingly touch the girl's head. I think my dad has a spare key. It's inside the bedroom drawer. I'll go take a look. The veins around the girl's neck slowly disappeared, and she reverted to her previous state, but her hold on Chenji's arm grew stronger. The girl led Chenji to the bedroom door. She hesitated when she wanted to push the door open. It was as if she was worried that Chenji might see the thing inside the room. Wait here, I'll be out in a minute. Don't go anywhere. She pushed the door open a gap and quickly slipped through it and closed the door. Zio Lin, this is our chance. Quick! Wang Xiaming ran over to grab Chenji's wrist. She is Mr. Bai's daughter. Mr. Bai will eventually return. If we're caught by him, then it's really over. The girl has already seen our faces. She will tell on us to her father. The point is we've also tricked her, so she will definitely add more offenses when there are none. Chenji stood where he was. He realized that the people at this school liked to grab his arm. It felt like they were all fighting to claim him. Now is not the time to care about those details. Seeing Chenji still standing at the door, Wang Xiaming panicked until his forehead was drenched. Zio Lin, you heard what she said earlier. Mr. Bai has brought Bai Ling many large dogs. I know. In the past, there have been cases of students mysteriously disappearing after they were sent to detention. It was Mr. Bai who sent them to detention. Chapter 771, Extra Students. Wang Xiaming's meaning was very clear. The large dog that the girl mentioned was not a dog at all but the missing students. This whole family was crazy. I know what you're trying to say, but did you notice something weird? Chenji dropped his voice to a whisper. Why does she look at me differently from when she looks at you? That pair of eyes filled with pure evil was focused on me. Does she know me? Now is not the time to think about that, Zio Lin. We need to leave now. Wang Xiaming grabbed Chenji and prepared to make a run for it, but at that moment footsteps came from inside the bedroom, and soon the door was opened. The girl wore pink pajamas, and she held a long ring of keys in her hand. Found it. Okay, we will go to the maintenance room now. Of course, they were going to leave, but before that, Chenji wished to obtain more useful things. He reached out to take the girl's keys, but the latter took one large step back. Even though I have the spare key, my dad warned me from getting close to the room at the deepest part of the corridor and forbade me from giving the key to strangers. After Chenji revealed his purpose, the girls also started to show her fangs. From the beginning, she had never intended to help them, but other than herself, no one knew what her real goal was. Both me and this student know Mr. Bai, so how can we be strangers? If you don't feel like going with us, why don't you give me the keys? After I open the door, I'll come back to return the keys to you, Chenji said calmly. His expression was serene. It was difficult to read his thoughts from his facial expression. No, my dad said that the keys cannot be given to strangers. Only family can use them. The girl's voice softened. She made it sound like she was being bullied. Chenji frowned slightly. He felt like the girl was hinting at the fact that she wished for him to be her family. After a quick contemplation, Chenji squatted down again. He pinched the girl's cheek. We are friends now, the best of friends. No matter what, we can rely on each other like family. If you're bored because you're alone, the two of us will come to keep you company. Chenji was a careful thinker. He knew that some ghost's obsessions were like a curse. Once he gave them his real name, they would stick to him forever, so he dragged Wang Xiaming down with him without much hesitation. "The two of you?" The girl's eyes were glued onto Chen Ji. From the beginning, she had never laid her eyes on Wang Xiaming. This was one of the things that had struck Chen Ji as strange. The girl stood at the bedroom door. She was still hesitating when the sound of a heavy object knocking against a wooden board came from inside Bai Ling's bedroom. The bedroom door was not closed tight. The dog inside the room seemed to have confirmed that the visitors this time were not acted by Bai Ling and Mr. Bai from Chen Ji's conversation with the girl. Bang, bang, bang. "Okay, that's a promise." The girl's smile was like a blooming flower. "Wait a minute, the big dog is acting up again. We mustn't let it attract the other people's attention." The girl's gaze lingered on Chen Ji for a long time before she turned to head back into the bedroom. The sound of banging slowly dwindled. Then, several minutes later, the girl walked out from the bedroom. Her expression was normal, but she had changed into a new set of pajamas. "I'll go with you. You open the door and look for your things while I wait for you outside." There was an indescribable excitement in the girl's voice. She jogged through the living room and waited at the entrance. Chen Ji and Wang Xiaming moved to follow her. "Xiao Lin?" Wang Xiaming pointed at the girl and then waved his hand as if reminding Chen Ji not to get too close to the girl. Chen Ji nodded silently. He was prepared to grab the tools and run. The girl held the doorknob and started to turn it. She had just opened the door a sliver when the door was suddenly pulled outward. "There's someone outside the door?" Chen Ji jumped from the shock. Thankfully, with the training from the black phone, his reaction speed was far faster than a normal person's. Just as the doorknob was about to slip from the girl's hand, he ran forward and slammed into the door, knocking it shut. Bang! The sound of door closing echoed down the corridor. In this silence, the sudden boom was very scary. "Xiao Ling, I'm Uncle Zhang from next door. There have been sounds coming from your place, so I came over to take a look. If you need any help, please open the door." A man's voice came from outside. Chen Ji lowered his voice and leaned against the girl's ear to whisper, "Do not open the door no matter what." Would he eavesdrop outside the door for so long if he wished to help? Furthermore, he was trying to pull the door open earlier, which proves that he wished to barge in. This man is lying to you. The girl, Bai Ling, did not expect someone to be hiding outside her room, but there was no fear in her eyes, only a trace of alertness and dissatisfaction. "Go and hide inside my father's bedroom. Remember to lock the door." The big dog was in her bedroom, and her father's bedroom was the innermost room. She jogged back to open the lock. Bai Ling urged Chen Ji to hurry back. The girl did not seem to care about Wang Xiaming at all. She merely wished to hide Chen Ji. "Quick, get in here." Chen Ji was not going to leave his partner behind, so he pulled Wang Xiaming into the room as well. The bedroom door closed again. Wang Xiaming leaned against the door and could hear his heart pounding in his chest. "There is someone else hiding outside the door. Thankfully, we didn't run out and escape earlier, or else we would have been caught. The person outside the door is probably the teacher who saw in the corridor. He was using a flashlight and almost discovered us." Chen Ji replied absent-mindedly because his focus was on the room that he was in. This was Mr. Bai's bedroom. He might find what he needed there. Just now, it was Bai Ling who used her key to open the lock, so in other words, without going through her, we would not normally be able to access this room. Chen Ji did not panic even though things were not looking optimistic. If anything, he thought that he was being lucky. He looked through the drawers and shelves and soon discovered something. "Student's registration file? Why would something like this be found inside a teacher's drawer?" Chen Ji flipped through it at top speed. This was a normal file. The only special thing was that when he had still been in Mr. Bai's class, he had counted only 17 other people, including Mr. Bai, but in this file there were the pictures of 21 students. When Chen Ji woke up inside the classroom, he had memorized the faces of all his classmates. It was something that he had done out of caution, but that would come in handy now. Comparing the file and the memory in his mind, Chen Ji soon realized that something was wrong. Chapter 772, Maintenance Room. At the time, the register that Mr. Bai was holding stated very clearly that there were supposed to be 17 people in total, combining both students and teacher in the class. However, when I made the calculation myself, I realized that there were already 17 students in the class. In other words, there was an extra student. The correct student number should be 16. It's unclear whether Mr. Bai made a careless mistake or purposely ignored this due to certain reason. The student's registration file came with pictures. Comparing them with the memory in his mind, Chen Ji soon filtered out 5 cases from the file. These were the 5 Chen Ji did not encounter in the class. 5 people are missing from my class. Chenji instantly related that to another detail. There were exactly 5 human shadows on the walls in his bedroom 413. Is that a coincidence, or were the 5 who have gone missing all transformed into the shadows on the wall? Looking through the file again, he soon discovered another problem. How come there is no record on Xiao Lin? He had looked through it twice, but Chenji could not find the case file on Lin Sissy. The extra person in the classroom is Lin Sissy. Am I the one unaccounted for? Chenji thought about the content inside Xiao Lin's diary that he had found at Nightmare Academy. Because Xiao Lin liked to prank people, the rest of the classmates had ganged up to play a joke on him. I think I get it now. Chenji did not utter the rest of his thoughts. He felt like Lin Sissy probably represented not an actual person but an identity. No one there was really his friend, but at the same time, he shared an unknown relationship with the rest of them. Without any aid, without any clues, and everyone I encounter is my enemy. That is already hard enough, but on top of that, I have to face the rules of this school filled with despair. Is this the difficulty of a 4-star mission? Chenji's hand that gripped the file tightened involuntarily, and he subconsciously turned to look at his shadow, but there was no change to it. The truth was often the cruelest and heaviest. Chenji took a slow breath. It'll be fine, at least this is not a dead end. I still have a chance at survival. Everyone at that school was concocting their own plans. Each of them had their own goal to achieve, and this was a chance for Chenji. Memorizing the faces of these 5 students, Chenji shoved the whole file into his bag. He continued searching inside the bedroom. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaming leaned against the door, eavesdropping on the situation outside with a worried expression on his face. Xiao Ling opened the door. I'm worried about you. I'm afraid that some bad guy has entered your room. It's just a little pet that my dad got me. It escaped from its cage, and I was running around trying to catch it. Your father gifted you a small pet. Yes, Uncle Zhang, please don't tell that to anyone else. I promise it will not affect anyone. Albai definitely has crossed the line this time. The school rules state very clearly that we are not allowed to keep pets. Oh well, I'll pretend to ignore it this time, but you'd better deal with that thing as soon as possible. Okay, Uncle Zhang, promise you won't tell anyone about this. Don't worry, why would I tell other people about this? The sound from the living room disappeared. Then Bai Ling ran over to open the bedroom door. He's gone. Could he still be hiding behind the door? Chenji shifted the bag behind him. He was worried that the girl might notice that his bag had become fuller. In that short period of time, Chenji had searched the entire bedroom. Other than the student's registration file, he had found a teacher's ID, a canteen card, and a library card. He carried all of them with him, not knowing whether they would prove useful or not. I believe he has gone. Mr. Zhang is a good person. He suffers from paranoia, that's all. Bai Ling led Chenji and Wang Xiaming back to the living room. She had Chenji look through the peephole. After confirming that there was no one outside, she opened the door. Let's go. I'll wait for you outside the maintenance room. The lights in the corridor were off. It was dim, and the darkness appeared to hide many dangers. Chenji made a shushing gesture. He turned off all the lights in Bai Ling's room. After his eyes got used to the darkness, he walked out from the room. Be careful. Chenji knew how to make use of his advantage. With his yin-yang vision in the dark, his sight and senses were much better than those of others. The 3 moved to the end of the corridor. Bai Ling took out the ring of keys from her pajamas pocket and tried them one by one. In the silence, any sound would be amplified. Wang Xiaming leaned against the door, looking around nervously. Chenji kept his eyes on Bai Ling, afraid that she might set a trap against them. On the 4th trial, the key finally stuck into the keyhole, and the lock gave. A yellow-colored copper key. Narrowing his eyes, he felt that the key looked very familiar. He reached into his bag to look for the ring of keys that he had found inside Xiao Lin's bag. When he first obtained the ring of keys, Chenji had been wondering why Xiao Lin would have so many keys. This is one of the keys on Xiao Lin's key ring. Chenji had no idea where Xiao Lin had gotten this key, but this was good news for now. When he encountered a locked door in the future, he could try to open it with the keys in Xiao Lin's bag. Perhaps one might work. Assuming Xiao Lin is an identity, does the presence of this key point to the fact that Xiao Lin has once been to this maintenance room? Why are you spacing out? Get your things now, or else some other people might come. Wang Xiaming pointed at Bai Ling quietly, as if reminding Chenji that Mr. Bai might come home soon. Chenji stopped wasting time. He entered the maintenance room, but what he saw was something that he did not anticipate. The room was indeed filled with tools, but not those used for fixing machines. They were tools related to human anatomy, like the gum separator used by dentists, a scalpel, syringes, medical threads, an artery clamp, and so on. Am I in the wrong room? In the middle of a room was a table with a white cloth. There was something protruding from underneath the cloth. The four corners of the room had four mirrors covered in white cloth. The racks were clean, and many tools that Chenji could not recognize could be found. Is this the maintenance room? Yes, Wang Xiaming and Bai Ling answered in unison. When they stepped into this room, their faces turned paler. This maintenance room is probably not used to fix electrical appliances or furniture. Chenji stopped wasting time. He moved down the racks. Certain things could not be changed, so he could only do his best given the circumstances. It's fine. The tool used to pull out teeth can be used to pull out the nails. The maintenance room was small. There was no dirt or blood as if someone cleaned it daily. After placing all the tools that he could use into the bag, Chenji walked to stand before the first mirror. Chapter 773, Red Mirror. The mirrors sat in the four corners of the room, and each of them was hidden behind a white cloth. One could only see the bottommost part. Why would they place mirrors inside the maintenance room? They are placed almost ceremoniously around the room. Whether the maintenance room was used to fix living humans or furniture, it should have no use for mirrors either way. After they have corrected whatever they're fixing, do they place it before the mirrors to be admired first? Before Bai Ling or Wang Xiaming could say anything, Chenji reached out to pull away the white cloth that covered the mirrors. Do not touch that. Bai Ling's warning came a little late. The white cloth fell to the ground, and the three were given an unobstructed view of the thing behind the cloth. Is this paint? Chenji stood before the mirror and used his hand to touch its surface. The smooth surface had a coat of something that appeared like red paint. It ruined the purpose of the mirror, and it could no longer reflect anything. Chenji used his nails to scratch at the surface. The red coat seemed to have grown out of the mirror itself. It had melted into the mirror and could not be removed so easily. Mirror, Chenji was suddenly reminded of something. This was the first time that he had come across a mirror after waking up inside the classroom. Mirrors were common in the real world, but they seemed to be a kind of taboo at this school. There was no mirror in room 413. Xiao Lin did not carry any mirror on him inside his bag. There was no mirror inside the dormitory manager's room, and even Bai Ling and Mr. Bai's room did not have a mirror. Chenji quickly moved to proceed to remove all white cloths from the mirrors. Chenji realized that all four mirrors had distinctive shapes and appearances. They seemed to have been moved there from different places. The maintenance room's key should be with the maintenance worker and the teachers. Normally, people rarely come here. The school has placed these four mirrors here because they do not wish for people to come across them on a regular basis. The coat of red paint was left on the surface of the four mirrors. Even when he stood before the mirror, he could not see his own reflection. The mirrors are practically useless. Is it because they are afraid of seeing themselves in the mirror? Chenji did not understand why, but he made a mental note of this. When he came across another mirror in his journey, he would pay it more attention. Perhaps a chance of escaping this place could be found from it. Xiao Lin, have you got everything? It's time to go. Wang Xiaming kept urging Chenji. As time moved forward, the young man became more and more agitated. Wait a moment. Chenji studied the mirrors in the four corners closely. The first mirror did not have a frame, but instead was surrounded by clear cellophane tape. It appeared like it had been yanked out from a closet. The second mirror was small. Someone had probably taken it from a makeup table, something that did not appear like it should belong at a school. The third mirror had the term laboratory written on it, so it probably came from there. The last mirror had a wooden frame, and a series of number was etched into the frame, 413. Underneath the numbers at the edge where the frame connected to the wall, there was a person's name, Lin Sissy. Why would this last mirror have Xiao Lin's name on it? Could it be that this mirror was taken from Xiao Lin's room? Chenji had a feeling that things were not that simple. Xiao Lin's file could not be found on the student register, so why would the name Lin Sissy be on the mirror? Squatting down before the last mirror, Chenji looked at the mirror's surface, which was tempered. It was unclear whether it was his own shadow that fell on the mirror, a trick of the light, or an issue with the angle, but Chenji felt like he saw someone inside the mirror. Lin Sissy's name is on the mirror, so if there is really someone inside the mirror, could that person be the real or the previous Lin Sissy? He used his hand to touch the surface. The chill and eeriness were like he was touching a blood door that was slowly opening. The mirror before him seemed to transform into a python with a gaping maw. Chen Ji resisted the discomfort to grab at the edge of the mirror. When his fingers landed on the back of the mirror, he found that the back of the mirror was uneven, like something was carved there. It felt like I was almost swallowed. Slowly turning the mirror around, when Chen Ji saw the back side of the mirror, he took a deep, cold breath. The back of the mirror was covered with the name Lin Sissy, painted in bright red paint. The names covered the back of the mirror. The creepy part was that the names came from different handwriting. Wang Xiaming, help me turn the mirrors around. Check and see if they are all covered with human names on their backs. Chen Ji carried the fourth mirror with both of his hands while signaling for Wang Xiaming to move the other mirrors. However, he waited for a long time, but Wang Xiaming stood frozen at where he was. Chen Ji turned back to look and realized that both Wang Xiaming and Bai Ling were staring at the mirrors inside the maintenance room like they were possessed. Their bodies were leaning forward, and they stood on their toes. Green veins surfaced on their pale faces, and hatred as well as endless resentment swirled in their eyes. What's wrong with the two of you? The mirrors were painted with this unknown red substance, and they could no longer reflect anything, but it felt like Wang Xiaming and Bai Ling were still able to see the mirror's reflections. Do they see a different mirror than what I see, or can they feel a type of presence from within the mirrors? Bai Ling's father warned her from getting too close to the maintenance room. Could it be due to these few mirrors? Bai Ling and Wang Xiaming were Chen Ji's temporarily allies, but he was afraid that the two might suddenly turn on him, so he quickly picked up the white cloths and placed them back on the mirrors. After the mirrors were hidden from view, Wang Xiaming and Bai Ling gradually calmed down. The veins on their faces disappeared, and the resentment in their eyes slowly dissipated. They did not seem to remember the strange phenomenon that overtook them, like everything was just Chen Ji's imagination. It appears like the mirror can reflect their true self. There were very few mirrors around the school, and these remaining 4 mirrors had their surfaces ruined by this red paint. Chen Ji was curious. If Wang Xiaming and the rest were given a direct look at an unaltered mirror, what would happen to them? We've already gotten what we came for, let's go. Chen Ji moved rather unwillingly away from the maintenance room. If not for the humongous size of the mirror, he would have carried one with him. What Chen Ji needed to do next was find a way to hurry back to room 413, remove the nails on the walls, and persuade the remaining shadows. Xiao Lin? It was unknown when Wang Xiaming managed to slither behind Chen Ji. He pulled on Chen Ji's arm lightly. Based on our previous promise, you'd better remember to stop at the canteen to accompany me to buy some food. Is the canteen still open so late at night? Chen Ji said with a smile as his eyes moved between Bai Ling and Wang Xiaming. Of course, you'll see once you follow me there. There is a stall that sells very delicious food. Saliva dripped out of Wang Xiaming's lips, and it made him look very scary. You cannot leave. Didn't you promise to stay? I said I would only bring my family here. You have to follow me back. Bai Ling hugged Chen Ji with both of her arms. She refused to surrender Chen Ji to Wang Xiaming. She's right, so what should I do? Chen Ji purposely acted like he was troubled. Looking at the two who held claim over him quite literally, he said, How about the two of you decide between yourselves where I should go? Chapter 774, Good teammate gone like that. He gave me his promise first. Wang Xiaming glared at Bai Ling and raised his voice. But you are now in the staff dormitory. Without my help, you would have gotten into the maintenance room, Bai Ling retorted with a sweet smile on her face. Her hands were still curled around Chen Ji's arm. Come over to my place. I still have many things I want to tell you. Chen Ji was squeezed between the two. He knew better than anyone else what was happening. The big dog being reared at Bai Ling's home was the missing student. If he followed Bai Ling home, he would end up as the girl's plaything. It would not be too safe to follow Wang Xiaming either. The man had been saying that there was delicious food at the canteen, but he did not mention what kind of food it was. If he really did follow Wang Xiaming to the canteen, Chen Ji had a feeling that he would end up as the food himself. Everyone in that school had their own evil agenda, but they would never show it directly. Both of those choices would lead to certain death. The difference was how he would die. Looking at the two fighting over him, Chen Ji did not push them away. With one hand over Wang Xiaming's shoulder and the other caressing Bai Ling's head, Chen Ji acted touched. You both are my good friends. One is reliable and trustworthy, and the other is kind and cute. I really can't find it within myself to reject either one of you. He hesitated for a while before squatting down to pick up Bai Ling. I will follow my friend to the canteen to find something to eat first. Later, I'll come back, okay? No, you cannot go with him. The girl's sweet expression immediately froze. Small lumps started to swell on her body, and she seemed to have grown slightly taller. Okay, then. Chenji turned to Wang Xiaming with a helpless expression. Brother, how about you go to the canteen ahead of me? I will stay to accompany this girl for a while. She is probably too afraid to stay home alone. Have you lost your mind? When Mr. Bai returns and sees you in his room, he will send you to detention. Wang Xiaming was stronger than Bai Ling. He pulled Chenji over to his side. Follow me. We will go to the canteen. Chenji was dragged by Wang Xiaming to the door, but Bai Ling refused to let go. But you promised me. The transformation of the little girl became more pronounced. Her eyes sunk, and tears flowed out of her eyes. The tears cut open her face like a sharp knife. The monster that was hiding inside the girl was showing itself. You're making this very difficult for me. Chenji flung both of their hands away. You two can discuss this among yourselves. I will wait outside the door for you. Come and find me when you reach a decision. After dropping that announcement, Chenji opened the door and left. Once he closed the door, the sound of a heavy thud came from inside the room. It sounded like someone's head was slammed into the wall. So surprising that I'm so popular here. There are so many students at this school, so why are they so hung up over me? Chenji memorized what his two friends had said. Once he exited the maintenance room, he did not pause for even a second. He grabbed his bag and raced directly out of the staff dormitory. The moment that Chenji stepped out of the staff dormitory, a voice came from the darkened corridor behind him. It seemed to be calling Xiao Lin's name. However, the biggest difference between Chenji and the other protagonists of horror movies was that he would never curious about things that might kill him. It was unimportant who the person that called after him was. The important thing was that he had obtained what he needed, and it was time to begin the next step of his plan. I need to move faster. If Bai Ling survives, she won't know my exact location, but if it's Wang Xiaming who survives, everything will be much more complicated. This deskmate knows my room location and will definitely return to the dormitory to find me. Chenji did not turn around once as he jogged all the way back to the male dormitory. There's not even one person to be seen in this school after dark. No matter how strict the rules are, shouldn't there be some guards patrolling the compound? It was a completely different atmosphere at the night school before and after the lights went out. The lights were probably some kind of boundary line there. Staying here for too long will lead to some bad things, and staying in the dark for too long will attract the unwanted attention of monsters. There sure are many rules that can cause death here. Having many death-causing rules was not that scary. The thing that made it scariest was the fact that no one had told Chenji what the rules were. Even though he had been exploring the place for so long, Chenji was not completely confident that he had correctly deduced all the rules. Chenji did not stop to catch his breath as he jogged back to the male student dormitory. He did not enter the building directly, but hid behind one of the big trees next to the entrance. He used his yin-yang vision to scout out the area first. The entrance was not closed shut, but the dormitory manager that Wang Xiaming was afraid of appeared to have gone to sleep already. Something's not right. When Wang Xiaming and I left this place earlier, I made sure to close the entrance door, but now it's open. It can only mean that someone has been in or out of this place during the period that we were out. The school forbids students from wandering about after dark, so the person who arrived here was either a member of staff or the dormitory manager. Chenji ran to the other side of the road to switch to a different vantage point. He saw something new. There was a pair of brown leather shoes sitting in the corner of the first-floor corridor. Someone appeared to be hiding there. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Bai wears a pair of shoes just like that. Is he the one who's hiding there? The more Chenji thought about it, the more he felt that it was likely. He had been in the staff dormitory, but he had not run into Mr. Bai. I sure was lucky. He has been waiting for me at the student dormitory, and that gave me the perfect opening to sneak inside his room. This kind of dangerous action caused Chenji's heart to race. It's a good thing that Mr. Bai is hiding here. Wang Xiaming knows that I will return to the bedroom, so if he survives the encounter at the maintenance room, he will rush back here. If he's careless, he will run headfirst into Mr. Bai, and that will solve one of the loose ends. Chenji would run into more danger if he wished to continue his exploration of the school, but he had handled this situation nicely. While he attracted danger, he kept shifted the focus on him to something else. This made it so that even though he was in constant danger, he was not in mortal danger. For now, I can't return to the student dormitory. I need to change up my plans somehow. Chenji decided to go to the art room first. From Xiao Lin's notebook, he had found out that the first student who died in room 413 was an art student. It's fine if you want to use me as a scapegoat, but you have to clarify some things first. If the discussion fails, I will personally hammer back the nails that you've put on me one by one. Still hiding in the shadow, Chenji silently retreated. He did not have a map and had to avoid the different danger, so he walked very slowly. I'm at such a disadvantage because I don't know anything about the different scenarios at this school. I need a real partner that I can trust. After taking a long detour, Chenji came to the laboratory building. There were few buildings on the night school's campus, and he believed the art room might be inside this building. In any case, that was the likeliest possibility. Chapter 775, Who is Following Me? The night school's laboratory building was not tall by any means. It only had 4 floors in total. Instead of saying that it was a location for the students to conduct experiments, it was more like a tacked-on location to fulfill the appearance of being an educational establishment. This building was not far from the student dormitory, so if Chenji made too much noise there, it would be heard clearly by those residing in the male student dormitory. Chenji silently sought his way to the building entrance. He looked through the glass door into the building for a while. There was a dark corridor and numerous rooms with closed doors. Looking in from the outside, there was nothing that particularly stood out about the place. Everything looks normal. Chenji had a standard in his heart used to gauge the scary factor of a scenario. The lowest standard was for those scenarios where the scenario itself was not scary, but the characters or events that transpired at the scenario were very scary. The highest standard was reserved for scenarios where both the setting and the characters possessed incredible danger, and a careless mistake could lead to your death. Obviously, this school belonged to the highest standard. Therefore, Chenji reminded himself not to be fooled by a seemingly peaceful appearance. The stiller the water on the surface, the deeper it runs. Resting a moment before entering the building, Chenji adjusted his breathing. When he was ready, Chenji moved forward to give the entrance door a light shove. The glass door of the laboratory was not locked. With a light push from Chenji, the door slid open practically soundlessly. A chilling draft came from inside the building. Staring down the dark corridor, the hair on Chenji's arms stood on end. Something does not feel right here. Chenji had conducted many trial missions, and a normal scenario would not have caused him such a feeling. Squinting his eyes, Chenji studied his surrounding carefully. Things look like how they should be in real life. There is nothing that stands out, so how come I have this disconcerting feeling in my heart? The corridor was laid with clean and slippery tiles, and the walls were painted white. The place was spotless. There was no graffiti to be seen, and this place was very well kept, but somehow it made Chenji feel incredibly uncomfortable. What is the problem? An instinctual sense of fear curled around Chenji's heart. He entered the building with as much care as he could manage. The moment that his hand let go of the doorknob, the glass doors slid back into place. Not good. Without any hesitation, Chenji instantly turned around to grab the doorknob. He pulled with all his might, and the doors swung open easily. He was not trapped inside the building. This is different from what I thought. When the doors slid shut behind him, Chenji had thought that his escape route had been cut off and that he had been quarantined inside the building, but that was not the truth. They allow me to escape if I want to, or does this mean that they know I will not be able to survive even if they allow me the freedom of getting out the front door? Chenji let go of the door and watched as the glass doors closed. So far, everything that Chenji had encountered inside this building could not have been more normal. Any other person would have doubted their conviction and lowered their guard, but Chenji was not that kind of person. I need to find what is causing me the anxiety as soon as possible. I don't care whether it is a person, a ghost, or something else. Carrying the bag, Chenji entered the corridor with his back pressed against the wall. The interior of the building was very small, but it contained many labs. They were for different subjects, and every classroom had a different name on it. All the labs and activity rooms for the night school should be in this building. That means that I will probably find the art room here. Chenji's footsteps echoed down the corridor as he walked down the path alone at night. This pressure was hard to describe, but every single second was like tortuously long. Chenji tried to open the classroom doors as he walked down the corridor. He had lost count of the doors that he had tried, but the majority of them were locked. Only a small handful were left unlocked, but even so, the doors could not be opened. They were too heavy to move, as if someone had placed a heavy object behind them to block entry. Chenji reached the end of the corridor. He had searched the entire first floor, but he had failed to locate the art room. To his surprise, the building, which only had 4 floors, came with an elevator. Are there no stairs? Only an elevator. Everything else in the building was fine until the appearance of this elevator. Chenji did not dare to utilize it so recklessly. He stood about 4 meters away to study it first. This appears to be an elevator normally used to transport heavy objects. Does the lab need to have bigger objects transported up and down between the floors often? In that case, why didn't they fix the stairs but install an elevator? As he got closer to the elevator, Chenji got an increasingly stronger whiff of a horrible stench. The smell came from inside the elevator. Just what kind of things is this elevator normally used to transport? Chenji stood at the door for a long time. Actually, Chenji was reluctant to take the elevator because the booth was a confined space. Once the doors closed, he would lose the ability to escape. There was no way to run. The art room is not on the first floor, and to get to the other floors, I have to use the elevator. There were two choices. One was to take the elevator and continue exploring the building, to search for the shadow that had escaped from room 413. The other was to leave the night school directly and head to the western campus, where the normal students should be gathered. Chenji did not dare to wander about the night school anymore. Mr. Bai was waiting to ambush him at the dormitory. If he ran into either Bai Ling or Wang Xiaming, he would be exposed, and then he would end up in a very dangerous situation. The frequency for the appearance of the nails is becoming shorter and shorter. I have to deal with this curse as soon as possible. Chenji hid one of the nails in his palm and pressed the button to summon the elevator. The number on the panel above the door originally showed 3, but after Chenji pressed the button, the number on the panel soon turned to 2. This building does not possess a staircase, so the only way to leave is to use the elevator. Before I called the elevator, it was parked at the 3rd floor and not idling on the 1st floor. This means that at this moment there is someone else inside this building, and he is on the 3rd floor. Chenji gripped the nail tightly. As the number on the panel slowly changed, he silently retreated to the middle of the corridor. He was worried that once the doors opened, something would rush out at him from inside the elevator. The school was filled with danger at every step, and Chenji felt like he could never be too careful. The number on the panel soon turned to 1. The elevator doors opened, and the strange stench in the air seemed to have thickened. Chenji, who stood several meters away, peered into the elevator booth with his yin-yang vision. The inside of the elevator was empty. There was nothing there. That thing hasn't come down, so it is still on the 3rd floor. Chenji returned to the elevator. He started to search inside his bag. He wished to use the dental floss and artery clamp to make a simple tool. The plan was, when he took the elevator to the 2nd floor, he would place those items between the 2 doors so that the elevator could not close fully. The elevator would not move to another floor, and he would not have to worry about the thing from the 3rd floor coming to get him. As a haunted house boss, Chenji had personally designed many props in the past, and he finished the tool in mere seconds. This should work. Chenji entered the elevator and pressed the button to go to the 2nd floor. The button lit up. The elevator booth was much more spacious than a normal elevator. Chenji felt very uncomfortable standing in there. What is this elevator normally used for? What does it usually transport? Why is there such a horrible stink? After selecting the desired floor, the gray doors slowly closed, and the intensity of the stench inside the elevator almost doubled. The stench continues to thicken. Chenji subconsciously moved his hands to cover his nose. He looked at the screen above the control panel with a frown. He wished to leave the elevator as soon as possible, but once the doors completely closed, the button that represented the 3rd floor on the panel suddenly lit up. Someone is going to the 3rd floor. After this temporary shock, Chenji's eyes gradually widened. The light on the button would only light up because someone had pressed on the corresponding floor number from inside the elevator. There is something else inside this elevator? The heavy stench rushed into his nostrils. Chenji did not turn around. He faced the elevator doors and kept himself frozen solid inside the elevator. Chapter 776, Guard Room. There is another existence other than me inside the elevator. It was the one who pressed for the number 3 on the control panel. Thick stench rolled out from behind him. It was like an invisible hand, holding Chenji firmly in its palm. Chenji's breathing became difficult. The sound of a cart sliding suddenly echoed in the elevator that should have been empty except for Chenji. The rough wheels ground against the metallic surface. It sounded like someone was pushing a small cart back and forth inside the elevator. I looked inside the elevator with my yin-yang vision, and there were no people or ghosts, much less a cart. Have I encountered something that even the yin-yang vision could not discern? The yin-yang vision came from the black phone, and it had been strengthened multiple times. One time, Zhang Yu had blown a breath of yin energy into his eyes. This talent of his was very powerful, and there was next to no chance of it suddenly failing. What is standing behind me? The simplest way to get to the bottom of the puzzle was to turn around. However, Chenji knew that curiosity killed the cat. He bit down on his lip and refused to budge. The stench continued to thicken. It was hard to tell where this smell originated from. It permeated around Chen-ji and kept trying to seep into his body. The elevator booth was rather spacious, but as the elevator moved upward, Chen-ji felt his surroundings closing in. Even his breathing became lighter and lighter. It feels like the space around me is crowded even though the elevator is supposedly empty. Chen-ji kept his head lowered and glanced at the control panel out of the corner of his eyes. He did not dare move his gaze aimlessly, afraid that he would see things that he should not. This is so slow. Inside the enclosed space, there was no place to hide or run. All Chen-ji could do was wait. Under Chen-ji's gaze, the number above the control panel started to change, and the red one now turned into a 2. It was only a few seconds, but it felt like years to Chen-ji. The elevator doors are going to open soon. Every muscle in his body was pulled taut. Chen-ji was very worried that the elevator would refuse to open on the second floor and directly take him to the third floor. The elevator that was moving upward shivered slightly. Then a ringing sound came from the screen, and the elevator stopped. The silvery gray doors slowly opened. At the same time, the stench rushed toward Chen-ji, forming a palpable wall that attempted to push Chen-ji deeper into the elevator. Without waiting for the doors to open fully, Chen-ji waved his arms around and darted out of the elevator. He slowed down after running several meters. He stood on the right side of the corridor and turned back to look. The doors were slowly closing. There was nothing inside the empty elevator booth. The stench also slowly dissipated as the doors closed. Why isn't there anything? Moving his eyes about, Chen-ji caught a glimpse of something on the floor of the elevator booth. There was a stain there, and it had the shape of a human face. The doors closed fully, and the number on the panel above the doors turned from 2 to 3. All of them appear to have moved onto the third floor. Chen-ji was still holding the item that he had crafted earlier. It was already soaked in sweat. Thankfully, I did not drop this thing at the door. If the elevator was unable to move up, then the thing inside would have come after me instead. Placing the item inside the bag, Chen-ji looked at the elevator with residual fear in his heart. Perhaps it will be safer to jump out from the window when I need to leave later. After all, a second floor is not too high up anyway. Before knowing what kind of existence he was dealing with, Chen-ji swore not to take the elevator again. Chen-ji snap out of it, follow the plan. Narrowing his eyes, Chen-ji held the wall to begin his search for the art room. Now that he was on the second floor, the anxiety in his heart only grew stronger. This whole building was different from any of the locales that he had visited in the past. He could sense that there was something wrong with the building, but he could not pinpoint what was wrong with it. His footsteps were the only sound as he moved down the darkened corridor. After walking for several meters, Chen-ji discovered a very strange room. A guard room? Why is there a guard room here? Do they need someone to stay overnight to watch over this place? Is it because something valuable is stored here? 2 questions surfaced in Chen-ji's mind. Why was there a guard room in the building, and why was the room situated on the second floor, not the first floor? Did the watchman on duty only have to look after the second floor? Could there be someone currently inside this room? Chen-ji sidled over to the door. He glanced in through the window on the door. The room was sparsely furnished. There was only a bed, a wooden table, a chair, and a closet that could fit 2 adults. Placing his hands lightly on the doorknob, Chen-ji realized that the door was not locked. He pushed the door open and entered it. This room should contain information, or at least the layout of this building. If I can confirm that the art room is not in this building, then I'll jump out the window and leave immediately. Chen-ji left the door open and walked to the closet. The closet was unusually large. Chen-ji was worried that someone was hiding inside, so the first thing that he checked was the closet. Holding a nail, Chen-ji slowly pulled the closet door open. Several sets of blue work outfits sat inside. Probably because he accidentally nudged against them when he pulled open the door, the clothes were swinging slightly on their rails. There's nothing wrong with the outfits, but how come all the places where the name of the school should be have been torn out? Chen-ji inspected all the work clothes and realized that anything that could clarify the school's identity, like the name or school symbol, had been removed. The school staff probably wear such clothes. Chen-ji grabbed a random set and shoved it inside his bag. When I go to the western campus, perhaps I can disguise myself as one of the workers. Pulling up the bag zipper, Chen-ji left the closet open as he turned to search the rest of the room. He opened the wooden drawer, which contained some inventory and transport records. All the products' names and prices were represented by symbols, so Chen-ji could not understand it. Should I take the account book with me? Chen-ji thought about it and decided against it. The account book was quite useless to him, and it might place him in danger. There was nothing else in the room. Chenji closed the drawers and prepared to leave, but when he turned around, he realized that the cover of the bed was wrinkled, like someone had recently sat on it. Was the cover already wrinkled when I came into the room? The longer Chenji stared at the bed, the more confused he became. Normally, a bed should be placed next to the wall, so why is this bed placed in the middle of the room? It's not adjacent to any wall. Standing next to the bed, Chenji could hear some soft whispering. He looked at the covers. Holding the nail, he slowly bent down. Reaching out to grab a corner of the cover, Chenji looked underneath the bed while half squatting. The wooden bed was placed in the middle of the room, and there was nothing underneath it. Sighing in relief, Chenji was about to get up when he felt something touch his shoulder. He turned back to look and realized with a shock there was a pair of legs dangling around the head of the bed. Who is it? Chenji jumped up immediately, but he found no one seated on the bed. Apparently, he could only see the legs if he was looking from beneath the bed. I cannot stay here any longer. Chenji grabbed his bag and prepared to leave. When he closed the door of the guardroom, he saw some red clothes fluttering inside the closet. Chapter 777, Look Down. Why would there be a red outfit floating inside a blue closet that is supposed to be filled with blue outfits? Unless, of course, it was not clothes but a person wearing red clothes. When he entered the guardroom, Chenji had thought that the closet was very unusual. The first thing that he had done was inspect the closet, but his yin-yang vision did not spot anything unusual. Why can't my eyes see them? Chenji was reminded of the left eye that Chang Wenyu had brought out of the school. Perhaps only that eye can see the truth of this place, but unfortunately, that eye is currently with Chang Gu, and I have no idea where he is now. After the door was pushed open, Chang Gu had probably become stranded somewhere in this school, but the school in the man's eyes was probably very different from what Chenji was currently seeing. If I can find Chang Gu, it'll be much easier if we work together. I'll have more choices to work with as well. Chang Gu was the most suitable partner in the school for Chenji. Both of them came from outside the door, shared the same goal, and pursued the same outcome. However, the key issue was that Chenji was not sure if Chang Gu had the ability to survive in this world. This school was the lowest layer of hell for a normal person. He has the left eye and can see things that I can't. If he is careful, he should have a chance of survival. To find Chang Gu in such a large school compound was very difficult. Chenji would not waste his time to purposely do that. This was because he knew perfectly well that after he found Chang Gu, while he might gain Chang Gu's help, Chenji would also have to take on the responsibility of looking after Chang Gu. When they were together, their choices would increase, but at the same time the risk of getting exposed would also double. After leaving the guardroom, Chenji picked up his speed. He realized that he was being a tad too optimistic. Not only was the third floor of this lab building dangerous, the whole building was rife with danger. It was merely that the intensity of despair on the third floor was higher. I still have underestimated this place's danger level. Now my eyes are probably only seeing what the scenario wishes for me to see. There should be a blood-red world behind the door, and this scenario should be no exception. The danger at this school was like an iceberg because the danger that Chenji had seen so far was merely the tip. As for how many things were still hidden in the ice under the surface of the water, Chenji had no idea. Rushing down the corridor, Chenji walked past many labs that he had not heard of before. He did not stop to examine them. As long as the room's name had nothing to do with art, he would leave immediately and continue to move forward. He carried on until the other end of the corridor. Just as he was about to reach the end, Chenji suddenly saw a room name that caught his attention, Paint Storage Room. They need a whole room just to store the paint. Paint could be used in painting, but it could also be used to cover the surfaces of mirrors. When Chenji saw those few words, he did not rush into the room immediately. The notebook said that the first victim that died in room 413 was an art student, so he probably came here when he was still alive. As Chenji grabbed the doorknob, his arm slowly applied force. However, before he even opened the door, a sharp pain came from his chest. Gritting his teeth, Chenji forced the yelp down his throat. He pulled up his shirt to take a look and realized that a very deep hole had been made by a nail on his chest. It has started to aim for my heart. I cannot allow this curse to go on any further. If the nail decides to show up when I am running away, it will cause a life-threatening influence. When he peeled up his shirt, the nail dropped to the ground. There was no blood on it. It's getting more and more painful. Chenji bent over to pick up the nail. When his head was upside down and he prepared to reach out to grab the nail, his eyes glanced at the corridor behind him. Not far away from him, someone was following him with their head lowered. Chenji jumped up instantly, and he threw the nail right at where the person was standing. However, when he straightened himself and turned back to look, the corridor behind him was empty. There was nothing there. What was that? His body could feel something rush at him, but he could not see anything. There was no staircase leading off the corridor. There was only a dead end. Chenji did not hesitate. He pulled open the door and ran into the paint storage room. He locked the door. Chenji leaned against it to block it from opening. After a long time, there was no sound from outside the door, and only then did Chenji's heart slowly return to normal. Why is it that only when I bend over to pick stuff up will I see someone who also has his head lowered following me? Can he only look downward because he died from jumping off the building? Or is this a sign that the world that he's looking at is upside down from the one that I'm seeing? Chenji wished to lower his head to try to take another look, but he was afraid that once he did that, he would find himself inside a room filled with people, and then he would be in even greater danger. Not seeing anything will probably make me feel better. Chenji grabbed his bag with one hand and held the nails in another as he slowly walked around the room. All the racks and shelves in the room were covered with white cloth. There were several easels that sat in the corner of the room. One of them had a white sheet of paper fixed on it, and the paper had faded pencil scratches like someone was making the outline of a painting. This kind of paper is specifically used for oil painting, and the easel for oil painting is much heavier than a normal easel. This should be an incomplete painting. The sketch was very rough and the content was rather strange. The theme of the painting was 2 inverted sick rooms. There was a bed placed in each of the inverted rooms, and in each of them laid a patient. Inside the 2 inverted sick rooms, there were 2 identical patients lying above 2 beds that were inverted, looking at each other. What is this painting trying to express? Chenji could not figure it out. He moved the easel away to continue his exploration. He came upon several balls of paper inside the trash can on the ground. He picked them up and spread them out. Every paper was painting the same scene. Seeing the sick rooms inside the paintings, the confusion in Chenji's heart grew. Why would they paint a sick room? I don't think I've encountered a sick room at this school, much less a patient. Then Chenji was reminded of a detail. When he first woke up and was returning to the dormitory with Wang Xiaming, the 2 of them had walked down the corridor of the education block, and Chenji remembered seeing a lot of doctors' portraits lining the wall. Normally, a school would have pictures of their famous alums or great contributors to education showcased on the wall to inspire the students. Yet this school had doctors' portraits, and none of the doctors were remotely famous. The education block is filled with doctors' portraits, and now, these pictures mysteriously appear at the paint storage room. Chenji slowly lifted his head, and a possibility crossed his mind. I entered the door in a mental asylum. Could these things be a kind of hint? Chenji was unsure of his thought, but he did not dare go verify it. After all, with one mistake, he would die. Doctors, portraits, and paintings of sick rooms appear at the school, but why would the paintings of the sick rooms be inverted? The same patient lying in different beds looking at themselves. Chenji examined the paintings closer. He used his fingers to touch them and realized with a shock that the upper part of the painting had a rough touch to it, and the lower part was much smoother. It felt like someone had painted over the lower part, giving it a much smoother coat. This meant that these paintings could be hiding some kind of hint. Chapter 778, Third Floor. Painting paper was cheaper and easier to handle than painting canvas, which meant that new art students commonly used it. However, oil painting was a unique painting style and that students normally had to be relatively skilled before they were taught oil painting. By then, they would have outgrown painting paper. Thus, when Chenji saw the painting papers on the easel, he was confused, especially regarding the identity of the painter. Chenji had studied toy design and manufacture in university. His minor was in classes that were related to art and art appreciation. He could tell from stylistic choices and skills employed in the simple sketches that the painter was not a newbie. He seems to be attempting to express something through multiple trials. Chenji's finger glided across the surface. The upper half was rough and the lower half smooth, giving him completely different sensations. Why did he insist on oil painting? Is it because only oil painting can express what he wishes to express? 2 inverted sick rooms and 2 patients with the same face. There was no problem with the theme, but when he used his finger to touch the painting itself, he noticed the problem. Since this is a painting, do I have to use paint on it to clarify the difference? With the intention to test it out, Chenji peeled back the white cloth from the racks and prepared to choose his paint. The rack was very large, and the paints there were different from the ones sold at the shops. They were all stored inside glass jars that came without any labels or signs. Why are there only red paint? Looking at the rows of glass jars, Chenji was stumped. Various shades of red sat on the rack. Other than red, there were no other colors. As he twisted one of the jars open, a faded scent of blood drifted out. Chenji was certain that this was not a smell that should come out from a paint can. I'll use this one. Chenji picked up the brush on the easel, dripped it into the jar, and placed several strokes on the painting. With the first stroke, Chenji noticed the problem. There seemed to be an invisible line in the middle of the paper. The paint in the jar only managed to leave behind a faded line on the upper part of the painting, but it left a deep red gash that looked like an open wound on the lower half of the painting. After several brushes, the painting took on a new look. The upper half looked like a sick room that was installed with a light red lamp, while the latter part seemed to have been soaked in blood. The patients in the painting were supposed to have the same expression, but the feeling that they gave off was completely different. One looked normal, if a little bit lost, but the other was covered in blood, and their expression was frozen in hatred and sin. Does this painting reflect the world behind the door, or is it trying to express something else? Several seconds later, Chenji witnessed something even stranger. On the unique piece of paper, the color of the upper half slowly faded while the bottom part was darkening. It felt as if the paint from the upper half was moving to the lower part. Isn't this how the door works? Despair from real life will keep on seeping into the world behind the door. One cleanses itself, and the other sinks deeper into its despair. The more he studied it, the more Chenji believed that this painting had everything to do with the world behind the door. He attempted to pull the painting out, but he was only halfway through when he heard knocking coming from outside the door. Has it come? His sweat follicles immediately stood on end. Chenji abandoned the painting. He picked up one of the sketches on the ground and raced to stand next to the window. Before entering the building, Chenji had noticed from outside that none of the windows were installed with anti-theft nets. Pulling back the thick gray curtains, Chenji pushed open the windows. He was about to jump out when he saw someone standing right at the bottom of the building. The man had his head lowered. He was wearing a pair of leather shoes on the thin side, and he did not look like he was in a good situation. Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, who was supposed to be waiting at male dormitory, had suddenly arrived there. He seemed to be searching for something. Chenji pulled his body back into the room. He quickly yanked the curtains shut with his heart still pounding. I was almost discovered. Glancing through the gap in the curtains, Chenji saw Mr. Bai wandering around the building. He seemed to be hesitating over whether to enter the building or not. If I jump from here, I'll fall right into his arms. What do I do now? Bang, bang, bang. The knocking became more intense. Chenji was trapped between a rock and a hard place. His brain was quickly spinning, but the thing outside the door did not give him much time. The sound of the key going into the lock was like a knife piercing Chenji's chest. He did not have time to hesitate. The door would be unlocked the next second. There's no time to waste. I need to leave now. Carrying his bag, Chenji stepped onto the edge of the windowsill. Since he could not jump down, he was going to seek his escape elsewhere. He adjusted the timing and moved to the windowsill of the room next door. Hanging out here makes me an easy target. If Mr. Bai lifts his head, he will see me. Holding onto the rim of the air conditioning machine for dear life, Chenji did not have the chance to take a second breath before the door of the paint storage room was opened. The person inside noticed. He opened window immediately and rushed toward it. The sound of footsteps approached. The person only needed to look outside the window, and they would stop Chenji. Third floor it is. Gritting his teeth, Chenji gripped the edge of the third-floor windowsill with both hands. Without any safety gear, he climbed onto the third-floor windowsill. Just as he did so, a pale arm reached out from the paint storage room's window. Chenji perched on the windowsill and did not dare breathe too loudly. Maintaining this posture required a great deal of energy. Once his grasp slipped, he would fall. Chenji tried to push the window. When he realized that it was not locked, he decided to jump through it. With no time to inspect the room, he first squatted down next to the window and observed Mr. Bai from the dark. Why is he still there? The third floor was the most dangerous floor. The elevator was waiting at the third floor, and when he took the elevator earlier, the things inside the elevator had also headed to the third floor. Staying in the corner, Chenji kept motionless. He decided to wait inside this room until Mr. Bai left before working out what to do next. The night breeze wafted into the room, and the red curtain floated across his neck. Chenji was about to close the window when he remembered that the color of the curtain on the second floor was gray. He paused for a second. Chenji retreated a few steps. After he moved away from the curtain, he opened the door and rushed out. The corridor was dark with not one ray of light. All the doors leading to the labs on that floor were open. Some were creaking noisily. Lightly closing the door behind him, Chen-Ji ran into the opposite room. He planned to jump out the window there. The room was on the opposite side of the building, so he would be out of Mr. Bai's line of sight. Chapter 779, Fourth Floor. The third floor was the most dangerous floor. Almost everything in the elevator was trying to get to this floor. The seemingly empty corridor might be bustling with people if viewed from another angle. The curtains of this building are grayish-black in color. The red thing that floated around my neck earlier was definitely not gray in color, so it was not the curtain. It was probably the monster from the second floor that had caught up to me. A red specter was on a completely different level compared to a normal specter. Therefore, when Chen-Ji encountered a red specter, he did not hesitate to turn and run. Without the aid of his workers, Chen-Ji was practically defenseless before a red specter. He knew very well that he did not pose a threat to a red specter with the few nails that he was holding. I didn't find anything off on the first floor, and there's a red specter on the second floor. I wonder what awaits me on the third floor. The laboratory was only one of the many buildings at the school, but this 4-story building was already proving too much for Chen-Ji to handle. On the surface, the school maintains a normal appearance. It hasn't been that long since the lights got switched off, so the school hasn't arrived at its scariest point yet. Chen-Ji was getting more confident that he was in the school of the afterlife. The scary factor at this school was far beyond any of the other schools that he had been to in the past. No matter what, I have to shake that red specter loose. Chen-Ji headed to the room on the opposite side of the corridor. He had just taken the first step when he felt something touch his shoulder. Did I knock into someone? Squinting, Chen-Ji used his yin-yang vision, but in his eyes there was nothing in the corridor. It was not my imagination. I definitely brushed against something earlier. He took another step forward. This time, not only his shoulder, his arms and legs knocked into something. This corridor isn't really filled with people, is it? Actually, that question was no longer that important to Chen-Ji. He forced himself to squeeze through the corridor. Just as he was about to reach the door of the opposite room, the door before him suddenly was closed by someone inside. Without any warning, the door that had been left ajar was slammed shut. A chill surged through his body. Chen-Ji reacted very quickly. He turned to run toward the next room. However, before he even took his first step, the next door was closed as well. The things inside the rooms don't want me to get close to them. At the same time, like they had received a signal, all the doors that were left open in the corridor were closed from within. A light stench drifted down the corridor and crawled up Chen-Ji's nostrils. He had encountered a similar smell when he was inside the elevator. It's this smell again. Chen-Ji leaned against the wall. The stench formed a palpable wall around him. It felt like dead bodies were surrounding him. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, knocking came from behind him. Chen-Ji turned to look, and the knocking was coming from the room that he had just escaped from. It's the red specter knocking. I can't stay here any longer. The doorknob turned like the person inside was trying to open it. The red specter might appear at any moment. Why is this thing chasing after me? Is it because I took its clothes? Chen-Ji reached into his bag to take out the work outfit that he had borrowed from the second-floor guardroom. Strangely enough, when he did so, the stench around him seemed to lighten. Why would that happen? Chen-Ji put one of his arms into the sleeve, and the stench dissipated even further. I cannot see the monsters inside this building, but they carry a smell like the smell of decay around them. With the stench fading away, it can only mean that their interest in me has lowered. They have moved away from me. Chen-Ji's original plan had been to return the outfit to the Red Spectre inside the guardroom, but that had changed. Putting down the bag, Chen-Ji put on the whole outfit. He tried to push open the door before him, but it felt like something was being used to block behind the door. Even though the doorknob could be turned, the door could not be opened. He tried several rooms before finally giving up. He grabbed his bag and rushed toward the elevator. The monsters on the third floor that give off the stench are not hostile toward me. The Red Spectre from the second floor is still in the third-floor room, so at this moment the elevator should be safe. Chen-Ji ran faster. He knew that his prediction might be wrong, but he had no other choice. Without his employee, without the black phone, he could not even contact the police to come and help him. He could only rely on himself. In this despairing environment, one had to make the choice in the shortest available time, but the smallest mistake might cause death to become a type of luxury. Negative emotions corrupted his mind, and a curse would bring more pain to this physical body. But even under such stressful conditions, Chen-Ji still forced himself to move toward his destination and goal. No wonder the pen spirit would rather commit suicide than come to this place. When he arrived at the elevator door, the number on the panel was 3, and a smile appeared on Chen Ji's face. Pressing the button for the elevator, the doors opened, and Chen Ji slipped into it. He started to press the button for the doors to close madly. The red specter did not exit the room. It seemed to be under some kind of limitation. It was not allowed to break anything inside this school. The gray doors slowly closed, and the elevator moved. When I reach the first floor, I'll need to remain cautious of Mr. Bai. This scenario is impossibly difficult. Even for those supposedly held difficulty games on the market, you wouldn't be chased by both monsters and ghosts at the same time. Chen Ji was thinking about how to avoid Mr. Bai when he noticed that something was wrong. Why is this elevator moving upward? Turning to look at the screen in 3 seconds, the number on the monitor turned from 3 to 4. The 4th floor, but I pressed for the 1st floor. Someone on the 4th floor was calling for the elevator when I was using it. Without much time to think the situation through, the doors opened. Wearing the guard outfit, Chen Ji gripped the nails and hid in the corner. He was about to jump out should anyone come in. The doors opened fully. Beyond it was a dark corridor and nothing else. There's no one. A faded stench drifted in from the open door. Then a stench harsher than the one on 3rd floor floated into the elevator booth. All the numbers on the elevator control panel lit up on their own. The stench in the booth reached an unbearable level, but the elevator doors refused to close. Several seconds later, the control panel screamed its warning, and the term overload appeared on screen. I'm in the elevator alone, but the weight's over the limit. The beeping warning was particularly screechy inside the quiet building. Chen Ji could not imagine what was happening inside the elevator. After some hesitation, Chen Ji kept his head lowered and came out of the elevator with hasty steps. Once he left, the doors successfully closed, and the stench disappeared. Standing inside the 4th floor's corridor alone, Chen Ji's emotion was complicated. Chapter 780, Uniqueness of a 4-star Scenario. Mr. Bai is on the 1st floor, the red specter is on the 2nd floor, and a bunch of invisible monsters are on the 3rd floor. What will be on the 4th floor? Chen Ji stood in the corridor alone, not daring to breathe too loudly. His pupils narrowed to a point, and the muscles all over his body were tense. Since I'm already here, might as well take a look around. Moving his feet, Chen Ji's body was slowly swallowed by the darkness. In the dim corridor, the only light source came from the elevator's panel. The red number was like a smiling face carved out by a knife. It could not heal, and the painful smile had to be maintained forever. Creak. After walking for a while, Chen Ji discovered another room related to art, the model's storage room. The door of this room had been left ajar. It felt like someone was hiding behind the door, spying on the corridor. Chen Ji slowly pushed the wooden door open. The room that he was greeted by was rather strange. There were no tools, only columns of white cloths that stood about. It felt like people covered by white cloths were standing in the room. What are these? Chen Ji approached one of them and pulled away the white cloth that was closest to him. He wished to know what was underneath the white cloth, but at the same time, he was afraid that the thing underneath might be dangerous. Therefore, he moved with extreme speed and caution. He was going to make the first move before the other party could react. The white cloth fell away to reveal a skinned human model statuette. This doesn't look like it's made from cement or man-made rubber. Chen Ji frowned lightly. The white cloth was hiding a human model that had no skin. The muscles appeared tense and the blood vessels coursed through the muscles. It looked so real, replicating every single horrifying detail. Did the art students at this school use these models during their classes? He looked at the model, and the model stared back at him. The pair of eyes that were sunk inside blood vessels and bone glared lifelessly at Chen Ji. The paint storage room has rows of red paint jars that give off a faint scent of blood, and the model storage room has a bunch of skinned human models. I cannot imagine what I will find inside the art room. After replacing the white cloth, Chen Ji learned from his previous lesson. He did not stay in the room for long and left immediately. Just as he turned around, his eyes caught the inner part of the model's storage room. A white cloth was lying on the ground, but the thing that it should have been covering was nowhere to be seen. After leaving the model's storage room, Chen Ji found the canvas storage room at the other side of the corridor. It was filled with half-processed or fully processed canvases. Touching them with his hands, Chen Ji found that the processed canvases had a smooth surface, but he was unable to tell what kind of materials had been used to treat them. However, what caused Chen Ji alarm was that the canvases had the same touch as human skin. It felt like he was touching other human beings. He did not stay there for long. Wiping his hands on the working outfit, Chen Ji left the room. Just what kind of experiments are conducted here? Chen-ji continued to move forward and finally found the art room at the end of the corridor. As I expected. With the discovery of the art room, part of Chen-ji's goal of entering the laboratory had been accomplished. He walked hastily forward to push on the door. The wooden door fell open with his push. There were 13 easels in the rooms, and various paintings hung on the wall. At first glance, it looked like a normal art room, but once one looked closer, one would notice the endless horrors hidden inside this room. The paintings on the walls were all curious and strange. There were human faces, twisted souls, human portraits, and convulsing bodies. The content was all different, but all the humans or ghosts in the paintings were inverted. The backgrounds of the paintings were upright, but the people were inverted. It was as if they lived in a different world, and the paintings were merely capturing their shadows. The paintings that ran down the wall gave Chen-ji an immense impact. As he walked into the room, his gaze was pulled naturally toward them, and it felt like he was walking into a nightmare. He walked to the center of the room. 13 incomplete paintings sat on the 13 easels. Among them, 3 of the paintings greatly attracted Chen-ji's attention. The first painting was of 2 inverted doors. One was bloody red and the other looked normal. These 2 doors were wide open, and inside the doors stood 2 painters holding a paintbrush. He lowered his head to look at his inverted self, and it appeared like he was thinking about something in his mind. The name of the painting was Me Inside the Door. A row of description was scrawled underneath it in blood. Overflowing despair will open the door, then if I remove the despair, will the world behind the door return to normal. The painting was the only painting in the room that was named. The painter obviously knew about the door's existence. The second painting that caught Chen-ji's attention was quite scary. It was a painting of that very room. On the upper part of the painting, there were 13 painters seated before their easels painting. However, the lower part of the painting was completely blood red. The 13 painters died in different ways. Their bodies collapsed on their seats. The most suffocating discovery was the painters were painting their own death in the upper part of the painting. These painters seem to know their ending beforehand, but they still insist on continuing their painting. Is it because they knew the ending was inevitable? The third painting that drew Chen-ji's attention was the least completed. The upper part of the painting showed a child standing before a mirror. The world beside him was totally normal, but the surface of the mirror was dripping with redness. The boy in the mirror was covered in blood and was tapping heavily against the surface. The lower part of the painting was still of that boy. The world around him was red, and the only exception was the mirror before him. It was clean and shining. The boy who was covered in blood slammed on the mirror heavily like he wished to strangle the uninjured version of himself on the other side of the mirror. I saw blood-red mirrors in the maintenance room. Do the mirrors in this school have the same purpose as a door? No, wait, I seem to have forgotten an important detail. Chen-ji knew that a 4-star scenario would be completely different from all the other scenarios that he had attempted in the past. Therefore, his experience from before could no longer be applied. Doors and mirrors, the blood doors and bloody mirrors behind the doors. Various clues connected in his mind, and they led him to a brazen conjecture. Perhaps I should bring this painting with me. There was another reason that Chen-ji valued this painting so much. The spot where the painter would leave their name read, Lin Sissy. This painting might be created by the real Lin Sissy, and solving the mystery around Lin Sissy might help Chen-ji understand the world behind the door. In fact, that might be the main objective that Chen-ji had given himself. Chen-ji's hand reached toward the painting. Before his finger even touched it, a giant change happened to the art room. Droplets of liquid fell on the top of his head. Chen-ji used his hand to touch it and realized that it was not water but blood. The air became humid, and the heavy stench made its silent return. Blood started to leak out from the walls, and deepening footprints surfaced on the ground. The normal world appeared to be overlapping with the other blood world. All the paintings inside the art room became distorted. A black shadow suddenly leaped out from one of the paintings and headed right for the door. The shadow felt strangely familiar to Chen-ji. He immediately stopped what he was doing, grabbed the nails, and rushed toward the exit. Chapter 781, Finally Found You. The giant change inside the art room forced out the shadow which was hiding there. Chen-ji had extremely good vision with the aid from yin-yang vision. With one glance, he managed to match the escaping shadow with the one that came from room 413. I finally found you? Nails kept stabbing into Chen-ji's body. The pain that it brought was not that serious. What he hated was the feeling that his life was slowly fading. The shadow made the first move, but Chen-ji was closer to the door, and thus he reached it faster than the shadow. Chen-ji knew that the enemy was not in its corporeal form, so he might be able to stop it. Therefore, he decided to close the door that had started to bleed. The change continued in the art room. Just as everything was about to get swallowed up by blood, Chenji chose a method that was no different from suicide. You wish to make me your scapegoat, so I'll pull you down into hell with me. We'll hold hands as we head toward death. Maybe we'll end up as good friends in our next life. Chenji's maddened solution indeed gave the shadow a shock. The shadow paused where he was for a moment before extending both hands to grab the doorknob. Want to run? Chenji blocked at the door. The nails that were hidden in his palm pierced toward the shadow. He used his fingers to shield the nails from view. He only allowed the pointy end of the nails to poke through the gap between his fingers when he was about to make contact with the shadow. The shadow initially thought that Chenji would not be able to harm him, so he did not put up any guard. That was until he was pierced by the nails at his neck. Chenji's heart was hardened after going through so many trial missions. Rationality and madness should be two opposite qualities, but they melted together perfectly in this man. Chenji knew that he likely only had one chance to strike, so he chose the most fatal spot to attack. The nails pierced into the shadow's throat, knocking his head to the side. If he was still alive, this blow would have taken his life. I was acting out of kindness when I helped you, but you want to make me your scapegoat. We certainly have some scores to settle. The pain and curse that he was experiencing was thanks to the human shadows inside room 413. Therefore, Chenji did not hold back at all. Seeing that the nails could damage the shadow, Chenji did not give the shadow any chance to retaliate. He pulled out another sharp nail from his pocket and aimed it at the shadow's eye. The shadow's head was titled on his shoulder. After being ambushed once, he no longer dared underestimate Chenji. He retreated several steps to maintain a steady distance between them. More blood leaked out from the corners of the room. This art room was slowly changing, like the blood world was overlapping with the real world, and the former was leaking into the latter. It would be very dangerous to stay inside the room, but Chenji blocked the exit and refused to budge. Since you want me dead, I'm not going to let you leave. Chenji said that with a smile on his face. He knew the shadow now had the urge to strangle him. However, there was a process to finding a scapegoat. In other words, if the shadow wanted Chenji to be his scapegoat, he had to make sure that Chenji died the same way as he did. This was similar to why those who drowned wanted to pull their victims into the depths, and why those who died from hanging would influence others to do the same. Of course, this was merely Chenji's own opinion. If the understanding of scapegoats inside the door and outside the door was different, there was nothing he could do. After all, he was already in this state. There was no turning back. He could only press forward. The art room was slowly swallowed up by blood. Chenji and the shadow froze at an impasse before the door. No one was able to move. This situation was very rare. Normally speaking, after the ghost found a scapegoat, they would hurry to reincarnate or possess the victim's body. Specters that were below red specters could not leave their item of possession for long. The scapegoat would be trapped around the place of death for a long time and could not go after the ghost that had harmed him in the first place. Therefore, this kind of situation where the scapegoat found the original ghost, and the original ghost was halted by the scapegoat, was very rare. Don't you plan to say something for yourself? When he saw the human shadow, Chenji's heart dropped back to his stomach. The curse on him could claim his life at any moment. He had to undo the curse, but he could not confirm where the shadow was. Going to the art room had merely been a guess, but who could have known that the shadow was really hiding there? The shadow didn't seem to possess the ability to speak. He kept waving his arms, gesturing something. Chenji could see the shadow's agitation. In fact, he could sense a trace of fear from the shadow. If they stayed inside the art room any longer, something incredibly bad was about to happen. Chenji did not wish to die. He had done all that just to convey his attitude. Now that the shadow was scared into submission, Chenji's tone softened. Remove the curse from me and we won't owe each other anything. In fact, I might be able to help you find your next scapegoat. Live together or die together. The choice is yours. He believed the shadow would not reject him. After all, this was non-beneficial to either of them, but several seconds later, the shadow's reaction caused Chenji to frown. The shadow shook his head, waved his hands, and then used his finger to write out several words in the air. Chenji finally understood what he was trying to say. Chenji had no idea whether the shadow was lying to him or not. In any case, before he achieved his goal, he was going to move away from the door. Can't be removed? Then can you delay the time of death, like give me a few more weeks or a few more months? After Chenji said that, the shadow thought about it before shaking his head. This cannot, that cannot. Do you think I am easily bullied, or do you think I'm not willing to die together with you? I advise you to think about this clearly. This school is so big. After you tricked me in room 413, you didn't leave immediately. This means that you do not know how to leave this place either. Even if I really become your scapegoat in the future, I will figure out a way to find you and how these nails pin onto my body. I will slowly pin them back onto you." After a pause, Chenji added, "I am not threatening you, I'm just telling you the truth. Now only by working together will we be able to achieve a win-win solution." Perhaps Chenji's words convinced the shadow, or maybe the art room being swallowed by blood was getting too dangerous, but the shadow finally changed its mind. He signaled for Chenji to show him his hand. "I'm warning you, do not play any tricks. Even if I die, I will not let you go," Chenji said coldly. The shadow's head was titled on his shoulder, and a nail poked through his neck. He looked worse for wear. He had no idea whether he had found a scapegoat or some kind of demon that he could not shake loose. Helpless, the shadow grabbed Chenji's hand. His finger touched Chenji's palm lightly, and the lines that were darkening stopped increasing in color as if they felt some kind of influence. Chapter 782, That is Our Bond. The palm print stopped turning black, and the anxiety curling around Chenji's heart slowly disappeared. He felt like his breathing had become smoother. The human shadow was not lying to him. On the brink of death, he had made the correct choice. After the Chenji's palm print stopped darkening, the shadow's body started to waver even though he had almost coagulated into a physical form earlier. "I still don't know if I can trust you." Even though Chenji had already gotten the advantage, he did not plan to let the shadow go. There was only one chance, so he had to make use of it carefully. When the weakened shadow heard what Chenji said, he was practically jumping from agitation. He tried to go and grab the doorknob again, and as a result, there was another nail poking out from his neck. It was too cruel. The shadow's face was blurry, so no one could tell his actual facial expression. After being scammed twice, he did not dare stay close to Chenji. As the one who lifted his curse, he could barely believe that he would be cornered to this point by his scapegoat. Blood was about to consume the art room. Everything would be swallowed by blood. The shadow waved his hands madly. If they stayed there any longer, there would be nothing of them left behind. "You are a cunning, despicable, cruel, and scary ghost, and I am just a normal person. The gap between our power is too big. How do you expect me to trust you? I do not know the process of scapegoating, so I have no idea what the lightning of the palm print represents. Even if you have done something to my body, I cannot tell." Chenji could feel the change happening inside the art room. The strange paintings were slowly dyed red, and the inverted paintings were turning to normal. Blood covered everything. The two in the room were slowly pulled into the depth of the ocean by a mysterious force that they would find difficult to escape from. The shadow was unable to speak. He bounced up and down, waving his hands, his gestures becoming bigger and bigger. "You wish to say that you haven't lied to me?" Chenji knew that they could not stay there for long. He leaned against the door and stood at the spot closest to the door, ready to rush out at any moment. "Fine, I'll trust you this once, but I hope I can see your sincerity." The shadow grasped Chenji's meaning. He had a hard time believing that he would be scammed by his own scapegoat. "You originally stayed inside room 413, so you should know a lot about Lin Sissy. I need you to tell me about that. Do not hide anything from me." Chenji spoke quickly. When the shadow heard that, he nodded swiftly. Then he tried to walk forward, but Chenji pulled out another nail from his pocket. "There's another thing. You stay in the same bedroom as Lin Sissy, so you should know about the password to his phone." That was one of the key items obtained by Chenji, but he lacked the password, so he could not utilize it. The shadow's action paused. Just as he was about to express his thought, Chenji added, "Don't think about lying to me. I have his phone right here." Retrieving the phone from his phone, Chenji turned on the screen. "Tell me." When he saw the phone, the shadow's reaction was slightly out of place. He stepped subconsciously backward, and then started to gesture several numbers at Chenji. 51,413? Chenji felt that the number was quite familiar. Whenever the shadow gestured a number, he immediately typed it in. After keying in all 5 numbers, the phone was finally unlocked. This is an important discovery. Memorizing the password, Chenji pushed open the door and left the art room. He was a man of his word. After he left, he did not close the door to stop the shadow from leaving. Only after the shadow slipped out did Chenji close the door. The blood inside the door poured and splashed everywhere and swallowed everything, but everything outside the door was normal, completely unaffected. Chenji believed that this strange phenomenon had everything to do with those strange paintings. "I wonder who the painters are. There are 13 easels in total, so there should be 13 painters, but their themes and painting styles are so similar. Could it be that they have the same teacher?" With one problem solved, several new problems rushed into his mind. Chenji stood where he was and was frowning in thought when he felt a chill coming from behind him. Turning back to look, the shadow was expanding, his expression was changing, and his body twisting. His fingers turned into animal claws. The anger that he had experienced when he was inside the art room was finally exploding. "If you kill me, who is going to be your scapegoat?" Chenji opened his arms, and he looked calmer than before. "If I'm not mistaken, everyone at this school is looking for a scapegoat, and there are very few suitable candidates." Taking a confident step forward, Chenji lifted his eyes to look at the scary face. "After you got me to be your scapegoat, you immediately went into hiding. This proves that you're also afraid that after your success, you'll be targeted by other people. Am I correct?" The dark claws wrapped around Chenji's neck. The shadow's heart was filled with resentment. He seemed to be angry at what Chenji had done to him earlier. "I am your scapegoat, and you are the one who made it so. That is the strongest connection binding us together, and no one will be able to contest that." Chenji's expression gave people a warm feeling. He reached out to touch the shadow's hand, but phased through the shadow. "We are not only not enemies, but are allies with the strongest bond. Think about it. You cannot kill me, because if you did, you'll lose your scapegoat. I am just a normal person, so I won't survive in this school, and I might be ambushed by some unknown ghost at any moment. The only person whom I can trust and rely on is you, because I know you won't kill me." The claw stopped right next to Chenji's neck. The shadow gave it some thought and felt like Chenji's words had some logic to them. However, he felt strange that there would exist such a peaceful relationship between him and his scapegoat. This school is filled with danger, and everyone has their own agenda. Cooperation and trust are impossible, but we have worked through that, so we are the most suitable allies. Chenji walked toward the shadow. "Even if the scapegoating is completed, you cannot leave this school. Why don't we work together to find the exit?" Looking at Chenji, the shadow was beyond shocked. He had never encountered a situation like this before. "I am in the open, and you're in the dark. If we work together, we'll definitely surprise many people." Chenji was completing an impossible thing. At least in this school, such an arrangement had not been attempted before. The shadow's body was returning to normal. He hesitated a long time before gesturing something with his fingers. "You want to know why I'm not afraid of you?" Chenji shook his head. "I am not afraid of you. I am so very scared, but I can put on a brave front. Let's stop wasting time. What else do you know about this Lin Sissy?" Chapter 783, The Wall. The Black Shadow and Lin Sissy shared the same bedroom. He even knew Lin Sissy's phone password. This proved that they shared a more than casual relationship. "I wish to know everything about Lin Sissy. This is related to whether we can escape from this school or not." Chenji opened his lips to ask, but the shadow did not reply, as if the name Lin Sissy was this school's taboo and discussing it would bring about some bad luck. Slowly shaking his head, the shadow pointed at Chenji. He painted at the top of his head and then at the bottom of his feet. It was hard to tell what he was trying to express. "Are you trying to say that what we're discussing might be overheard by something else?" Chenji tried to read the shadow's gesture. The shadow shook its head and then used his fingers to make out several words. "We've killed Lin Sissy. All of us are Lin Sissy." "All of us are Lin Sissy." Chenji seemed to have understood something. He was about to ask another question when a faded stench drifted through the air. "Something's coming." The shadow reacted faster than Chenji. It opened the door opposite and slipped through it. After it got into the room, the shadow did not close the door. Chenji grasped his intention immediately and followed him into the room. "He even remembered to leave the door open for me. Looks like he's willing to cooperate now." Chenji had not lied even once in his words. At least, that was how he saw it. While the ghost needed a scapegoat, he had to be careful that his scapegoat was not stolen by another ghost. Likewise, the scapegoat needed to survive and thus could only pick the most trustworthy one among all the ghosts. How things would be resolved was a problem for the future. What Chenji needed now was to consider how to survive this night. He would make use of everything within his disposal and try his best to see another day. Just what is giving off this smell? Chenji stayed away from the door and hid behind the shadow. By then, the shadow had returned to normal. He looked very thin and at least one head smaller than Chenji. By having Chenji hide behind him, it made a strange scene indeed. "The change to the art room has most likely affected the workers inside the lab. I saw a guard room on the second floor, and the red specter from there might want to take our lives due to the destruction we've wrought to the art room." Chenji analyzed the situation calmly. The shadow agreed with Chenji's reasoning, but he was curious. How did Chenji know that there was a red specter inside the guard room? "This place is no longer safe. We need to leave this building and find another place to hide and discuss the next step of our plan." Chenji had achieved his goal of entering the lab. He did not wish to stay inside this dangerous locale one moment longer. Walking to the window, Chen-ji pulled back the curtain. It's a bit dangerous to climb down here. However, going back to the elevator was no different from asking for death. The window was the only option. After ensuring that Mr. Bai was not outside, Chen-ji jumped through the window and carefully grabbed onto the ledge. The cold draft lifted his hair. Chen-ji's back was soaked with sweat. I sure hope this is nothing but a nightmare. In that case, I'll be sure to wake up if I just jump down from here. Aiming at the machine of the air conditioner on the third floor, Chen-ji slowly adjusted his posture. If I miss, everything's over. Everything depends on this jump. Chen-ji took a deep breath, but just as he was about to let go, the black shadow appeared at the window. He stood next to the edge and glanced at Chen-ji hanging outside the window. If he pried open Chen-ji's fingers at that moment, he could easily kill Chen-ji. Follow me, we're going to leave this place together. Chen-ji's voice was filled with trust and concern. This made the shadow feel uncomfortable. In the end, he did not harm Chen-ji. Quick, hanging in midair was very physically exhausting. After aiming for his landing spot, Chen-ji let go. Bang! Both of his feet landed firmly on top of the air conditioner's exposed machine. Chen-ji leaned forward to stick to the wall. That created too much noise. The monsters inside the building and Mr. Bai will definitely have heard that. I cannot hesitate any longer. Turning to look up at the fourth-floor window, the shadow was still standing by the window. He appeared to have his own plan. You wish to hide some more? This school is a cage. No matter how long you hide, you will still be trapped. Cooperating with me is your only chance. We'll escape this place together. Stopping for less than a second, Chen-ji jumped down to the second-floor air conditioner. He lifted his head again. The shadow was still standing on the fourth floor. Chen-ji had already obtained more than enough information from the shadow. Actually, the shadow was not that useful to Chen-ji. However, Chen-ji still hoped that the shadow would be able to leave with him. He needed a helper, and more than that, he needed a local from the school of the afterlife to be his guide. Wishing to turn his situation around, he had to gather enough strength, and this shadow was where Chen-ji placed his hope. I don't know anything about this school's rules, but I know that after consuming more than enough normal specters, even a normal specter can evolve into a red specter. Standing outside the second floor, Chen-ji stopped hesitating and screamed. If I'm captured and become another ghost scapegoat, you'll spend the rest of your life being pinned back on the wall. At the mention of his potential fate, the shadow started to hesitate. He stood on the edge and dipped downward. Chen-ji saw a shadow flit down the wall before falling into his own shadow. Are you okay? There was no response from his shadow. Chen-ji's heart was conflicted, but he soon regained his composure. He jumped down to ground and then ran toward the brush. There are monsters and ghosts inside every single building here. Entering them means taking on a lot of risk. Chen-ji stayed in the brush motionlessly. About 10 seconds later, Mr. Bai came out from the other side of the lab and stopped not far away from Chen-ji. He lifted his head and spotted the window on the fourth floor that was hanging open. His expression was twisted and scary, and he kept saying, "Bad student." Mr. Bai seemed to be afraid of this lab building as well. He did not dare enter it, but merely walked around the perimeter and then left in a hurry. Chen-ji, who was in hiding, saw everything. When he could not hear Mr. Bai's footsteps anymore, he stood up. His eyes scanned the lab building and his body shivered. At the window that he had escaped from earlier, there was a person in red attire staring at him. The red specter from the guardroom has been trailing me, but it seems like he is unable to leave the lab. Chen-ji's heart was quivering under the red specter's stare, and he silently retreated. Where should I go next? Chen-ji desperately needed to find somewhere safe to rest. He looked through Lin Sissy's phone and compiled the known clues to come up with the next step of his plan. He felt a pat on his shoulder. The thin shadow materialized behind Chen-ji. He pointed at the eastern side of the campus and gestured the following, the wall. Chapter 784, Life Coach. The wall, why would we go to somewhere like that? Earlier, the shadow had been granted many easy chances to kill Chen-ji, but he had not elected to do so. There was already a basic trust between the two. The shadow did not answer Chen-ji. He seemed to be hesitating over whether to lead Chen-ji there or not. The place that he had in mind was most likely a location that he was planning to use to hide. Feel free to deny me the answer if the question is too difficult. We are partners now and friends. There is no need to have so many concerns, Chen-ji said with an easy smile and natural tone. The shadow stood before Chen-ji alone. He was not tall and was on the thinner side. He looked quite fragile. Ever since he joined this school, this was the first time that someone had said such things to the shadow. He stood facing Chenji and did not hide himself for the first time. Introverted, shy, self-effacing, the shadow was different from his peers. There was no liveliness in him at all. It was as if many bad things had already stripped away his happiness before he even joined the school. Chenji's words remind the shadow of certain things. Most of his memories were gray, and whenever he was pulled down memory lane, the debris from the past would seep into his nostrils and ears. They were no longer painful. They merely dampened his spirits. "Are you spacing out? Let's get going. Staying in one place for long will cause bad things to happen." Chenji patted the shadow's shoulder, but his fingers phased through the shadow's body and fell on his chest. Chenji did not seem to mind it and seemed to have gotten used to this already. Taking a big stride forward, Chenji opened his back just like that to the shadow and did not put up any guard at all. Staring at Chenji's back, the shadow still had a hard time believing that he was cooperating with his scapegoat. "Where is this wall that you mentioned?" Chenji headed in the direction that the shadow had pointed in for about 10 minutes. He was no closer to seeing the edge of the school. This school was incredibly huge. The shadow kept urging Chenji to pick up his speed. The ghost and human flitted through the brush for a whole 5 minutes before Chenji realized that he had returned to the same spot that they had departed from. "Are we going in circles? How come the trees around us seem to have changed? There are now more trees." It was untrue to say that Chenji was walking in circles because he had reached the eastern campus, and he could see the tall buildings at the western campus. He and the shadow had been moving toward the western campus for a very long, but those buildings were still blurry like they were hiding behind a layer of fog. "Are you sure we're going the right way?" The shadow also realized that something was wrong. He stood behind one of the trees. His thin body wavered from the window like a leaf that would be blown apart at any moment. "Brother, are you all right?" The shadow seemed to have sensed something. He pulled back his arms, signaling for Chenji to retreat and stop walking ahead. "There's a ghost around us. Is it very powerful? How powerful is it compared to you?" Chenji asked a series of questions, but the shadow answered none of them. He moved his body backward, and at the same time he ensured that Chenji was within 2 meters of himself. "Looks like there is really something inside the brush." Chenji brushed the sweat from his forehead. Even the brush by the roadside was not safe anymore. He had a new understanding of this school. Hopefully, it's not a red specter or half-red specter. Just as Chenji and the shadow were slowly retreating, a different voice seemed to drift out from the deeper part of the trees. "Save me." It sounded like the voice of a girl, and from the sound of it, she was less than 10 years old. "Someone is calling for help. Does the voice sound familiar to you? Can you recognize her?" Chenji sidled up to the shadow. At that moment, it was wise to stay together. The shadow shook his head softly and then pointed at Chenji's ears as if trying to remind Chenji to close his ears and not to listen to the girl's pleading. Save me, will you save me?" Even though he held his hands over his ears, the girl's voice echoed in Chenji's mind. The voice was getting clearer and clearer like the girl was getting closer. "She sounds like she's in such pain. Shall we go help her?" Chenji took out the nail from his pocket and hid it inside his palm. The shadow was not privy to Chenji's intention. Why would he talk out a nail if he said he was going to help the girl? He shook his head naively and gestured, "Danger, run." As Chenji retreated, he asked, "Is she wearing bloody clothes or just normal clothes?" The shadow had no idea what Chenji was up to, but he answered honestly, "Normal clothes." "If it's not a red specter, I think we have a need to go help her." Chenji stopped moving. He counted the nails in his pocket. "A girl asking for help in the middle of the nowhere, she must be in deep trouble. How can we just ignore a plea like that?" "Save me, don't go, please, save me." The girl's voice sounded poor and weak, but at the same time it was getting clearer. Chenji and the shadow were moving fast, but the girl was still able to catch up to them, which presented many problems. "Did you hear that? This girl sounds so pitiful. If we can, we should help her." Carrying his bag, Chenji hid a nail each in both hands. The shadow saw that Chenji was about to go help the girl and panicked. He gestured wildly, repeating the same word, "Danger." "I know that it might be dangerous, but with great risk comes great reward." Chenji not only did not run away, he headed toward the source of the voice. He walked deeper into the brush and yelled, "Where are you? If you're injured, just stay there and don't move. I'll be there to help you in a moment." Seeing as Chenji had answered the girl's plea for help, the shadow's body dissipated. He seemed to be gripped by both panic and fear. He wished to leave, but had something that concerned him. In the end, he escaped back into Chenji's shadow. Certain things cannot be avoided. Even if there's only a minuscule chance that this girl is really injured, we need to go take a look. She only has us to rely on now. Many tragedies can be avoided with good Samaritans, Chenji claimed loudly, enough for nearby characters to hear him. Chenji stood where he was, and several seconds later, a pale arm poked through the bush. "Save me, please don't go, save me." "What happened to you? How can I help?" Chenji asked. "Yuan Ming has gone insane. He has really lost it. I wish to break up with him, and he threatened me with his death. Then he asked me to meet him here, saying that he wished to have a little talk with me. We had an argument, and now he wants to kill me. He's coming soon. Save me, okay?" The girl's voice was very weak from the copious loss of blood. Even her breathing sounded heavy. "There's another one." Chenji stood where he was. "I'll call the police for you, then I'll take you back to school to find the staff." "Okay, thank you, I cannot crawl anymore. Can you come over to pull me up?" the girl asked through her tears. "Sure." Chenji hid the nails in his palms and slowly walked close to the pale arm. He was about to extend his hands when the arm grabbed at Chenji's palm. It was a broken arm. The arm was not connected to anything. Help me, dig the rest of me out from the ground." Chapter 785, We're not taking advantage of her. The girl's voice suddenly turned shrill, and the broken arm shot forward like a python that was striking its prey. It flew to grab Chenji. "Don't worry," Chenji tightened his fists, and the nails poked through the gaps. He targeted the hand that shot at him and hit it heavily. "I'm so cold, I'm just underneath your feet. Save me, save AH." The girl's harrowing howl was interrupted by a scream. "Are you all right?" Chenji looked at the broken arm that fell next to him. The hand was very beautiful with tapered fingers, fair fingers, but the back of the hand had been pierced through by a nail, pinning it to the ground. "Where are you buried? I saw a severed hand earlier, is it yours?" Chenji unclenched his palms, which were covered in sweat. Actually, he had been given quite a fright. Thankfully, he had been well prepared to face this situation. The begging ceased, and only a shrill female cursing voice remained. "Is it that painful? I've been pricked a few times myself, and it doesn't feel so bad." Chenji looked around carefully as he slowly retreated. If there was a broken hand inside the brush, there was no guarantee that there was nothing else. The girl's voice became clearer, and Chenji's ears twitched. With the talent of ghost ear, his hearing was better than most. He could hear the mumbling of ghost, and that effect came in handy at this moment. "It's on my left." Chenji reached into pocket and grabbed another nail. He ensured that the weapon was close by. The arm that was pinned to the ground was still flailing about. The girl was incensed, and she stopped disguising her voice. Chenji moved to the left, and suddenly he felt something give underneath his feet. It was very soft. Not good. As the thought crossed his mind, Chenji's body already reacted. He quickly jumped back, but a mysterious power pulled on his calf, preventing him from leaving. "Didn't you want to save me? Why are you leaving? I'm buried here, the plot of land that you've just stepped on." Pain and hatred turned the girl's voice ugly. Chenji ignored the girl and turned his head down to look. His calf was being grabbed by another broken arm. And worse than that, he realized that there was something wrong with this whole plot of land. It felt like a muddy bog, and his body would sink if he stayed there for too long. When he saw that hand, Chenji reacted swiftly. He held the nail and pushed it deep into the girl's hand. The curse in room 413 seemed to be very powerful, and a single nail proved to be so damaging. No wonder it's the room for Lin Sissy. There are probably some other treasures hidden inside that bedroom. The scary curse turned into something useful in Chenji's arms. Even the shadow in hiding was shocked by his response. "I feel sorry for what has happened to you, and I do wish to help you, but what do you plan to do to me in return?" Chenji pushed the nail deeper into the other broken arm before swiftly retreating. "Didn't you say you'd save me? My body is just buried here. Dig me up and help me escape." The girl's voice echoed in his ears. Chenji turned back to look, and 3 meters away from him there was a hole in a tree. Inside the dark enclosure sat a scary female human skull. The hair was tattered, and the eyes that had no pupils were yanked open as they stared at Chenji. "Liar, you didn't intend to help me at all. You're all liars." "I really did wish to help you, that's undeniable, but you refused to communicate nicely with me. Why did you try to grab me?" When Chenji saw the girl, his hands reached subconsciously into his pocket. The girl had died a horrible death, and he might not have enough nails to deal with her. Chenji had a love-hate relationship with these nails that he pulled out from his body. With the addition of each new nail, it meant that he was that much closer to death, but at the same time, it was because of these nails that he could compete against the girl and the shadow. "Stop lying to me, that was what the man said, but in the end this is what they did to me. Go to hell, all of you." The skull was sitting snugly inside the treehouse. With the screaming from the girl, the surroundings started to change again. The air seemed to freeze, and the leaves rustled noisily. Soon, strands of hair floated down from between the branches and things that looked like blood vessels surfaced on the ground. It looked quite scary. She seems to have joined with this plot of land after being buried here for so long. The situation had changed to go out Chen-ji's control. He started to retreat. Didn't you say you'd save me? Why are you leaving? Is it because I look so ugly? Didn't you promise that you'd love me no matter what happened to me? Now that I've become something like this, why are you turning away? Come back and accompany me. I'm so cold here alone. Come stay with me. I've missed you so much. The girl screamed madly. She seemed to have treated Chen-ji as Yuan Ming, and the face inside the tree hole had morphed into something inhumane. She has to be in so much pain now, but I cannot communicate with her at all, and I can't do anything to help her. Oh well, perhaps I can figure out a method to make her forget this horrible memory. Chen-ji turned to look at his shadow. If her spirit lingers, her pain will never end. We can't just allow this to carry on. The head inside the tree hole should be her real form. Can you help me detain her? The shadow did not imagine that, in just a few seconds, the situation would deteriorate to such a stage. He looked at the two arms that were pinned on the ground, and he could not imagine how Chen-ji was going to save this girl. Brother, don't just reply me with silence. As long as you can detain the head, we have a chance. Hearing Chen-ji, the shadow shook his head in panic. He was afraid. Even though the girl was not a red specter, it did not mean that she was easily bullied. You need to have faith in yourself. No matter what happens, you have to trust yourself. This is strength from the bottom of your heart. The shadow had a soft personality. He had been through too many things when he was still alive. Chen-ji yelled loudly, trying to resolve the lock in the shadow's heart. I am your scapegoat, so I won't harm you. This girl is the first hurdle that we've encountered as a team. We have to overcome it so that our path in the future will be smooth. Chen-ji spoke very fast, and he did end up convincing the shadow. The thin shadow appeared behind Chen-ji. His body swayed with the wind and looked like he would disperse at any moment. Don't be afraid, don't hesitate. Think about your past. You do not wish for the tragedy to occur again. You cannot allow yourself to continue being like this. The shadow gradually grew. With the encouragement from Chen-ji, the shadow grew to twice his size. The hands turned into claws and the resentment around him thickened. Yes, anger, pain, and despair are your power. Go ahead. This hurdle before us is not the enemy, it is just a soft fruit. Make her a part of you, carry her spirit with you. That way you won't only have saved her, you'll end up saving yourself. Chen-ji's voice was low and hoarse, like the murmuring of the devil. Chapter 786, Much to Learn. Chen-ji's voice seemed to possess some kind of magical power, and words became a weapon even sharper than a knife. In the dark forest, the air stilled to the point that it formed a suffocating barrier. Strands of black hair dangled down from the treetop, and the blood vessels on the ground weaved together. Based on some unique rules, when the skull in the tree hole spotted the shadow, a flash of confusion crossed her eyes that were pupil-less. Don't hesitate. Any hesitation is a waste of time that we can use to escape. Do you wish to cancel out our hope with your own hands? Holding the nails with both hands, Chen-ji stood behind the shadow. No matter what happens, I'll face it with you. The shadow, which was originally smaller than Chen-ji, was now 3 meters tall. The resentment and hatred gathered in his heart was evoked by Chen-ji. His hands morphed into claws, and a beast-like roar escaped from his throat. This shadow that had been pinned to room 413 possessed huge potential. In fact, his potential was far greater than Chen-ji imagined, which caused him to become more curious about the shadow's past. Everyone has hope, but to turn that hope into reality, it depends not on charity but everything you've got. Only by giving it your all might there be a chance. Chen-ji pointed at the skull inside the tree hole, and that is our hope. The shadow body was continually expanding, and when Chen-ji said that, the shadow's face cracked, causing many thin black lines to surface on his body. Then, the shadow charged forward. The girl's scream filled the brush again. The decayed muscles that littered the ground carried an indescribable stench with them, and they tried to stop the shadow. At the same time, the black hair from the branches seemed to gain a life of their own as they curled toward Chen-ji. Coming at the two of us at once, from his many experiences of being chased by ghosts, Chen-ji's body was very agile. This was a valuable skill that he had obtained. The girl can influence the neighboring grounds. If we don't deal with her, it'll be very hard to leave this place. Chen-ji had no idea what was behind him walking in circles, and he could not fix it. Therefore, he could only try to solve the problem from its basis. The battle between ghosts was extremely violent, and most of the time it would only stop once one party was torn to pieces. After the shadow expanded, he was stronger than before, but he lacked fighting experience and was not as mad and as crazed as Su Yin, so he soon was tripped by the girl. This guy has great potential, but he's too weak now. Chenji knew that once the shadow was defeated, he would not survive on his own. Veins pulsed on his arms as he grabbed the bag and lobbed it as forceful as he could at the tree hole. Before the bag reached its target, it was stopped by the net of hair that dropped from the treetop. However, that was enough to buy time for Chenji. He grabbed the nail and ran toward the tree hole from another direction. I can't stop. The ground here is soaked with her blood. I'll die if I slow down. Ignoring the fear before his eyes, Chenji pushed forward with a powerful will. Compared to the shadow, he appeared more crazed. Soon the pain will be over. Soon you will not be in the torment of pain and loneliness anymore. Chenji did not think about retreating, and he moved very fast. The girl sensed the threat from Chenji and pulled out part of her energy to stop him. The grass wilted at an incredible speed to expose a human skin-like ground. Since you're unwilling to save me, then get buried here alongside my body. Gashes opened on the ground, which looked like interconnecting wounds. The temperature dropped as something crawled out from the gaps. Chenji felt both pain and numbness coming from his calves. He slowly lost feeling in his feet. The thing that had crawled out from the gaps earlier seemed to be various insects. He did not stop to take a look. He was temporarily ignoring anything that might slow him down. At that moment, the only thing in his eyes was the skull inside the tree hole. I know you're in great pain, but why unload your anger on innocent people? You aren't going after those that harmed you but trying to threaten us innocent passers-by. Isn't that a bit too much? Chenji yelled loudly. He was not afraid of exposing his location. The most urgent matter was to undo the walking loop and killing this female ghost that he could communicate with. Even though he was losing control of his legs, he pushed himself forward. The girl exhausted a lot of energy to deal with Chenji. The shadow made use of this opportunity to escape from her grasp and instantly reached the space next to the tree hole. He reached his sharp claws inside the hole. Following Chenji's order, the shadow tried to grab the skull out of the hole, but once he tried to issue force, the girl's skull issued a horrifying scream. As the skull was yanked out, Chenji and the shadow realized that underneath the skull hid innumerable blood vessels that looked like plant fibers. What kind of monster is this? This was the first time that Chenji had encountered a creature like this, but he reacted faster than the shadow. Chop off the vessels connecting to her head, quick! The girl's eyes were white. The blood vessels under her neck were connected to the trees. The ground was slowly sinking like it was planning to swallow the shadow. Quick, cut it off! Chenji yelled at the top of his lungs. It was not looking so good for the shadow. He did not cut off the girl's blood vessels, and his body was slowly being entwined by them. Why are you hesitating? With the ground sinking, Chenji was unable to turn and run away. Instead, he used the last ounce of his energy to pounce at the girl's skull. He did something crazy. His body rammed into the net made of the blood vessels and pierced the nails into the girl's eyes at a close distance. Quick now, the eyes were poked through. The girl was on a complete rampage. The bloody net was closing in on Chenji and the shadow. We don't have much time. At the last moment, the shadow made his first step toward transformation. His body turned illusory, but the two claws materialized physically. The shadow gathered all of his strength as he pierced his hands through the girl's skull. Blood splattered everywhere, and a piercing scream cut through the night sky. What? The fog around them slowly lightened. The shadow exploded at the last moment, and his spectral nature compelled him to do many things that he had not done before. The night breeze blew. The shadow's body was returning to normal. He lifted his thin, weak arms. In the middle of his palms was a red heart yanked out from the deepest part of the tree hole. You've done a great job. We've passed the first hurdle. Chenji looked at the shadow with a smile. He was currently lying in the mud. There were many scratches on his body. The worms that had crawled from the ground earlier were not real worms but coagulations of the girl's resentment. Before you consume this heart, I have one last question to ask you. Chenji forced himself to stand up. I wonder if you've experienced this before. How long will you hibernate after you consume something like this? After a specter consumed another specter's essence, they would go into hibernation. The period of hibernation was related to the consumer, and the consumed's power level. The shadow had no idea what Chenji was talking about. He was too eager to eat the heart he was holding. Looks like you really don't know anything. Don't worry, I can teach you slowly, Chenji said with a smile and signaled for the shadow to leave the brush. Chapter 787, Instinct and Beyond Instinct. The shadow was very weak. He would avoid a half-red specter, much less a red specter. To put it plainly, he was at the bottom of the pyramid at this school. He had forever been pinned to the wall, unable to move, unable to speak, just a stain on the wall. Indeed, compared to the other monsters at the school, the shadow was just like a small stain. No one would give him any thought, and no one would have faith in him, least of them all himself. We've made too loud a commotion. We need to leave this place immediately. Chen-ji went forth to remind the shadow since the latter was still standing there. The shadow was like an orphan who had seen his parents for the first time. There was a bestial element to his nature, but he did not know how to get used to it. There will come a day for every mammal to be weaned from its mother's teat. If you don't eat others, you'll end up being eaten by others. Chen-ji patted the shadow's shoulder. His hand once again phased through the shadow and fell on his chest. No one is willing to grow up, but you have to understand that you cannot stay a child. These words were meaningful to the shadow. The latter's body shook. His hands held the heart that looked like a red ruby before swallowing it whole. Hey, at that moment, the shadow seemed to lose his rationality. His spectral nature compelled him to consume the heart. This is bad. That girl should be slightly more powerful than the shadow. He will go into hibernation since he has just consumed the heart of a ghost who is more powerful than he is. Chen-ji knew about the shadow's potential, but even with that unique potential, he was not going to be more powerful than Zhang Ye. After Zhang Ye consumed a red specter, even she had to go into hibernation. There was no exception. Why are you acting so recklessly? Chen-ji had just found himself a helper, and now said helper was going into hibernation. This gave him quite a headache. His original plan had been to split the red heart into several parts, so that the shadow would still grow but not go into hibernation. Just by swallowing the heart, the shadow's size doubled. He held his head in both of his hands. He pulled on his lips and face madly like he was trying to tear his face apart. Chen-ji could see that the shadow was in great pain, but he did not know how to help him. Calm down. If you really cannot consume the other party, accept her. Accept her power and carry out her dying wish, help her complete her dying hope. Chen-ji yelled loudly. The shadow finally reacted. He walked to the tree hole, squatted down, and reached both of his hands into the hole like he was looking for something. Something is not right. Even for Zhang Ye, when she consumed a specter from the same level, she entered hibernation in a very short time. This guy has held on for so long. Is it because of his own uniqueness, or are the ghosts at this school different from the ghosts outside? The shadow dug for a long time before retrieving a rusted knife from inside the tree hole. Is this the weapon that killed the girl? Has her spirit been lingering on this murder weapon? Normally, a specter's item of possession was related to the item important to their life. The girl's item of possession was most likely the weapon that had killed her, which also meant that the driving force to her lingering after her death was revenge. The shadow's body doubled in size. He held the knife and stood before Chen-ji. The twisted arms waved up and down like he was trying to say something. Several seconds later, the shadow crawled into Chen-ji's shadow, and the knife fell before him. Does he wish for me to go look for the killer? Chen-ji's lips pulled upward. He picked up the knife. He was in the same camp as the shadow, so he would help whenever he could. To go to such an extent for being a scapegoat, I don't think anyone would have done this. The knife was covered in rust and dirt, but it felt quite heavy in Chen-ji's grasp. Could it be that the nature of the knife has changed since the girl has possessed it for so long? After placing the knife in the folds of his clothes, Chen-ji inspected the surrounding again. The signs of battle were obvious in the brush. There was no way to hide them, so Chen-ji decided to make use of it to misdirect people who might be on their trail. After wasting so much time here, it's about time we leave. There was danger hiding in every corner of this school. All Chen-ji could do then was trust in the shadow and find the location that the shadow had mentioned, the wall. Turning back to look at his shadow, Chen-ji could feel the increasing chilling air that radiated from it. He'll become stronger after consuming another specter, but this school appears to have a rule of its own. All the ghosts that I've encountered limited their nature, quite unusual. Chen-ji thought back to his experience in Liwan City. The 3.5-star scenario had a lot of specters, but there were few instances where the specters went after each other because each specter had their own territory, and their area of movement was limited. This was completely different from this school. Most of the specters could move freely and go to any corner of the school. Someone at this school has accomplished something that the ghost fetus at the pinnacle of Red Spectre was unable to do. Chen-ji sucked in a cold breath. He was even more certain that there was something greater than a Red Spectre at the school. How am I supposed to face something even scarier than Zhang Ye? Chen-ji quickly suppressed the burgeoning sense of despair. The black phone wouldn't have given me an impossible mission. There has to be a way out. A 3-star scenario was different from a 4-star scenario, just like how a Red Spectre was different from a greater Red Spectre. However, Chen-ji was unfamiliar with the exact differences. In any case, the encounters that he had experienced tipped him off to certain things. Red Spectres were tied to the instinct and nature that they carried from when they were alive. but greater red specters seem to have broken through that limitation. For example, the 12 painters in the art room and the bloody oil paintings that were hard to understand. They seemed to be collectively expressing something, and that something was already beyond Chen-Ji's comprehension. Different from knowing the ghost fetus identity, there should be something that I can do to deal with the owner of this school. The ghost fetus harbored deep resentment toward Chen-Ji, and it could not wait to torture Chen-Ji. Conversely, the owner of this school did not seem to have much personal history with Chen-Ji. I should take it slow. My most immediate concern is to survive. Chen-Ji picked up his speed. As he ran, he took out Lin Sissy's phone. He keyed in the password and finally unlocked the phone. After the red specter at the lab saw me leave the building, it stopped chasing me. From that, it shows that even red specters are unable to violate the rules of this school. What I need to do now is figure out the rules here and make use of the rules to increase the chance of my own survival. Lowering his head to glance at the phone, he only took a glimpse at it, and Chen-Ji was unable to pull his gaze away again. Lin Sissy's phone background was that of an oil painting. It featured a human face that was featureless. Chapter 788, Phone Number and the Clue of the Killer. Is this Lin Sissy's self-portrait? But why didn't he paint in his own features? Chen-Ji stared at the faceless head in the phone, and the longer he stared at it, the more confused he became. Gradually, it felt like he was staring at his own face. Shouldn't the phone's background keep changing? Whenever there's a new Lin Sissy, would the human face change again? This phone was a treasure for Chen-Ji. He had too many things that he needed to understand. Moving his fingers, Chen-Ji first clicked open the photo album. The camera functions normally, but the videos or photos inside this phone are quite strange. Chen-Ji looked for a long time before he found the problem. There was no human presence inside the videos and photos. They were all about the scenery. Have the pictures with people in them been deleted, or could the people at this school not be captured by the phone at all? Chen-Ji very bravely conducted an experiment on himself. He raised the phone and took a selfie. The phone was so old that it did not have a front camera and the picture taken was very blurry. Chen-Ji glanced at it. Initially, he did not notice anything, but later on, his eyes started to narrow. There was not only Chen-Ji in the picture taken, there was also the shadow behind him. The strangest thing was inside the picture. Chen-Ji's shadow was thin and defenseless. He was hugging his knees, curling his body together. This phone can capture the shadow from room 413. This phone can capture ghosts with its lens. Chen-Ji suddenly understood why there had not been any people inside the phone's saved photos. All the pictures that had people in them have been deleted, but I have no idea whether it was Lin Sissy or someone else who did so. The phone had been tweaked before, but it did not dampen Chen-Ji's mood. He found another thing worth noticing about the phone. The shadow in the picture retained his most original phone. In other words, Lin Sissy's phone most likely possessed the ability to see through the ghost's disguise and recover their most original form. With this phone, I can avoid many dangers and have a glance of the ghost's real image beforehand. Plus, I can use this to come up with many special plans. Chen-Ji felt like his luck had turned much better after he encountered the shadow. He took a few more pictures of himself. After confirming his hypothesis, he deleted all the pictures and returned the phone to its original state. Lin Sissy's phone was very old. Other than the camera function, it only had a few other basic features. Chen-Ji then looked at the phone book. There was only one contact inside, home. Opening the recent calls, it showed that there were only records for calls made in the last 24 hours. It was worth noting that in the past 24 hours, someone had used this phone to call 2 unknown numbers several times. The last call was made right before Chen-Ji awakened in this school. Such consistent calls means that Lin Sissy should have noticed something already. He kept calling these 2 numbers because their owners might have been able to aid him. Chen-Ji was now Lin Sissy in everyone's eyes. He thought about it before calling the first number. It rang for a long time, but there was no answer. Why isn't anyone answering? Chen-Ji anxious. The other person did not end the call and did not pick up the call, allowing it to ring. Did the person not take their phone with them, or are they also considering whether to answer the call or not? After it continued to ring for a while, Chen-Ji ended the call, and he tried the second number. The busy tone pulled on Chen-Ji's nerves. Several seconds later, something surprising happened. Following a light click, the second call was connected. The other person answered the call, but no one spoke. Chen-Ji patiently waited for the person on the other end of the line. He listened to the background noises, hoping to triangulate the other person's location, but unfortunately the other line was exceptionally quiet, like a morgue at midnight. Hello? The phone had limited power. Chen-Ji did not dare waste more time, so he spoke first. I know you're listening. First, I don't mean any harm. If now is not a suitable time, it's fine. I just have some questions, and you only need to make some sound when my predictions are wrong. His own echo came from the other end. The other person still did not intend to speak. Do you know Lin Sissy? Almost as soon as Chenji said the name Lin Sissy, the call was cut off. Chenji did not even have time to react to it. They hung up on me, but this proves that there's something wrong with them if they hung up with such certainty after hearing the name Lin Sissy. Chenji called again, and this time, it only rang once before the call was ended. How about we try texting then? Chenji soon abandoned this thought. Speaking was bidirectional. While exposing himself, he would obtain information about the other, but messaging was one-directional. The more he spoke, the more he would reveal about his own secrets. For the sake of security, Chenji temporarily abandoned the plan of messaging. He moved his fingers as he called the number for home. When he keyed in all the numbers, a boy's voice announced on the phone, "I'm sorry, but the number you're calling is not available." The number was supposed to be home, but the number led to an empty number. Chenji tried it a few more times, and the result was all the same. Looks like this number is really cut off. His home is already gone. Chenji memorized the 3 phone numbers and left the brush in the direction given by the shadow. The eerie streetlights glowed weakly on him, pulling his shadow along. But upon closer inspection, he discovered that his shadow was wiggling like it was slowly growing. The shadow only needed a short amount of time to digest the girl, at least 10 times faster than my experience outside the door. Is this his talent, or is this common to all the ghosts inside this door? The shadow had digested the other specter so fast that it gave Chenji a confidence boost to his plan. However, he did not get ahead of himself. Even with such a quick digestion speed, the rules at this school are so well maintained, which goes to show how powerful the owner here is. Chenji was unsure of the other rules at this school, but consuming other specters had to be something that violated the rules. When I just woke up, Mr. Bai was taking a roll call inside the classroom. At the time, my desk mate seemed to remind me that there have been students going missing from the school. The missing students might have been consumed by others, and most ghosts go into hibernation after consuming others, so how did the killers escape detection? Widening his eyes, Chenji suddenly was struck by a possibility. Could it be that the killer that the school is looking for is hiding among the missing students? He might be the first student to have gone missing. Hypothesizing based on this clue, a flash of brilliance appeared in Chenji's eyes. There is a greater red specter at this school. The locals here mostly follow the school rules, and only those who came from outside like me will go against the rules fearlessly. Does this mean that the killer that the school is looking for might be Chang-gu, who arrived here earlier than me? Chapter 789, Window. Assuming that the person who pushed open the door inside the sick room was Chang-gu, then where did he go after entering the door? Chenji knew practically nothing about this world behind the door. The experience that he had obtained from previous 3-star scenarios was completely useless here, but Chang-gu was different. The man had spent years studying this specific door, and he even possessed the left eye that Chang Wenyu had taken from the school of the afterlife. The eye could see things that normal people could not, and possessing it was no different from possessing a cheat. Chang Wenyu is Chang-gu's little sister. Her physical body became a vessel for scapegoats. That means that her soul should still be somewhere in this school. She won't allow anything bad to happen to her own big brother. If this current mission's difficulty could be categorized into different stages, then Chang-gu was playing the extremely difficult version, while Chenji was playing the hellish difficulty version. Chenji started the game with nothing. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the middle of a dangerous conundrum. He had to survive without any aid, and there was not one single person whom he could trust around him. Under these circumstances, Chenji somehow managed to carve a way out for himself. If I can meet up with Chang-gu, his aid will mean my aid, and we will be able to look after each other. Even though Chang-gu had bad eyesight, he was a very clever man. He was good at hiding and was much more capable than he made himself out to be. After the shadow wakes up, I'll go look for the list of the victims. I'll observe Chang-gu from the dark before deciding what to do. Never one to put all of his eggs in one basket. After finding Chang-gu, Chenji planned to work with him, with one in the open and the other in the dark. If this killer really is Chang-gu, then I can make use of this opportunity to put everything onto him and clear my name. I'll come out to help him at the most crucial moment. The school probably won't expect there to be 2 killers. Chenji actually had another plan in his heart. To confuse the school, having only 2 killers isn't enough. I need help from more ghosts. When there are more than a handful of killers, the school rules will be completely broken, and then I will have a chance to submerge myself in the muddy waters. In any case, those were merely Chen-Ji's temporary thoughts. It was hard to put this plan into action. There were greater red specters at the school, and Chen-Ji could barely imagine just how scary those monsters were. When the other ghosts are summoned, I should try to make myself scarce. Perhaps there's a way that I can provoke them remotely. His plan was slowly moving into completion in his head. Chen-Ji reached the end of the road without really realizing it. Before him was a long wall. The paint on the wall was peeling, and it was covered with vines. The night breeze blew, and the leaves rustled lightly. They looked like many small hands waving at Chen-Ji. This wall is only 3 meters tall, and there is no visible support anywhere. I'll have a hard time jumping over it. Why would the shadow tell me to come here? The wall was adjacent to a brush, so Chen-Ji did not need to worry about being exposed. However, his experience told him that staying in one spot for too long would only lead to bad things. Chen-Ji reached his hands toward the wall. The leaves of the vines brushed against the back of his arms. The sensation was weird, like children biting him with their small teeth. This wall looks normal. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Chen-Ji did not dare stay there for long. He kept turning back to look at his own shadow. The shadow's body was changing at every minute. He was in the middle of a metamorphosis and showed no sign of reawakening anytime soon. It's ironic that a scapegoat has started to get worried about the ghost that placed the curse on me. The shadow had only told Chen-Ji to come to the wall, but he did not tell him what to do when he reached the wall. There is no sign of blood or a chilling presence. This place feels no different from the surrounding wall of a normal night school. The wall looked too normal, so normal that it felt incongruous with the rest of the school. Chen-Ji took another few steps forward before suddenly stopping. He pushed away the plants that covered the wall and stuck his ear to the wall. There is sound coming from the other side of the wall. It sounds like students talking. Due to the distance, Chen-Ji could not clearly hear the content. Even from the distance, I can still catch some clues. This means that there is a large number of speakers. Chen-Ji tried to triangulate the location. The other side of the wall was Jiujiang Private University for undergraduates. Why is there a need for a wall to separate the eastern and western campuses? The eastern campus is scary enough. Don't tell me that the western campus is even scarier. Chen-Ji leaned against the wall to listen. He could not sense anything that was wrong. Did the shadow want me to head toward the western campus? The shadow had no reason to harm Chen-Ji, and Chen-Ji also trusted the shadow implicitly, but it was too difficult for him to cross the wall. Thus, Chen-Ji moved down the wall. He walked for several minutes before he spotted a squat 2-story building. The house was not big and was built into the wall. The door was left half open like someone had been inside the building moments earlier. Once he got near, Chen-Ji smelled a horrible stench in the air. This stench was different from the stench that Chen-Ji had smelled at the lab. It was not a simple smell of decay, but it was a mixture of several horrible stenches. If I climb up to this building's roof, I'll be high enough to just jump over the wall. Chen-Ji stood outside the building and resisted the urge to vomit. He took out Lin Sissy's phone. This phone can capture ghosts and monsters. I might as well try to use it now. Switching on the phone, Chen-Ji discovered with some shock that the face on the background was slowly becoming more and more like his. This portrait is changing. Shaking his head, Chen-Ji clicked open the camera. He lifted the phone and aimed it at the small building and its surrounding. Everything looked normal. The stench here is different from the one at the lab. It shouldn't be those upside-down monsters. Shall I go in to take a look? Chen-Ji leveled several glances at the small building. The building had an exposed wall, and there was no window on the first floor. The only place to support his body was the window on the second floor. This building only has one window. If Chen-Ji was to use the building to leap over the wall, he had to first enter the building and then climb out through the second-floor window and up to the roof. There are things here that are not visible with my yin-yang vision, but Lin Sissy's phone should be able to capture their presence. If not for the fact that the phone accidentally captured things that it shouldn't have, the pictures inside it wouldn't have been tampered with. Chen-Ji finally made a decision. He walked up to the building and pushed open the door. The door creaked noisily. Chen-Ji entered the room and saw the floor that was littered with trash. There was everyday trash and wrappings for various medicine, as well as balls of black plastic bags that appeared to be leaking blood. Is this building used as some kind of disposal center? Chen-Ji held the phone and did not let his guard down. With every step, he stopped to take a picture of his surroundings. Chapter 790, Trash Collection Center. Trash at a public institute like a school was normally centrally gathered before being moved out of the school in trash trucks. Therefore, This building was likely used as some kind of center for the collection of trash at Jiujiang Private University. The trash from the entire school was pooled there before being moved out of the compound. This building is placed between the two campuses. Does this mean that the two campuses share the same trash collection center? Chenji used the phone to look around and discovered several strange locations. There were 8 cubicles inside the small building, and each cubicle had a wooden plaque hanging over it on which different terms were written. The first cubicle was categorized for paper-based trash. White paper, brown paper, and paper cups and plates littered the door. The second cubicle was for plastic trash. Abandoned plastic mineral water bottles were left on the ground. The third cubicle had the term metal on the plaque, and the fourth was for aluminum. So far, everything appeared normal. However, from the 5th cubicle onward, things started to get strange. The wooden plaque on the 5th cubicle had the following written on it. Humans. Human is a kind of trash here. The door of the 5th cubicle was not locked, so Chenji pushed it open to take a look. Creak. Various deformed humans hung like dried meat inside the small cubicle. Their feet were tied, and that was how they were dangled from the ceiling with their heads facing downward, their heads swaying lightly in the wind. Chenji drew in a cold breath. There were at least 30 humans inside the narrow space. These should be mannequins, right? Raising the phone, Chenji took a few pictures of the hanging men. The pictures showed nothing more than what he could see with his bare eyes. Wiping away the sweat from his palm, Chenji raised his hand to touch those hanging humans. The sensation that came from his fingertips did not feel like that of rubber. It was not the sensation from touching a dead person's skin either. It felt more like he was touching a living person. The skin was warm, the pores were breathing, and the blood under the skin was still flowing. They're similar to living humans, but it feels like they've all lost their souls. Taking one step back, Chenji studied the hanging men. Their eyes were closed like they were fast asleep. Perhaps I should stay away from them. Chenji was about to leave when he noticed that one of the humans had the same physical appearance as the shadow from room 413. It was 1.6 meters tall, on the thin side, and had practically no muscle on it. It looked more like a skeleton with human skin sewn over it. This looks very similar to the shadow. Is this why the shadow told me to come here? Chenji was not 100% sure that the human inside the cubicle belonged to the shadow. There was not much walking space inside the cubicle, and there were too many obstacles in the way for him to get a good look. Temporarily, I should ignore this. I should try and see if I can leap over the wall first. If I can, then my explorable space will have increased. Walking out of the 5th cubicle, Chenji turned to look at the other cubicles. The 6th cubicle was for experimental trash. The door was locked and Chenji could not open it. The 7th cubicle was for non-recyclable trash. Once he got near, Chenji was assaulted by a suffocating stench. This is horrible. The door of the 7th cubicle was also locked. Chenji quickly walked past the door and was heading to the last cubicle, but when he passed the door, a male voice suddenly came from inside the door. Is someone out there? Chenji froze immediately. He turned his head slowly around to stare at the door of the 7th cubicle. He definitely did not expect a human voice to come from a room meant for non-recyclable trash. I hear footsteps. You're now just outside this door, aren't you? I am the manager of the Trash Classification Center. Can you please open the door for me? When I came in here to move the trash, something slammed the door shut, and I found myself accidentally trapped in here. I'm locked inside the center's storage room. The man's voice sounded normal, but there were many suspicious points in his explanation. The cubicle door could only be opened from the outside, and an iron lock hung on the door. No matter how one knocked into the door, the lock would not have locked itself. I know that you're out there. Can you please help me? The spare keys should be on the 2nd floor. The man continued to yell out the door, but Chenji did not reply. After half a minute, the man appeared to have given up. Is there really no one there? I thought I could trick them in here and then snack on them little by little. The smell in this room is getting more fragrant by the day. What do you think? He should be still out there. I'll bet 10 fingers. He probably overheard our conversation. He won't come in to save us. Give up already, you bunch of ugly, dirty, disgusting things. I'm wondering if we should go out the back door and drag the person in here to join us. They probably don't realize that we can leave this place freely, right? That's a secret that we've kept to ourselves. Don't expose everything for some temporary joy. But he already heard our secret. How about we kill him? What do you think? Killing him will still get us exposed, you idiots. Last time I shoved so many brains inside your skulls, so how come you're all still so stupid? Listening to the heated argument coming from inside the cubicle, Chenji's face was turning white. Inside the cubicle meant for non-recyclable trash, Only a man's voice could be heard, but he seemed to be playing different characters. It sounded like he suffered from schizophrenia, but unlike other patients, every single persona of this person was extremely mad, crazy, and sick. None of them could think or act like a normal person. The people here have been completely influenced by the negative emotions. Even inside the world behind the door, I haven't met someone so crazy. Chenji immediately left. He glanced at the 8th cubicle. This cubicle was situated at the deepest part of the building. The wooden plaque on the door was blank. The space around the door was very clean. It did not look like it was meant for trash at all. Such a scary school, even a trash collection center can give me such creeps. Walking past the black plastic bags that were still seeping blood, Chenji grabbed the phone to go to the 2nd floor. Some tools could be found there, and overall it was cleaner than the 1st floor. Chenji did not stop to admire the view and headed for the only window of the building. The window faced the night school, and various stains dirtied the glass. Standing inside the building, one could barely see outside. The monster inside cubicle 7 could come out at any moment. Whether he was lying or not, I cannot stay here any longer. Though I should keep note of this place, perhaps I'll think of a use for it in the future. As Chenji reached toward the window before he could open it, a screeching sound arrived at his ears. It sounded like someone was using their nails to scratch at the glass. Chapter 791, Eastern Campus and Western Campus. Chenji stared at the window before him closely. The glass was heavily stained, and it was unclear when it had last been given a good wipe. The sound appears to have come from outside the window. Is something hanging on the wall? An image of a strange creature with very long nails appeared in Chenji's mind. It was stuck to the wall from outside, and once Chenji opened the window, it would leap into the room. He had encountered way too many strange things at this school, so no matter what kind of monster appeared, he would no longer be surprised. The stains on the window are blackish red in color, and they all run in lines. They appear to be formed from being continually scratched by bloody hands. The scratching sound of nails against glass continued to reverberate through the room. Chenji resisted the discomfort and placed his hand on the glass. A sticky and wet sensation came from his fingertips, and that gave Chenji quite a shock. The stain was on the inside of the window, which meant that the creature that was scratching the window was also inside the room. The brain took 0.something seconds to catch up to the situation. Chenji immediately shoved the window open without any hesitation. Fresh air flew into the room. Chenji leaped out of the window. Just as he turned around to adjust his posture, he saw a pool of blackish red damp that was growing on the ceiling. Chenji slammed the window shut with the back of his hand. He stepped on the palm-wide edge, and the sound of scratching became clearer and clearer. He took out Lin Sissy's phone, opened the camera app, and aimed it inside the room. The image that showed up caused a chill to run down his spine. There was someone crawling on the ceiling. He was wearing a uniform from the trash collection center. Several arms grew from his chest. There were male and female arms with varying lengths and sizes. The only similarity between the arms was that all of the nails had been grounded away, and the exposed skin was dripping blackish red blood. The expanding pool of damp that Chenji had seen earlier was actually left behind by the waving of these arms. That thing was dangling above me. The window kept shaking. The monster had already run to the side of the window. He was hanging upside down from the ceiling, and the arms waved maddeningly. They scratched the window as they attempted to pull Chenji back into the room. The stained window started to crack. Chenji was not going to stay, and he jumped away from the edge to the wall. No wonder the psycho in cubicle 7 didn't come out to get me. There is a worker posted at the center. The worker who dangled from the ceiling was a very scary type, the kind that would wake one up from the dream. It's probably responsible for categorizing the trash. Are the arms on its chest and stomach also recycled items? The thought that he had been in close vicinity with such a monster for a long time caused Chenji's back to ooze with cold sweat. You really cannot let your guard down for even a second at this school. Every single room is like a living nightmare. Sitting on the wall, Chenji took out the phone and snapped a picture of the small building's only window. The window frame shook for a while before stopping. Just like the red specter who could not leave the lab, this worker appeared like it could not leave the trash collection center as well. The red specter at the lab was responsible for the maintenance of the rules at the lab, and this monster with hands coming from his stomach should be responsible for looking after the trash collection center. The school was like a microcosm of a society with ghosts and red specters as the citizens. This gave Chenji a preposterous feeling. The owner of the school appears to be trying hard to simulate the world outside the door, but why are they doing that? This scenario was completely different from any of the scenarios that Chenji had visited in the past. He had not encountered such obedient red specters before. Even at his own haunted house, when dealing with red specters, Chenji usually reasoned with them because he was afraid that other methods might cause them to go on a rampage. To be able to make so many red specters act so obediently is a sign of a big trouble, although this could be a good thing. At least I don't need to worry about being constantly chased by them. Sitting on the tall wall, on Chenji's left side was the dark night school with a foreboding presence, but his right side had blurry lights and the occasional laughter of students. One side was creepy and depressed, whereas the other was lively. This contrast reminded Chenji of the paintings that he had seen in the art room earlier. The two campuses formed a stark contrast, similar to those inverted paintings. However, this did not mean that the Western campus for graduate students had to be safer than the Eastern campus meant for working and adult students. After all, a normal university would not be so lively after midnight. If the Eastern campus was like a cemetery that was enveloped in a nightmare, then Western campus was like a machine that did not know rest. One pooled negative emotions to express humanity's darkest nature to its full potential, while the other hid a machine-like coldness amid raucousness. It felt like human nature had been fully silenced. The hidden terror at both campuses is completely different. This is something that I could not have imagined before. The cold wind caressed his cheeks. Chenji had never been so awakened in his life. He lowered his head to glance at the Western campus. There was a squat two-story building that was built along the wall. Similar to the trash collection center at the Eastern campus, it was attached to the wall. After I leap over, should I want to return to this side, I'll have to enter that building, which I'm assuming is the trash collection center for the Western campus. I'll have to climb up to the window again and jump over. Chenji had no idea why the school would come up with such a design. He stood on the wall and looked into the distance. The two campuses were separated by the tall wall. There was no gate or door, and the only connecting locale was the trash collection centers. Could it be that the trash collection centers are the entrances? The students of the Eastern campus are trash for the Western campus. Sitting on the wall, Chenji was thinking, and had not made his move when he suddenly saw a man in leather shoes walking out from the brush. "Mr. Bai, how did he know that I'm here? Did the manager at the center give him the news? That's likely. He was probably attracted here by the sound of battle with the girl in the forest." Chenji sat on the wall. If he returned to the Eastern campus now, the chance of him being captured was very high. After giving it some thought, Chenji descended to the Western campus. When he was on the wall, he had memorized the layout of the buildings on the Western campus. The scale of the Western campus was several times the size of the Eastern campus, and the layout was quite complicated. Bending over, Chenji went into hiding inside the brush. Chenji silently approached the Western campus trash collection center. The Western campus center was obviously cleaner than the one on the Eastern side. The term trash collection center was written clearly on the door. There was no litter on the road, and there was no strange smell. Several trash trucks were even parked next to the door. Chenji pushed on the door lightly. The wooden door fell away under his touch. The decoration of the interior was almost identical to its Eastern counterpart. Even in real life, it's almost impossible to find such a clean trash collection center. Chapter 792, Art Club. If Eastern campus was a nightmare that one could not wake up from, then the Western campus was like a beautiful fairy tale. However, the one thing that concerned Chenji was that both campuses came from the same person's mind. Chenji did not pause for long at the trash collection center. He was worried that he might wake up the manager there again. "Mr. Bai won't follow me to the Western campus, right?" Looking at the wall that was almost 3 meters tall, Chenji's lips curled into a smile. He was about to begin a completely new experience. "I wonder if the rules in the Eastern campus are applicable here as well. For the sake of security, I'd better not stay at a fixed location for too long." Rushing to leave, Chenji followed the edge of the brush and moved toward the Western campus. Without walking for that long, Chenji noticed that something was off. Different from the Eastern campus, the brush on the Western side had been carefully trimmed and cared for. There was no wild grass at all, and in the distance, he could see very clearly that someone was walking through the brush. "Since I cannot hide here, I will figure out another method." Chenji took out Lin Sissy's phone and used it to scan around him first. After ensuring that there was no one following him, he took out the working outfit that he had found in the laboratory and put it on. Chenji brushed away the dust, smoothed down the edges, took a deep breath, and straightened his back. "The people from the Eastern campus all refer to me as Lin Sissy. Every single one of them wants me to be their scapegoat. I wonder what the differences between the occupants of the Western and Eastern campuses are. As a student, he had limited access to the campus. Not only could the teachers intercept him easily, other students would not be afraid when they saw him. Therefore, the first thing that Chenji did when he crossed over to the Western campus was disguise as a member of staff. I should find some easily bullied students to try this out. If I can successfully trick them, it means that this method does work. Chenji still had no idea why the people from the Eastern campus referred to him as Lin Sissy. Perhaps every living human who entered the campus would be called that. The manager of the school probably won't expect me to come over to the Western campus. After all, the two campuses are separated by a very tall wall, and the only way through is through the trash collection centers. At the Eastern campus, Chenji felt weirdly constrained, like there had been a pair of eyes constantly on him. However, this feeling disappeared completely when he crossed over to the other campus. Clearing his throat, Chenji did a few breathing exercises, and his expression turned serious. Those who did not know him would probably mistake him for an expressionless teacher when they saw him. After placing the nails in his pocket, where he could reach easily, Chenji held the bag with one hand and walked out of the brush, strolling openly through the campus. It appears to be quite lively over there. The Western and Eastern campuses were indeed different. Chenji only took several steps before he saw two students walking toward him from afar. They had the appearance of normal students in real life. They looked ordinary, nothing stood out about them. They had that look of innocence and hope toward future that characterized teens. After several years in the workforce, that hope would be gradually winded away. The light in their eyes would disappear, and in its place would come tiredness and helplessness. However, these students were different. They felt like life was in their own grasp. They believed that if they held their hands tight, the beautiful future would not slip through their fingers. They appear much more normal than the creatures on the Eastern campus. Looking at them makes me feel younger. After experiencing so many things, Chenji's mental age had already far surpassed his actual age. Slowing down, Chenji kept his head lowered like he was contemplating something. The two students walked toward him with talk and laughter. I was chosen by the swimming club. The senior approved of my application herself. In the future, I can openly admire her. Perhaps she might even be my coach and teach me personally. In your dreams, the female seniors from the swimming club only interact with new male members when it's recruitment time. After you join the club, you'll be assigned a muscular male senior. Wouldn't that be even more exciting? Go to hell. I'm just joking. What kind of club did you join? I used to like painting, but it's strange. How come our school doesn't have an art club? That's impossible. You simply haven't found it, most likely. It's true. I've asked the seniors, and they also have no idea about it. Then I found the counselor, and he just gave me a random excuse. Then why won't you just switch for another club? How about you join the swimming club as well? One-on-one teaching sessions with a female senior. It's going to be great. I still wish to join the art club. Sorry. The male student was too caught up in his conversation, and he accidentally bumped into Chenji's shoulder. Rubbing his shoulder, Chenji stared at the two students with a stone-cold glare. He did not speak, but stood to block the middle of the road. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. The male student apologized profusely. I hear that you wish to join the art club. Chenji glanced casually at the man. Teacher, do you know where our school's art club is? The way that the student referred to him as a teacher gave Chenji quite a relief. The panic lessened. Why do you insist on joining the art club? Chenji kept his tone calm, making it difficult to tell what he was thinking. It's not that I insist on joining the art club. I simply like to paint, and other than that... The male student scratched his head and started to stammer. Since it's not necessary for you to join the art club, never mind. Chenji made to leave. He gave off the impression of an eccentric young teacher. Teacher, wait, the male student pouted. You might not believe me when I tell you this, but recently I've been having the same dream every night. What do you dream about? Chenji slowed down. I cannot remember. Whenever I wake up, I would forget all about my dreams. But since it occurred so many times, there is a lingering impression in my mind. I can only remember painting something in my dream. The student also thought that he was being quite preposterous, and his face was red from the shame, as if afraid that Chenji might treat him as a nutjob. That's why you want to join the art club? Chenji looked the student up and down. What's your name? Joe too. Okay, I've memorized it. Chenji still wanted to ask a few more questions, but another few students were coming over from the other side. Afraid of being exposed, Chenji stopped the questioning. Go back and think about it. If you really want to join the art club, come and find me at the club recruitment place. Chenji had already spotted the small pavilion where the club recruitment was happening. It was filled with people and very bright. In fact, it gave him the fleeting impression that he had returned to real life. Leaving with slow steps, Chenji wore the staff outfit to disguise himself as a member of staff. He was honestly quite good at it and had a more intimidating presence than normal teachers. Just 10 meters away, Chenji encountered 3 more students. These students were chatting. The topic ranged from the school entrance exam to games. There was light in their eyes and smiles that came from their hearts. This caused Chenji to start to wonder if he was perhaps in some kind of illusion. Chapter 793, You Can Call Me Mr. Bai. Are they really ghosts? Can ghosts even be so innocent and pure? Do ghosts also play video games and make jokes? Chenji started to have second doubts. He was unsure whether these students were actual ghosts or not. If they were ghosts, it was possible that they had no idea that they were already dead. Arriving at the pavilion where the club recruitment drive was, every single club had people lining up to register. There were slogans pasted everywhere, and in the middle of the pavilion, the members of the street dancing club were performing. Nothing feels out of place. Am I really inside a door? Walking through the pavilion, the sounds gradually weakened as Chenji reached the edge of the pavilion. He found a quiet place to sit down. He planned to observe the situation for now. Based on the clues given by Zhou Yu earlier, these children should all have forgotten something. Are they really happy here? Chenji had no answer. He was not one of the students and could not make the choice on their behalf. His eyes scanned each of the students before his gaze finally stopped next to him. About 3 meters away from him sat a thin student. The child sat on the step alone with no friends around him. He looked at the crowd bustling through the pavilion with envy in his eyes. Chenji's interest in the child was piqued. He walked toward him. Hey, why aren't you going to join one of the clubs? Hearing Chenji's voice, the male student was shocked. When he saw Chenji walk toward him, subconsciously, he turned to leave. You're a man, what are you so afraid of? Chenji walked to the student's side. Just go and apply for the club that you want to join. There's no need to hesitate. The male student lowered his head and leaned forward like he was hiding something. Don't tell me you wish to join the art club, but the school does not have an art club, Chenji guessed. Being shown kindness by Chenji, the student answered, I wish to learn how to dance, but... He stood up, and then Chenji realized that the child was limping. His leg left was heavily disformed. But the club refuses to take me. The male student was depressed. Actually, not only the dance club, many clubs rejected me in a roundabout way. There are 2 extra credits to grab if you join a club, and that's what's bothering me. Don't worry, leave it to me. Chenji patted the child's shoulder. He was not good at consoling people, but he was good at solving problems. The child raised his head to look at Chenji. A trace of distrust was visible in his eyes. I am a teacher here. Since I've encountered your situation, I cannot just sit idly by. Chenji took out various IDs for Mr. Bai out from his bag. When he was at the staff dormitory in the eastern campus, he had swiped the IDs. Using his thumb to block the picture on the ID, Chenji showed the ID to the boy. Never mind, if you force them to take me, they will not feel good about it either. The male student pursed his lips. I don't want to create problem for others. I'll be fine on my own. You are one of our students, and thus one member of the family. There's no need to be act all embarrassed. Mr. Bai, thank you, but it's okay. Stay here, I'll be back in a minute. Chenji entered the pavilion again. He asked some of the clubs for their opinion, but there were very few clubs that were willing to accept the child. Returning to the student's side, the latter seemed to have guessed the result already. Teacher, there's no need to mind, it's fine. A student like you is not an isolated case. Since everyone is unwilling to accept you, then this is more than one student's problem, but a problem for the school. Chenji's expression suddenly turned serious. We are born with our body. We cannot do anything to change the nature gift that we're blessed with. However, we can change the impression of the people around us, which is the strength and responsibility of education. The student nodded. When he heard that, his suspicion toward Chenji completely disappeared. Wait here, I refuse to believe that there is nothing to be done. Chenji passed through the pavilion again to arrive at the small office next to the pavilion. There were many students there since they were there to update their club's information. Mixing among the crowd, Chenji silently sought his way into the office. He was worried about running into other teachers, so he limited his movement to the first floor. The office used to keep the information of the clubs was open. A female teacher was writing something with her head down inside. Next to her were several students compiling the club's information. After taking a glance at the door, Chenji directly strode into the room. He acted very naturally like he worked there for real. The female teacher probably thought that it was one of the students walking in, so she did not even raise her head. The other students did turn Chenji's way, but they did not say anything. Walking to an empty table, Chenji's mental constitution held firm. Very calmly, he opened the drawer and found a copy of a new club formation and application. Then he sat down at the table. Using the pen, he wrote some simple things and added the school's seal to the form. Then, he shoved the entire document into his bag and left the office. Passing through the pavilion, Chenji found the male student again. There's a club that is willing to accept you, and I am the teacher responsible for that club. Would you like to join it or not? Your own club, the male student nodded. Sure. Since no other club was willing to take him, and this Mr. Bai treated him so well, there was no reason for the student to reject the offer. Mr. Bai, what kind of club is this? Sign here first. Chenji took out one of the club registration forms and handed it to the student. Okay, the student signed his name on the form. Wang Yicheng, not a bad name. Chenji put the form away and took out the club formation form that he had just written. Our club is called the Supernatural Phenomenon Observation Club. Normally, there's nothing to do. Most of the time, we'll spend time studying the strange happenings at the school and study some supernatural, mysterious events that science cannot explain. Hearing Chenji's introduction, the student was stunned. Mr. Bai, are you serious? See the seal on this form? Why would I lie to a student? Chenji zipped up the bag. You've signed the member form, but I won't trouble you if you wish to leave the club. The 2 credits, however, will be taken away from your score. Please don't, I was just shocked. The student had no idea whether he should be happy or sad. He had a feeling that his school life was about to change. That's much better. First, tell me everything that has happened to you. Do not leave out even the smallest detail. Chenji took out pen and paper to record. Here, we start now. Quick, do not feel any pressure. This is the tradition of our club. Any new members have to share the supernatural events that have transpired to them. Chenji was not lying. He merely did not tell Wang Yicheng that he was the first and only member of the Supernatural Phenomenon Observation Club. Chapter 794, Mr. Bai's Club. Seeing the look in Chenji's eyes, Wang Yicheng's neck shrunk backward, and he grumbled internally, this teacher is a kind person, but his personality is a bit weird. He probably doesn't have many friends in real life either. Teacher, I'm just a very normal student. I have not encountered anything special in my life, much less any supernatural events, Wang Yicheng said in embarrassment. I am a bit clumsy, and you can see the issue with my leg. I think I will just join the calligraphy club. After all, they agreed to let me join even though the senior's tone is not that good. I'll ask you the questions, and you only need to answer them honestly, Chenji said seriously. Once he put on such a demeanor, Wang Yicheng immediately surrendered. He sat on the steps and gave it some thought. After a while, he said, I have not encountered any supernatural phenomenon myself, but when I joined the university, I did hear a curious ghost story from a senior. A ghost story? When Chenji heard these words, his eyes twinkled. The senior was from the student council. When we were assigned our dormitory, he was our guide. He seemed to have something against me. The story that he told was probably made up to scare me. What story is it? Tell me. The room that I was assigned is room 413. Normally, a dormitory room houses 6 people, but strangely enough, my dormitory room only has 5 people. There is a bed that is purposely left empty. Wang Yicheng started to tell the ghost story that he had heard. Initially, I thought that the student who had bed number 4 was away due to some emergency, so he was not around for the new student orientation. However, that senior told me that no one actually occupies that bed number 4. When I asked him why, he told me, a long time ago, a student with a physical deformity owned that bed. No one was willing to be his friend, so he used pranks to get people's attention. In the end, it only made others hate him even more. All the others ganged up to pull a prank on him. As Wang Yicheng was about to continue, he was interrupted by Chenji. Do you know what kind of prank the other students pulled on him? Chenji wanted to confirm the speculation in his mind, so he asked this question. Scratching his head, Wang Yicheng continued with a frown. According to the senior, the students tricked the kid to go to the toilet at midnight. They were going to scare him by acting like ghosts. But somehow, an accident happened and the child perished. And then what happened? Since then, bed 4 in room 413 has always been left empty. The senior said that the child would occasionally return at midnight. If we wake up to use the toilet at midnight and run into an extra person in the room, do not interact with him. That's all. Chenji was not satisfied. Try to think about other things that have happened to you, like have you been having a recurring dream or do some extra memories appear in your mind? Wang Yicheng looked at Chen Ji with a bitter expression. He knew that Chen Ji was not kidding, so he replied, "Teacher, I'm a very heavy sleeper and I never dream. It's embarrassing to say this about myself, but I'm a forgiving person. I don't mind the bullying that others do to me." "That won't do. There are good people and bad people in this world. Your kindness will only be seen as weakness in the bad people's eyes. They will only bully you even more." Chen Ji looked at Wang Yicheng, and his pupils narrowed. Suddenly, Chen Ji realized that this was the student whom he had been looking for. Wang Yicheng had a good impression of Chen Ji, trusted the latter, and most importantly, would listen to Chen Ji's orders. There were obvious holes in the Western Campus students' memory. Chen Ji wished to find out more, and he intended to ask some personal questions. "Wang Yicheng, what does your parent do for a living?" Family was the most important part of a child's life. Chen Ji did not think that the students would forget something as important as that. "They own a restaurant. Why?" Wang Yicheng thought that Chen Ji had switched the topic very quickly. "Then do you miss them?" After asking that question, Chen Ji was immediately grasped by worry. "Not really. They only dropped me here yesterday, but I guess I'll start to miss them after some time," Wang Yicheng answered seriously. "Yesterday?" Chen Ji asked a few more questions. The young man's answers were flawless and truthful. However, once Chen Ji gave it some thought, he noticed that a great chunk of Wang Yicheng's life was missing. For example, when Chen Ji asked him about the summer holiday after the big exam, the young man would stammer like that part of his memory had been vanquished. "It's fine, there's time to think about it. Maybe it'll come back to you later." Chen Ji had already gained a lot from Wang Yicheng. The Western Campus also had room 413, and it was also tied to a ghost story. There were many similarities between the two campuses. Chen Ji wondered how deep the similarity went. "Compared to the Eastern Campus, the Western Campus is too friendly. I have to make use of this opportunity." Chen Ji felt like he should not limit his questioning to Wang Yicheng. He needed more people to compile a fuller picture. Patting away the dust from his pants, Chen Ji stood up from the steps. "Xiao Wang, I'm going to take a spin around the pavilion and try to get a few new members for our club." Chen Ji returned to the pavilion. The nature of the club meant that he could not have a big promotion. He could only approach some kind-looking students and ask about their interest. After being rejected 5 to 6 times, Chen Ji finally recruited the second member. This student was called Zhang Ju. His face looked like it had been burned by fire. His left cheek and neck were scarred, and it looked quite scary. "Mr. Bai, will I cause problem if I join your club? After all, I don't think anyone is willing to be in the same club as me." Zhang Ju had a scary exterior but a kind-hearted interior. "It'll be fine. The kids in the club are all good people." Chen Ji patted the young man's shoulder. "I hope I won't hear anything like that from you again." Chen Ji's sudden seriousness flustered Zhang Ju. This was the first time that someone had willingly come to be his friend. "Okay. That's more like it. Come, I'll bring you to go meet the other club members." Chen Ji was about to leave when he heard a familiar voice. "Good evening, teacher. May I have some of your time?" Chen Ji turned and saw a familiar face. Behind him, the student who greeted him was Zhou Tu. He had met Chen Ji before and had asked him about the art club. "Xiao Zhou, how can I help you?" Chen Ji asked casually. Zhang Ju, who stood next to him, silently lowered his head, hiding his face from Zhou Tu's sight. "Teacher, I've made my decision. I wish to join the art club. Can you tell me where it is?" Zhou Tu clenched his fists. He seemed to have something that he wished but had not said. Chapter 795, Good Kid, Bad Kid. "I know where the art club is, but I cannot tell you the location now. How about this?" Chen Ji continued, speaking after a short pause. "You join my club for now to fill up the members. If your performance is satisfactory, then I guarantee that I'll personally take you to the art club." "Join your club first?" Zhou Tu looked at Zhang Ju next to Chen Ji. Honestly, the child really did look quite scary. "Is this some kind of test?" He grumbled internally. He had asked a lot of them, and they either had not even heard of the art club or tried their best to change the topic. Only Chen Ji had given him a clear answer that the art club really did exist. After giving it some thought, even though Zhou Tu thought that Chen Ji was a bit unconventional, he trusted that a teacher would not lie to a student, so in the end he nodded. "Okay, I'll join, but Mr. Bai, what club is this?" "Fill in the form first." After Zhou Tu filled in the form, Chen Ji said, "Our club is called Supernatural Phenomenon Observation Club. Its main objective is to study the supernatural events happening around the school." Zhou Tu was baffled when he heard the introduction. He could barely believe that his school would even have a club like that. However, since it was managed by Mr. Bai, it had to have been officially approved by the school. There are too many people here. We'll find a quieter place to talk. Chen Ji led his 2 new members to leave the pavilion. Suddenly, an argument erupted in the middle of the pavilion. Many students stopped to see what it was. Even Chen Ji stopped moving. What happened? Looks like someone wanted to join the street dance club but was rejected. Then they got into an argument. It's just a club. What's there to argue about? Someone threw a punch. There's a fight. Mr. Bai, should we go stop the fight? This is so horrible that new students would act like this. Even though that was what he said, Chen Ji did not personally go to stop the fight. He was masquerading as Mr. Bai, and thus he could not pull too much attention at this kind of public event. After a while, both parties of the fight were pulled away. The female teacher that Chen Ji had seen in the office earlier came out. The teacher appeared like she had many things to do and was very busy. Therefore, without asking for an explanation, she lectured all the students that were involved in the fight. After the students dispersed, the teacher with the explosive temper also left. She returned to the office, continuing her work. The teachers at this school seem to have lost some of their memory as well. That is different from the teachers on the eastern campus. Chen Ji did not want to find trouble, but trouble liked to seek him out. The student who had gotten into a fight with the members of the dance club shuffled Chen Ji's way while holding his arm. It was unclear whether he was not looking ahead or some other reason, but he tripped when he was going up the stairs and happened to fell next to Chen Ji. F***CK, even the stairs are bullying me today. Why is everyone bullying me? He yelled. His eyes were red as he tried to force himself to get up. Are you all right? Chen Ji studied this student. The young man had a refreshing look, not that old. His earlobes were punctured, and there was a large stain on his arm like a tattoo that had not been properly erased. The child had a rather special appearance. He was not dressed in any branded goods, but he was quite fashionable. He did not look like a student. I'm fine. The male glanced at Chen Ji. The teacher before him was the first who had shown him any care. You were the one who threw the first punch during the fight with the members of the dance club, right? What if that's true? Are you going to punish me? The gaze that the student gave Chen Ji became unfriendly almost instantly. I merely wish to say that there are so many members from the dance club and there is only one you. Why would you pick a fight with them? Couldn't you have talked it out? Such recklessness will only bring you harm. Chen Ji's voice was mature and calm, just like a big brother. Seeing that Chen Ji had no intention of scolding him but seemed to be concerned about him, the male student's voice softened, and he stopped being so aggressive. Mainly, it's because they bullied me. Because of my appearance, the student responsible for the recruitment was purposely going against me. To join the club, I reached the limit of my patience, but in the end, they told me that the registration had already reached the limit and told me to join another club. If that's really the case, then you're not entirely in the wrong. Chen Ji signaled for the student to move to the side. But why is it that you insist on joining the club? Do you like street dancing that much? That's not really true either. The student finally told the truth after holding it in for so long. I've gone to ask a few clubs already and I've been rejected, probably because I stand out too much. The student laughed self-deprecatingly. He probably thought that was too embarrassing to admit, so he left right after. Wait a minute, I have a club here. Do you want to consider joining it? Chen Ji took out the registration form. I see a great potential in you. If those clubs don't want you, it's their loss. Seeing the form that Chen Ji was holding, the student hesitated. He shook his head. Pride is earned. Something given is called charity. I do not need charity from anyone. That's quite a backbone you have there. I find myself admiring you more and more. Chen Ji gave the student the form directly. Your appearance is different from other students, which means that you must have a history that is different from them. Can you tell me your history? Chen Ji acted sincerely and spoke with a soft tone. This helped the student to walk out from his unapproachable exterior. There's nothing to tell, really. I haven't really met my parents before. It was my grandmother who raised me. She opened a small food cart selling dumplings inside an alley, and the two of us barely survived with that income. When I was young, I got mixed up with the ruffians running the alley. Smoking, drinking, stealing. I have done all that you can think of. It's fun. After mixing with them for a few years, one day, it started to rain heavily. I returned earlier to my grandmother's stall, and I saw the local police trying to take my grandmother's stall away. At the time, I lost it and got into a fight with them. The student bit on his lips, and his expression was quite complicated. Injuring them caused me to get sent to the youth penitentiary. When I came out, my grandmother hugged me and cried for a long time. Actually, there is nothing to be said. Later, I got back to school, and I managed to score high enough to get into this university. The student's life was rather harsh. Chenji studied the man's face closely, and he saw shyness of youth. However, behind it hid plenty of anxiety and tiredness, like he had been in constant fear and worry of something. You are a good kid. You just have a tendency to act too rashly, but I like that recklessness. Come and join my club. Credits are not that big an issue. Chenji gave the invitation again. The student did not reject him this time. He signed his name on the form, Zhu Long. I have another new member. Looks like our club is quite popular. Chenji put the form away. Come, let's go find a more secluded place, and we will start our first club activity. Chapter 796. I can take you there. Chenji's Supernatural Phenomenon Observation Club already had 4 members, the limping Wang Yicheng, Zhang Ju with a burned face, Zhou Tu, who was looking for the art club, and Zhu Long, who had a penchant for getting into fights. Each member had their unique personality. If Chenji had really been a teacher at the school, his club would have been very interesting. Unfortunately, that was not the truth. Chenji wanted to get information from these kids, but he did not really want to make use of them completely. As long as it was within his power, Chenji would help these students find the memories that they had lost and fight to get them out of this place with him. Passing the pavilion, the members of the Supernatural Phenomenon Observation Club gathered for the first time. The members looked at each other, and a not-so-positive thought appeared in their minds. This club was like an orphanage where unwanted kids were abandoned. Mr. Bai, don't tell me that this is everyone from our club. Zhou Tu wanted to join the art club, but somehow he found himself in this club instead. He felt scammed. The atmosphere was quite awkward. Wang Yicheng and Zhang Ju, who had physical disfigurements, moved their eyes away and did not dare speak. Zhu Long, though, appeared unfazed. If anything, his curiosity toward this club only grew. You are correct, but I suggest you watch your tone. In some time you'll realize how lucky you are to have joined this club. Chenji's voice was laced with pride. Every member of this club has been personally picked by me. Everyone here is distinct from others. My club does not need common people. Only extraordinary students are allowed to join. Zhou Tu could not help rolling his eyes when he heard that. If not for the fact that he had already signed the form, he would have left. I know that you have a hard time believing me now and doubt the purpose of our club. Chenji's eyes scanned the pupils. I am not one who likes to use words to persuade others. When we begin the club activity, I will use the reality to recover the actual truth for you. Chenji's expression was so serious that he did not appear like he was joking. The few students quieted down. Before I let you see the real world, I have a question to ask you. What kind of world do you think you're living in? Chenji wished to know more about these students, passed to try and find clues from their existing memories. Wang Yicheng was the first to share. He retold the story of his past. Then it was Zhu Long's and Zhang Ju's turns. Zhang Ju had been a very normal child before he attended high school. He was a hardworking student, and he had managed to score enough for a good university. His life plan was laid, but the course strayed on the day of his high school graduation. That night, he and his friends had gone to karaoke. When fire spread throughout the building, Zhang Ju and his friends had been trapped in the private room. When he had finally been rescued, his cheek and scalp had been severely singed, which had left behind a scary-looking scar. Zhang Ju had stayed at home for 2 months to receive psychological treatment. When his therapist thought that he was ready, he had chosen to face his new self and come to the university. The story was very inspiring, but Chenji heard some problems in it. Can you remember the days when you were receiving treatment at the hospital? Theoretically speaking, this story should scar Zhang Ju deeply, but when he told the story, there was no visible change to his expression. It was like he was telling another person's story. Regarding the days when he received treatment at the hospital, Zhang Ju stammered a lot. Chenji knew that he was not trying to hide the facts on purpose. The child simply could not remember the details. Tragedy struck Zhang Ju during the last holiday of his high school years. When Wang Yicheng was telling his story earlier, that part of his memory was very vague as well. So was the case with Zhu Long. Chenji looked at the students gathered before him, and a theory appeared in his mind. These few students did not really forget what had happened during that last holiday, but their actual date of death fell within that period. Lingering spirits carried their memories with them, whether they were good or bad. Therefore, they would remember everything that happened before that holiday clearly, but could not seem to recall the details of that holiday. Mr. Bai, are you feeling well? Zhou Tu was a very astute person. He was a great observer of people. He noticed that Chenji's expression was not so perky after he heard the few students' stories, and so he asked, how about we just postpone the activity today? You should go and rest. I've learned about their pasts. What about yours? Chenji's expression swiftly returned to normal. I have led a very normal life. Normally, I spent time studying, drawing, eating, and sleeping. I haven't even been in a relationship before, so there is nothing interesting. Joe too shrugged. He felt like he was the most normal member of this club. Didn't you tell me that you have been having this recurring dream recently? Do I have to tell everyone that? Joe, you did not believe that Chenji would expose that fact before so many people. I will not force you. If you wish to talk about it, go ahead. It's fine if you don't. Well, it's not really a secret. Joe too wished to rely on Chenji to get to art club. From his perspective, this strange club was just a means to an end. I came to this school rather early. Since registering at the dormitory, I have had the same dream every night. In the dream, I sit inside a room filled with oil paintings. The atmosphere is strange. There are 12 other people sitting around me, and everyone is painting. Oil painting room? 13 paintings in total. Chenji was instantly reminded of what he had seen at the night school's lab building. He realized that he had come across a valuable treasure. Joe too could dream about the inside of the art room. So this meant that he had probably been there before and was perhaps the painter behind one of the paintings. However, due to a certain reason, he had forgotten all about that. Yes, with each passing night the dream becomes clearer, like I have been there myself, but I have no memory of this at all. Joe too slowly lowered his head. This is a very horrible feeling. When I woke up every morning, I wanted to recover this dream, so I grabbed a brush and tried to paint the vestiges from my dream. However, I could not find the paint that I need, so I've been looking for the art club. After hearing Joe too's story, Chenji was silent for a while before saying, If I said that I've seen the place in your dream before, would you believe me? You've seen it. Yes, it's right in the school, Chenji said affirmatively. If you want to, I can take you there, but you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Joe too's voice changed. Only he knew how important this dream was. From now on, you have to listen to my every order, and that is the condition for me taking you there. Chapter 797, Nightmare Weaved by Everyone. No problem. Joe too gave his promise almost without hesitation. From his perspective, students should listen to their teachers. After getting the promise from Joe too, Chenji nodded lightly. He did not request for the club to follow many formalities. He merely needed every one of the members to follow his orders. You will all feel glad for having made this choice in a while. Chenji looked at the busy western campus. It is not my intention to change all this, but everyone has the right to know. After all, this nightmare is weaved from everyone's collective memory. The students had no idea what he was talking about. They just felt like this Mr. Bai was different from other teachers. All right, now that we have got to know each other, we will begin today's club activity now. Chenji signaled for the members to get closer. Have you heard of any ghost stories regarding our school? Teacher, what do you mean? Joe too had a bad feeling in his stomach. This teacher appeared like he was going to take them to go and do something dangerous. Since our club is Supernatural Phenomenon Observation Club, our club activity will be to study these phenomena. What's wrong with that? Chenji said with such severity that the students had to believe him. That is not wrong technically, but won't people think that we're a hum if we go searching for supernatural phenomenon like that? Zhulong coughed dryly. He blanked on a favorable description. Furthermore, it's getting late. If we're discovered by other teachers, won't we get into trouble? Don't worry. Chenji took out Mr. Bai's identification document. His finger was still expertly blocking the picture. The school won't fault us. I'll be there to explain everything. Hearing the promise from Chenji, Joe too and Zhulong visibly relaxed, but Wang Yicheng still looked like there was something bothering him. Zio Wang, what's on your mind? There's no need to hide anything now that you're part of the club. Mr. Bai, I was thinking, what if we really run into something that we shouldn't, then what can we do? We are just a few normal students. It was unclear whether Wang Yicheng was really scared by the ghost story told by his senior, or there was something in his memory that had not properly been cleaned. In any case, when Chenji said that he was going to take them to study supernatural phenomena, this student's reaction had been rather weird. Certain things have to be seen to be believed. Also, there's no need to worry about your safety. Even though our club is small, every member is an elite. Furthermore, I'll be there with you. Everything is under control, Chenji said confidently and calmly. He gave off a very trustworthy feeling. So let's hear it. What kind of ghost stories about this school have you guys heard of? The pavilion was not as busy as before. Most of the students had completed their club registration. The surrounding temperature appeared to have dropped as well. I heard of a ghost story before. Even though I believe it should have been made up, I've met the person in the story. Zhang Ju was the first to speak. Yesterday, when I arrived at the university because of my unique circumstances, the teacher asked me to go to the office for some questions, asking if I need any help. At the time, there was a senior inside the office. He was crying nonstop, mumbling a girl's name on his lips. I overheard the conversation between him and the teacher. I found that the name that he kept repeating was the name of one of his admirers. That day was his birthday. The girl had asked to meet him in the small garden to confess her feelings to him, but he had rejected her. At the time, he didn't think much of it. He had followed his dormitory mates back to drink and play, forgetting all about it. However, the next day, the school announced that the girl had gone missing. In the end, they found the girl's body inside the garden. She had died a horrible death. The scariest thing was that her time of death was before meeting the senior. Even now, no one can tell what really happened. The senior was also preparing to leave school due to overwhelming psychological pressure. Zhang Ju touched the part of his face that was burned. That's all. I am not clear about the actual details. If you wish to go to the garden, I can lead the way. If the girl was dead before she met up with the senior, then it is possible that senior was lying. Is he the killer and the girl did not like him at all? Chen Ji thought back to the girl whom he had met in the woods of the eastern campus. The girl had been too caught in resentment to be communicated with. I personally think that the killer is someone else, and the girl merely wanted to see the person whom she had a crush on at the last moment of her life, but unfortunately, he was not interested in her. Zhu Long touched the scar on his arm. That was a scar left behind by tattooing. That is a person's name, right? I'm surprised that you're such a romantic. Zhou Tu glanced at Zhu Long's arm and then turned to Chen Ji. Mr. Bai, how about we go to that garden today and end this activity as soon as possible? We have to return to the dormitory soon. Look, there aren't many people around anymore. There's no need to hurry. What about the rest of you? What kind of stories have you heard? I haven't heard of any ghost stories before, but I read a very interesting story on the internet a while back. Zhu Long touched the scar on his arm habitually. The content was an innocent boy running into a girl that he likes. He gathered his courage to confess his feelings, but the girl didn't answer him immediately. She didn't agree, but she didn't reject him outright either. She merely said that if they can get into the same university, then they will be together forever. The male student was not a good student, but for this promise, he worked extra hard. Unfortunately, his fundamental knowledge was too weak. To have such a drastic improvement in mere months and get into this school is very difficult. At this point, Zhu Long's expression turned very weird. He probably did not notice this change himself. But out of everyone's expectations, the boy finally managed to get into the same university as the girl. As long as one is willing, nothing is impossible. Finally, they got their happy ending. Zhang Ju sighed. Hearing Zhang Ju's words, Zhu Long's expression became even stranger, and he shook his head. The girl got into the best medical university in the nation. The boy's score was only 150 marks less than the required mark to apply for that school. When Chen Ji heard the term medical school, he seemed to understand something, but the other members were still confused. Then how did he end up meeting the girl? During one of the autopsy classes, Zhu Long's fingers were practically digging into his muscles, but he did not seem to mind it. The boy was pulled out of the chiller and placed on the girl's autopsy table. They finally ended up at the same university. Well, do you think the girl kept her word and stayed with the boy forever? His expression became even stranger. Zhu Long did not seem to realize the strange changes that were occurring to him. Chapter 798, Upside Down Hourglass. Zhu Long did not notice anything abnormal with himself at all. He did not say the name of the boy and girl, but he felt as though he had gone through a similar experience. Hey, Wang Yicheng was timid. He saw that Zhu Long seemed possessed and just pushed him away. The cluelessness in Zhu Long's eyes instantly disappeared, and he looked at the people around him before suddenly smiling. Did I scare you guys? Did you know that the first time I heard this story, I was scared too? There's actually another half to this story, and I have this impression of it in my brain, but I can't remember it no matter what. There's another half. Yeah, but I forgot. Zhu Long laughed. Why do you all look at him like this? This is just a story I saw somewhere. It's not a spooky story that happened in our school. Zhu Long saw that everyone was still staring at him, and the smile from his face disappeared. Don't you guys believe me? Our school isn't a medical university. Our school is a mixed university. There are 3 medical degrees. Because the teaching resources are weak, there are few students. We usually can't see them at all, but they have 3 individual laboratories in their practical building. Everyone was a freshman, but Zhang Ju knew the school very well and knew a lot of information that others did not know. Our school has a dissection room. Zhu Long was dumbfounded. I was just casually speaking, don't take it seriously. The purpose of our supernatural phenomenon observation club is to seek the truth. Whether it's real or fake, we will know once we go check it out. Chen Ji was also interested in Zhu Long's story. Zhu Long had been a hoodlum before and sent to juvenile detention center due to getting into trouble with city law enforcement. His past was very similar to that bad child. Coupled with his strange manners, it was hard for Chen Ji not to be suspicious of him. Zhu Long doesn't remember the summer break after finishing high school. Something might have happened in that summer break. Chen Ji had found lots of clues from these children. Now, he just needed to verify them at the school. I'm very relieved that everyone is eager to participate. We'll go to the place you spoke of tonight, Chen Ji said to Zhang Ju. Let's go to the forest you spoke of. You saw the retiring student with your own eyes. What happened on him might be real. Okay, follow me. Zhang Ju looked down. This seemed to be his walking habit in order to cover the scar on his face. He was very familiar with this school. He did not seem like a new student at all. It was obvious that the familiarity was etched deep into his bones. It was as though he already belonged to the school. There were few people in the small square now, and not many noticed them. Even if someone saw them, they would not be suspicious. At most, they would be curious. After all, everyone in Chen Ji's club seemed rather unique. The forest was quite far from the square. Chen Ji used this opportunity to familiarize himself with the landscape of the school. The western part of the school was very large. They had been walking for more than 10 minutes, and they still could not see the border. That's an artificial lake. The school forbids people getting close to it at night because someone drowned there in the past. We need to go around it. Zhang Ju pointed at the pitch black in the distance. If he had not said it, Chen Ji would not even have known that it was a lake. The water was calm, and there was no light. Instead of a lake, it was more like a black hole that devoured everything. After walking another few minutes, Zhang Ju stopped. The girl's body was found in this forest. The schoolyard at night was very scary. Luckily, there were lights on both sides of the road that made them feel a little more assured. There used to be no lights, but after the incident, the school installed the lights. Zhang Ju was the first to enter the forest, and Chen Ji followed close behind. He was very close to Zhang Ju, and could clearly feel that Zhang Ju seemed much more relaxed after entering the forest. Perhaps it was because the trees could block the light, and no one could see his scarred face. The group were scared when they first entered the forest, worrying that they might encounter that girl. However, after a while they just felt bored. There's nothing special here. Mr. Bai, that story must be fake. The forest looks normal. There aren't any traces of a murder here. Zhou too wanted to leave. He saw Chen Ji standing next to a tree hole, so he walked over in confusion. Mr. Bai, what are you looking at? Chen Ji ignored Zhou too and said without turning back, Zhang Ju. Was the girl's head found in a tree hole? Yeah, Zhang Ju was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, given that Chen Ji was a teacher, it was normal that he knew this. A human head was once hidden in this tree hole? Wang Yicheng stumbled back a step. He was the most timid in the group. Don't run around. There's still hair of the deceased on the branch behind you. Zhang Ju held Wang Yicheng, preventing him from falling over. Don't scare him. Even if a murder happened here, it's not as strange as the spooky story makes out. Zhou too did not believe this and just wanted to leave. Little Zhou, the reality is much more terrifying than you imagine. Chen Ji decided not to tell them yet. He had seen a tree hole that was exactly the same on the eastern side of the school. A head had been hidden inside. The western and eastern regions of the school are similar in some ways, but there's one thing that I don't understand. Why is the girl staying on the eastern side while the boy she liked is on the western side? What standard does the school separate the students on? The difference between the female ghost in the tree hole and Zhang Ju was that one kept his sense of reason and looked like an ordinary person, but the other was twisted by hatred. The mental states of the students of the eastern and western districts are completely different. The western students are livelier and have a lot of positive emotions. Meanwhile, the eastern students are plagued by negative emotions and appear half human, half ghost. After thinking for a while, Chen Ji thought of the oil painting. If the despair and negative emotions in the door were removed, would it be possible for the door to return to normal? The situations in the two halves of the school were very similar to the scene in the oil painting. The western region sent all the negative emotions through a waste disposal station to the eastern region. The two school districts were like an hourglass. The trash disposal station was the small gap in the center of the hourglass. I think I understand what the headmaster wants to do. Chen Ji reached into the tree hole. The inside was cleansed. There was nothing left. Chapter 799, Spot the Difference. The tree hole of the eastern region hides the head of a female ghost that is covered in blood and grime. The tree hole in the western region is clean, without even a leaf. The situations in the west and east school districts were complete opposites. An image gradually appeared in Chen Ji's head. If one compared the world behind the door to a bottomless sea of blood, then this ghost school was an hourglass floating in the sea of blood. The headmaster of the school made the glass shell to segregate the school from the blood world, and then used some means to send the remnant despair in the western region to the eastern region, making the western school region more and more similar to the outside world. The only connection between the eastern and western school regions was the trash disposal center. The eastern school region was the real testing grounds, while the western region was like a filter that sent out the negative emotions and despair. Chen Ji had been inside the trash disposal center, and he had seen that trash. Despair and hatred are sent away. This explains why the door that Chang Gu opened wasn't dyed red. Normal doors were colored blood red, but this door was different. The memories those children forgot might be related to despair and hatred. How did the headmaster of the school do all this? Is this the power above red specters? Now more than ever, Chen Ji was more curious about the headmaster of the school. If the headmaster just wants to clear out a place without despair behind the door, then why are the students fighting to leave here? Chen Ji had long passed the age of using purely good and evil to judge a person. After receiving the black phone and encountering all those people and ghosts, those who could become top-level red specters all had strong desires. Dr. Gao wanted to revive his wife. The shadow of Li Wan Town wanted to become a human and turn Chen Ji into his shadow. Zhang Ye wanted revenge. This meant that the headmaster of the ghost school had to have his own desire. His desire might be related to this school. I feel there must be something more terrifying hidden in this school. I'm only performing a superficial investigation right now. I still haven't seen the true side of the school. The new students knew very little. Chen Ji was thinking that once he had enough power, he could try abducting a teacher to help him. Looking back at his shadow, he noticed that it had stopped squirming. The ghost hidden in his shadow seemed to have awoken. If I can take out the monster at the trash disposal, I pretty much have control of the entrance and can go between the two regions as I please. Chen Ji had a plan, but it was very hard to put it into action. Mr. Bai, can we go now? This place looks scary, but there are no ghosts. It's all just rumors. Zhou Tu was getting impatient. He had joined the association to gain information about the Arts Society, not to feed the mosquitoes. There's no problem here indeed, but I hope you can all remember the geology of this crime scene. Chen Ji got up and started walking out of the forest. Why? You will know in the future. Chen Ji waved his hand. Now we will go to the next scene, the dissection room in the practical building. Zhang Ju lead the way. Hearing that Chen Ji was going another place, the students were dazed. Teach, it's so late already. Are we still going? Why not wait till tomorrow? Wang Yicheng yelped. You guys probably won't be able to see me tomorrow. Even if I can last till tomorrow, you guys won't be in the same state as now. When the ghost in his shadow woke up, Chen Ji was much more confident. But if we go to the practical building at night and get caught? Zhou Tu did not want to keep doing this with Chen Ji. He felt like he had been abducted on a pirate ship. He thought about leaving, but he was still a child. Which new student dared to argue with a teacher on the second day? Don't worry, I'm here. Chen Ji showed a meaningful smile. The group left the forest and walked along the lake for a while before seeing the practical building. To be honest, Chen Ji had some mental trauma with the practical lab, but he still went in first. I wasn't scared when I was alone. Now that I have so many companions, there's even less reason to retreat. The practical lab of the eastern region was much larger than that of the western region. There were 2 buildings, A and B, and each building had 6 levels. It was very late now, but many rooms were still lit up, and figures sometimes flashed by the windows. Mr. Bai, we won't be stopped if we go in now, right? You just need to lead the way. Zhang Ju walked at the forefront, while Chen Ji walked in the middle with his head down. He had thought of 5 excuses for different situations. The door to Building A was not locked, nor was there anyone guarding. Chen Ji and the students got inside easily. Glass doors, white paint, and the same flooring. The layout is very similar to the Western region's lab building. There was no guard room on the first floor. Chen Ji and the others walked further down the corridor, and he finally found the difference. The Western region only had 1 cargo lift, while the Eastern region also had stairs. There are 3 labs of the medical department, one on floor 2 and the rest on floor 6. I don't know if the dissection room is on floor 2 or floor 6. Let's go to floor 2 first. Zhang Ju walked toward the stairs. He touched the scar on his face. Ever since leaving the forest, he had kept subconsciously touching the scar on his face. Wait, let's go to floor 6 first and then floor 2. Chenji knew the guardroom was on floor 2. He grabbed Zhang Ju's arm and said, "It's too troublesome to go up the stairs. Let's take the lift." Chenji stopped at the door to the lift, completely ignoring the words "for cargo only." The silver doors slowly opened. Chenji looked at the familiar scene and walked indecisively. "Hurry up, don't waste time." Taking the lift could avoid the guardroom. When all the students entered the lift, Chenji pressed the button toward floor 6. The doors slowly closed as Chenji stared closely at the control board. The button did not light up with his press. His heart slowly rested, but just at that moment a bad smell floated past. Turning around, all the students were standing next to him. "What's wrong, teacher? Do you guys smell a bad odor?" Chenji looked at the empty corner and thought of something bad. "Bad smell?" Zhulong glanced at everyone. "Someone farted in the lift." Perhaps, Chenji took back his glance. He knew that it was an odor that only rotting corpses emitted. Chapter 800, I am related to her death. The cargo lift slowly rose before finally stopping at the 6th floor. The silvery gray doors opened before Chenji. The air conditioning draft blew into the elevator. The temperature inside the lab was much lower than outside. A bright fluorescent light shone on the tiles. The corridor before them was very clean, devoid of any trash. The Eastern Campus lab building is like this as well, but there was definitely no lights there. Chenji glanced at the glass on the door and his reflection stared back at him. How come it feels like I've been here before even though I'm sure that has not happened? Zhang Ju slowly raised his head. He also saw his face on the glass. The fire scorched his face, and the glance of it made people feel uncomfortable. He scratched his head like he was trying hard to remember something. It's fine if you cannot remember it now. I have déjà vu feelings like that sometimes, too. I'm sure that I've not been to this new location before, but it feels strangely familiar like I've visited the place in my dreams. Chenji placed his hand on Zhang Ju's shoulder. The warmth and power from his palm dispersed the anxiety in Zhang Ju's heart. "Thank you, sir, but I'm fine. However, it really feels like I've been here before," Zhang Ju replied. "It's not in my dreams, but in real life. There are some shreds of a memory in my mind. They are like a ball that has been charred, and I would need to pry with all my might to look into the contents." That's quite an interesting analogy. Chenji noticed that Zhang Ju was different from the other students. He had retained more memories than the others. "Come, let's get to the autopsy room." Chenji had Zhang Ju lead the way, and the group found the autopsy room at the deepest part of the corridor. "The lights are not on. There's no one in." Zhulong peered into the room by leaning on the window. With the light shining in from the corridor, he could only see a single, cold operating table. However, just from the sight of that, his body appeared to shiver from an involuntary reaction. "Mr. Bai, do we really need to go in there?" Zhou Tu was feeling uneasy. "If we don't return now, the bathroom is going to run out of hot water." "Wait a minute." It was not Chenji who spoke, but Zhulong who leaned on the door. "Since we're here, why don't we go in to take a look?" "The door is locked. Are you suggesting we go find the manager? And tell him what? Please let us into the autopsy room because we're investigating supernatural events at the school." Zhou Tu regretted joining this club. None of the members appeared to be normal. He bit on his tongue hard. Actually, ever since he arrived at the school, anxiety had been following him. He kept having this recurring dream, and that was enough torture for the young man. He pretended to be calm before others, putting on a brave front, but actually he was already at the brink of a breakdown. Strange school, but an even stranger club. "There's no need to trouble the manager. I have the key," Chenji said as he pulled out a ring of keys from his pocket. "I have much greater access than you might previously have thought." The members did not expect Chenji to have so many keys. They were very surprised, so surprised that none noticed that the numbers pasted on the keys were different from the ones at Western Campus, and some of them were even stained with blood. Chenji stood facing away from the students and used his body to block the door. The keys rattled noisily in one hand while his other hand searched for the scalpel and iron thread that he had found in the tool room. From the beginning, he had never planned to use the keys to open the door. Due to his occupation, he had encountered many locks and been to many schools, so he had some confidence in his lockpicking skills. After 1 minute, Chenji's forehead was sweating. "Mr. Bai, have you forgotten which key opens this door?" Zhang Ju and Zhu Long crowded over. Chenji had not expected the lock to be so tough to pick. he swiftly and quietly put the scalpel and iron thread away. Before the members got too near, he pushed a large key into the keyhole. "Someone has blocked this keyhole. I'll force it open now, and tomorrow I'll get someone to come fix it." Chen-ji signaled for the members to get back. He looked around for signs of cameras. They were still quite close to the stairs. "Find someone to fix it later." The members were still quite confused when they saw Chen-ji landed a powerful kick on the door. Bang! The lock that had been tampered with could not withstand such a heavy blow, and it swung open from the kick. "Joe 2, you wait outside with Zio Wang. If anyone comes, just tell them you're a student here and you just came because you heard the loud noise," Chen-ji said, and then led Zhang Ju and Zhu Long into the autopsy room. "Sir, are you sparing us the responsibility in case we're caught?" Wang Yicheng was quite touched. The man before him did not look that special, but his little and insignificant gestures would often touch others. "It's more like that he wants us to be his lookouts. Is that something a teacher should do?" Zhou Tu held Wang Yicheng while looking at the broken door. The autopsy room there was only half the size of Jiujiang Medical University's one, but it had all the necessary equipment. In fact, it looked just like a smaller copy of the autopsy room at the university. The underground morgue is at Jiujiang Medical University, and that university is one of the pre-quests for the School of the Afterlife. Chen-ji was considering the connection between the two quests. He was only thinking about it for a minute, but when he turned back, he noticed that his two members were acting strangely. Zhu Long stood next to the operating table, and he was caressing it like he was touching the skin of his lover. His gaze seemed distant as he glanced at the cold metallic table. Zhang Ju, though, stood next to the window. He pulled back the curtain and stared dumbly at the mirror frame hidden behind the curtain. Why would there be a mirror frame here? In the maintenance room in the Eastern Campus, staff dormitory, Chen-ji had encountered several mirrors dyed red with blood. He had noticed that mirrors seemed to have a special meaning at this school. Why isn't there a mirror in the frame? Mirrors are not allowed inside the autopsy room, so the mirror has probably been taken away. The statement slipped out of Zhang Ju's lips. Then how did you know there is a mirror frame hidden here? I have no idea. Zhang Ju scratched his head and his voice became louder. I really don't know. How did I know? I just opened the curtain and there it was. I believe you. Chen-ji grabbed hold of Zhang Ju lightly. It's going to be fine. Half of Zhang Ju's face was covered with scars. When he was agitated, his expression was very scary, but Chen-ji did not let him go. He felt a different emotion from this panicking young man, guilt. Zhang Ju's frightening expression belied a heart that was shivering in fear. Chen-ji had no idea what had happened to the young man, but he knew that the lock to the young man's memory was slowly crumbling due to this mirror frame that he had found. Based on the color and style of the frame, the owner of the mirror was probably a girl. Many clues were slowly being stitched together in Chen-ji's mind. He was reminded of the story that Zhang Ju had told. The young man appeared to have been the witness of a horrifying murder.